All right, I'm going to click record. 3, 2, 1. All right, everybody, welcome to Exegetical Readings with David Nance at Theory Underground. We are back doing hub events, but we are recording this as a discrete recording that will be available after the fact. Probably publish it live on the channel. So if you're watching this from the YouTube channel, welcome. If it's the first time you've ever seen anything at Theory Underground, we do stuff like this all the time. There's always hub events at Theory Underground going on every week that you can join as well, where we are doing exegetical readings. We have office hours for the ongoing courses at the Theory Underground course site, as well as the app, which is clunky and buggy attempt at our own theory social media site. And it's not just any old social media, but it's supposed to be social media kind of based around the courses and the subject matters that we deal with here. And one of those subject matters is time energy. And time energy theory is something I've been developing since my master's thesis at Boise State University. It was an interdisciplinary degree, but it largely drew from philosophy and really Heidegger and Marx. So it's an existential analysis of labor power, which is to say, time energy is large, energy infused, repeatable blocks of time throughout the week, month, year, and we don't have that, right? It's a precondition for everything important in life, but we don't have that because that gets gobbled up by capital. Capital needs our labor power, so time energy gets reduced to labor power, leaving us with nothing but garbage time at the end of the day or the week. Garbage time is time without energy, or the kind of energy that cannot be harnessed because the time itself is not reliable, repeatable. And so you end up fucking off and scrolling on your phone or going and doing regular consumer activities, but you're not able to learn languages, play the violin, or do the kinds of things that we're trying to do here at Theory Underground, which has become multilingual, theoretically literate people. So that's the basic idea of like what we're doing. That's where André Gorz comes in. And so André Gorz is relevant to time energy theory because we've discovered him only really this year, but he is associated with the New Left. He is considered to be a post-Marxist for reasons that are going to become very clear in this exegetical reading. And the reason that we're doing this exegetical reading today is because we're having a conversation with Daniel Tutt tomorrow about a controversial tweet that he made. Maybe we'll show it on the screen later. We don't need to show it right now. The long and short of it was he said that books like this one, Farewell to the Working Class, are indicative of really one of the biggest problems with the New Left, which was its rejection of the working class. And he got a lot of heat for saying that. A lot of people were mad. Not so much because people love André Gorz. I don't think most people know who André Gorz is, but people were upset because he was taking a swing at anti-work as a movement itself, saying that it was the New Left's tendency to go anti-work that was a big part of its abandonment of the working class. And so we basically, we like Gorz, and we had to brush up on this, and now we're going to discuss it while reading it. And yeah, that's basically my introduction. Nance, what do you want to say about it?
There are parts of this book that surprised the shit out of me. A lot of it is stuff we've been saying, stuff that has, I guess, emerged from our own particular situatedness, but also from conversations. And the fact that the things that we are seeing and coming up with have been evident for decades at this point, and no one else is talking about them. No one wants to incorporate them into any public discourse. It's interesting. It's frustrating. it's validating in a way. It's like, okay, yeah, like I'm not the only one who feels this way. And yeah, it's great. This is fucking awesome. Everyone should read this book. It's short enough. Everyone should read Paths to Paradise as well. These are short books. They're great, I think, if you are associated with the left, or if you're associated with organizing, or if you're associated with the idea of emancipation. I think Gorz is essential. We need to
Right.
add him
And
to
so
the canon.
he is, yeah, exactly. And he is definitely canon for us at this point. We read Paths to Paradise because Michael Downs from The Dangers Maybe, one of our friends, for a long time now, said we needed to read it and that this is the Marxist that we needed. He's like, this is our Marxist. And he was like talking about Gorz like he's a secret, and I've started saying that is that Andre Gorz is the internet left's best kept secret, and I didn't realize that he was influential on Nick Cernicek and Alex Williams' book, Inventing the Future. It makes sense that that's the case. But going off of this text alone, I would say that in some ways, Gorz is doing a lot of things that I haven't seen anywhere. And that, like you said, it feels like it's our own ideas being read back at us. And it's like, how do we not know about this? Paths to Paradise is a bunch of theses. It's kind of like his, it's like he's Martin Luther and he's nailing it to the left's door, saying like, here's all my theses on like why everything right now is not going anywhere serious and what needs to be done. And in that reading of Paths to Paradise, I had said that I consider him to be a sort of post-left thinker. Now, when people are calling him new left, that makes it hard to say that he's post-left. But the thing is he's post-old left. And the thing is the new left gets talked about like it's a totality, like it's a bunch of people who agreed on a certain set of assumptions. And I've always been fine with that idea and talking about the shortcomings of the new left. But that was before I realized that people are lumping people like Andre Gorz in with the new left. That complicates things because Andre Gorz is not like one of the leading intellectuals of the Students for Democratic Society, SDS in the United States. That was the largest student organization. And I thought SDS and their statement, the Mont Pelerin or whatever the fuck you call it statement, I thought that is basically the essence of the new left. And I don't see how this is reducible to that. And so that's the main thing. And then I'll just say that there's a lot in here that's not in Paths to Paradise. And so we're really excited to read it to you guys and to discuss it and add context as to why we care, because I was assuming, and I still think that, like, as I read it, a lot of you all watching this or listening to it probably won't get why some of what he's saying detonates for us the way it does. There's some context, there's some stuff that you would have to have already thought about or cared about in order for it to even resonate the way it does for us. And so we'll try to like add that context because a lot of you aren't Marxists or never were. And if you never were a Marxist or you're never really convinced about like Marx has the fundamental critique of both capitalism and the left that is so important, if you were never convinced of that, then this won't matter. Post-Marxism shouldn't matter to you because you're like, well, I'm already post-Marx because I'm not a Marxist. And it's like, well, yeah, but also Marx is really important for destroying a bunch of the bullshit that you probably believe. If you've not spent time tarrying with Marx and thinking about him seriously, then I don't know, a lot of this would probably fly right over your head. And we don't want it to fly over your head. We want you to have a basic understanding of Marx and an understanding as to why, even if you aren't a Marxist, you need to be thinking in dialogue with Marxists. And so, I don't know, anything you would want to add to that line of thought, Nance, before we get going?
No, I mean, just the idea of like post-Marxism or a Marxism, as in like non-Marxism. I think they're definitely different things. I do think if we can bring some of the a Marxist or the non-Marxists over into this version of post-Marxism, I think that would be the shit. We definitely probably won't reach any anti-Marxists, but I mean, ultimately, I guess that is a point of emphasis, is to figure out a way to make this language palatable to people who are just not only not engaged with Marxism, but who react strongly against it. And I do think Gorz has a lot to offer those people. We just got to figure out the language.
Right, because for some reason, guys like Daniel Tutt, Chris Catrone, Doug Lane, they do a lot online, and they've never really seriously engaged with André Gorz, and we're just little babies over here trying to understand things. And we were like convinced that there's like the identity politics, rad lib, woke school left versus the base materialist, more or less Marxist left. And that's been the divide for a while now. And we did not know that there was this, and that's why we're calling this the best kept secret. It's like they don't want to seriously engage with this. And I was reading an article that critiques André Gorz by lumping him up with UBI, Universal Basic Income people. And so people think that critiques of UBI apply to Gorz. And everything I was getting in that article shows me that there was no rigorous engagement here. They're just lumping him up with these other people they're critiquing. And the fact is if you actually take the time to read him, he's very careful, nuanced, and he sets up his caveats in such a way so as to not be reducible to those UBI people. He is actually a big critic of those, Andrew Yang, Elon Musk, Friedman, like whatever, all of these, Charles Murray, like all these different liberal to conservative UBI people are not in any way, shape, or form what he's doing. Like Gorz is on some other level, and it's not just that he's like post-Marx, like, oh, he's over it. No, he's not over it. This whole book is written like he's very much engaged with it. So with that said, I'm going to do some organizing in my new space while Nance reads from the preface, and then I'll take a turn. But basically, as far as updates go, there's piles of boxes all around me. I can't see them right now, but there's boxes and just it's absolute chaos in here. So I'm just organizing. And while I do that, I will listen to Nance. I'll follow you and say thank you for doing this, Nance. Let's get into it.
Let's do it. Preface: 9 Theses for a Future Left. This book is an essay in the fullest sense of the word. It is an attempt to outline the perspectives and themes, and the themes around which a left endowed with a future rather than burdened with nostalgia might re-emerge. It makes no pretense to have answered all the questions it raises. Its central theme is the liberation of time and the abolition of work, a theme as old as work itself. Work has not always existed in the way in which it is currently understood. It came into being at the same time as capitalists and proletarians. It means an activity carried out for someone else in return for a wage, according to forms and time schedules laid down by the person paying the wage, and for a purpose not chosen by the worker. A market gardener works. A miner growing leeks in his back garden carries out a freely chosen activity. Work nowadays refers almost exclusively to activities carried out for a wage. The terms work and job have become interchangeable. Work is no longer something that one does, but something that one has. One looks for work and finds work, just as one looks for or finds a job. Work is an imposition, a heterodetermined, heteronymous activity perceived by most of those who either have it or are looking for it as a nondescript sale of time. One works at Peugeot or at Bussac rather than to make cars or textiles. One has a good job or a bad job according to how much one earns, and only secondly, according to the nature of the task and its purpose. One can have a good job in the armaments industry and a bad job in the health service. For both wage earners and employers, work is only a means of earning money and not an activity that is an end in itself. Therefore, work is not freedom. Of course, in any sort of work, even on an assembly line, a minimum of freely given commitment is essential. Without it, everything grinds to a halt. But this necessary minimum of freedom is, at the same time, negated and repressed by the organization of work itself. This is why the notion that it is necessary to free ourselves in work, as well as from work, and from work as well as in our work, is as old as the waged working class itself. During the heroic age of the labor movement, the abolition of work and the abolition of wage labor were goals between which no difference was made. 2. The difference between wage labor and self-determined activity is the same as the difference between use value and exchange value. Work is carried out essentially for a wage, which serves to sanction the social utility of the activity in question and entitles its recipient to a quantity of social labor equivalent to that which he or she has sold. Working for a wage amounts to working in order to purchase as much time from society as a whole as it has previously received. Self-determined activity, on the other hand, is not principally concerned with the exchange of quantities of time. It is its own end, whether it takes the form of aesthetic activity, like games, including love, or artistic creation. When self-determined activity is one of production, it is concerned with the creation of objects destined not for sale, but to be consumed or used by the producers themselves or by their friends or relatives. The abolition of work will only be emancipatory if it also allows the development of autonomous activity. Thus, the abolition of work does not mean abolition of the need for effort, the desire for activity, the pleasure of creation, the need to cooperate with others and be of some use to the community. Instead, the abolition of work simply means the progressive, but never total, suppression of the need to purchase the right to live, which is almost synonymous with the right to a wage, by alienating our time and our lives. The abolition of work means the freeing or liberation of time, freeing time so that individuals can exercise control over their bodies, their use of themselves, their choice of activity, their goals and productions, represents a demand that has been translated in a regrettably reductive way by the phrase, the right to idleness. The demand to work less does not mean or imply the right to rest more, but the right to live more. It means the right to do many more things for ourselves than money can buy, and even to do some of the things which money at present can buy. This demand has never been more urgent than now. This is so for a number of reasons which legitimate and reinforce one another. 3. The most immediately apparent of these reasons is that the abolition of work is a process already underway and likely to accelerate. In each of the 3 leading industrialized nations of Western Europe, independent economic forecasts have estimated that automation will eliminate 4 to 5 million jobs in 10 years. Unless there is a sharp reduction in the number of working hours, as well as in the form and purpose of productive activity. Keynes is dead. In the context of the current crisis and technological revolution, it is absolutely impossible to restore full employment by quantitative economic growth. The alternative, rather, lies in a different way of managing the abolition of work. Instead of a society based on mass unemployment, a society can be built in which time has been freed. A society based on mass unemployment is coming into being before our eyes. It consists of a growing mass of the permanently unemployed on one hand, an aristocracy of tenured workers on the other, and between them, a proletariat of temporary workers carrying out the least skilled and most unpleasant types of work. The outlines of a society based on the free use of time are only beginning to appear in the interstices of, and in opposition to, the present social order. Its watchword may be defined as, let us work less so that we we all may work and do more things by ourselves in our free time. Socially useful labor, distributed over all those willing and able to work, will thus cease to be anyone's exclusive or leading activity. Instead, people's major occupation may be one or a number of self-defined activities, carried out not for money, but for the interest, pleasure, or benefit involved. The manner in which the abolition of work, to be managed and socially implemented, constitutes the central political issue of the coming decades.
I don't even know how anything that we've read so far can actually lend itself to saying that he's responsible or even implicated in anti-work. Like he just spent all this time talking about how we need to reduce this kind of work so that we can do other kinds of work that aren't, that are free activity. It's just, this is not like, oh yeah, well, we should be, it's the right to be lazy, or like we want idle time. Like he's saying it all right there. I don't see how any of this is like contestable, really.
Yeah. I think if you lump him in with the anti-work crowd, then sure, shit on him. But if you read him, then you kind of can't lump him in. So, yeah.
Yeah.
The social implementation of the abolition of work requires that we put an end to the confusion that has arisen under the influence of Keynesianism between the right to work and the right to a paid job, the right to an income, the right to create use values, the right of access to tools that offer the possibility of creating use values. The need to dissociate the right to an income from the right to a job had already been stressed at the beginning of the Second Industrial Revolution, that associated with Taylorism. It was apparent then, as it is today, that the reduction in the number of working hours required to produce necessities called for new mechanisms of distribution independent of the laws of the market and the law of value. If goods produced with minimal expenditure of labor were to be purchased, it was necessary to supply the population with means of payment bearing no relation to the price of the hours of work they had put in. Ideas like those of Jacques Dubois, in particular, concerning a social income guaranteed for life and a currency that cannot be accumulated, continue to circulate, mainly in Northern Europe. Also, kind of sounds like the Gotha program. Socialized distribution of production, according to need rather than effective demand, was for a long time one of the central demands of the left. This is now becoming ever less the case. In itself, it can only lead to the state taking greater charge of individual lives. The right to a social income, or social wage, for life in part abolishes forced wage labor, only in favor of a wage system without work. It replaces or complements, as the case may be, exploitation with welfare, while perpetuating the dependence, impotence, and subordination of individuals to centralized authority. This subordination will be overcome only if the autonomous production of use values becomes a real possibility for everyone. Thus, the division between left, in scare quotes, and right, in scare quotes, will, in the future, tend to occur less over the issue of the social wage rather than over the right to autonomous production. The right to autonomous production is fundamentally the right of each grassroots community to produce at least part of the goods and services it consumes without having to sell its labor to the owners of means of production or to buy goods and services from third parties. The right to autonomous production presupposes the right of access to tools and their conviviality. It is incompatible. Okay. And there's a footnote here on conviviality. And there's other ones that I've been skipping, but this one matters. Ivan Illich uses the term convivial to define tools that enhance the ability of people to pursue their own goals in their unique way, as against programmed tools which engender predetermined actions. So, the right to autonomous production presupposes the right of access to tools and their conviviality. It is incompatible with private or public industrial, commercial, or professional monopolies. It implies a contraction of commodity production and sale of labor power, and a concomitant extension of autonomous production based on voluntary cooperation, the exchange of services, or personal activity. Autonomous production will develop in all those fields in which the use value of time can be seen to be greater than its exchange value. In other words, it will develop in situations in which what one can do oneself in a given period of time is worth more than what one could buy by working the equivalent period of time for a wage. Only if it is combined with effective possibilities for autonomous production will the liberation of time point beyond the capitalist logic, wage systems, and market relations. Effective possibilities for autonomous production cannot exist for everyone without a policy providing adequate collective facilities for that purpose. And this is for subsection A. Autonomous productive activity is not to be confused with housework. As Ivan Illich has shown, the notion of housework only appeared with the development of a type of sexual division of a labor specific to industrialism. Industrialist civilization has confined women in domestic activities that are not directly productive, so that men may spend all their working hours in factories and mines. As a result, women's activities in the household have ceased to be autonomous and self-determined. Women's work has become the precondition and subordinate appendage of male wage labor. Only the latter is considered important and essentially productive. The notion that waged workers need to be relieved of domestic tasks, regarded as degrading and inferior, whereas waged work is supposedly noble. This notion is specific to capitalist ideology. The only important thing is to get paid irrespective of the purpose, meaning, or nature of the job. Hence, the housewife's activities are considered to be degrading and inferior, whereas the same activities performed for a wage, in a nursery, an airplane, or a nightclub, are held to be perfectly dignified and acceptable. At the time spent working falls, leaving more free time, so heteronomously determined work tends to become secondary and autonomous activity dominant. A revolution in patterns of behavior and a redefinition of values tend to endow domestic or family-based activities with a new dignity and lead to the abolition of the sexual division of labor. It is already underway in Protestant societies. Woman's liberation is not to be found in wages for housework, but through association and cooperation between equals who, within the family or enlarged family, share all tasks, both inside and outside the home, and, where necessary, take turns at various tasks. 5. The abolition of work is neither acceptable nor desirable for people who identify with their work, define themselves through it, and do or hope to realize themselves in their work. Thus, the social subject of the abolition of work will not be the stratum of skilled workers who take pride in their trade and in the real or potential power it confers on them. The main strategic goal of this social stratum, which has always been hegemonic within the organized labor movement, will remain the appropriation of work, of the work tools, and of power over production. Automation will always be perceived by skilled workers as a direct attack on their class insofar as it undermines workers' class power over production and eliminates the possibility to identify with one's work, or even to identify one's work at all. Thus, their major concern will be to resist automation rather than to turn its weapons against their attackers. Protecting jobs and skills, rather than seeking to control and benefit from the way in which work is abolished, will remain the major concern of traditional trade unionism. This is why it is bound to remain on the defensive. That fucking shit's so good right there. The abolition of work is, on the other hand, yeah.
That's it's like our homie David from Seattle, who's a part of the electricians union. He's looking, his forward looking move is to say there needs to basically be, they need to be able to take on whatever jobs they want and go out there into the field and do this electrical work. And they need like a sort of like this union should be able to make it possible that they're basically more free to choose their hours, to get paid higher. But he kind of has like a guild in mind.
Yeah.
And that is a good example of what Gorz is talking about here. People who do identify with their work, who get a strong sense of identity from their work, being like, yeah, I just want to have more control. I want to have more control over the means of production. I want to have more control over my actual schedule. Those people are more likely as a class to, or as a section of the working class, to resist automation and really a move towards a post-work job-centric society. So his concern is not even so much more time in the day and higher wages. It's his actual biggest concern motivating him was an annoyance with the people in his union who aren't showing up for meetings. Because, if we had more people, then we could get more done and then we'd have more autonomy. But he wants autonomy within work. We want autonomy from work. That doesn't mean that this work will go away. It doesn't mean that professions like his will become irrelevant. But it does mean that we cannot expect your rank and file electrician to see a common cause with the precariat of adjuncts and gig economy workers and lupin proles and pretty much everybody and anybody who is feeling like, job is just a soul-sucking thing and work is something I want freedom from. So that, to be able to create that common cause, is going to require a kind of work. It requires us to time energy pill them and to find a way to talk about what Gorz is talking about here in a way that will be relatable.
Yeah, the dignity of work is real, right? And that's why I fucking love Anne's piece, because it's so good how she explains when she is not working, she loses her sense of self. And I love it. And it's true with the dignity of work. There's also, if you're not working, many people do need to work to see themselves and feel good. And I mean, that's true and it's undeniable, but when it is converted into labor or a job is when it becomes not a good thing. And so I do see how people would react against the anti-work movement, because it does sound like just a bunch of lazy stoners.
Right.
But no, like I want to be,
well, and it often is.
Yeah, absolutely. Like
it often is.
I want to be free to read books and make art and build things. I love building things with my hands. Like I want to be free to do all these things.
Right.
And use my creative power. But when it is converted into a job, when it is converted into labor power, that is the problem, and that is what we're trying to overcome. We're not trying to,
and when it's constantly done with an eye to its exchange value as well. So it's like, okay, let's just say that you're an electrician, you love being an electrician, you have no interest in being anything but an electrician who sometimes hangs out at the bar afterwards. If that makes you happy, the society we're talking about and the Gorz advocates for here would still allow you to do that, assuming that automation didn't make a lot of your shit irrelevant. But the point is that insofar as what you're doing is socially necessary labor, then that would be a part of heteronymous labor. And the point of his trifecta between heteronymous, cooperative, and autonomous forms of labor is to say that, yeah, we just need to use mass scale industry and technology and automation, basically STEM in college. All of that should be, instead of focused on profit, it should be focused on freeing up people from heteronomy, which is to say forced labor, like forced preoccupation with necessary labor. So that socially necessary labor is something that we still need. The machines will be able to do a lot of it. We're still going to need expert technicians. And those expert technicians, we're still going to want to say, yeah, no, you get to have a dignified life and a lot of time off and only work 22,000 hours. to you should only have to work 22,000 hours as your expert technician self to get a roof over your head for your entire life, to get to travel, to get to go to ski mountains, to get to go, hang out at the river and take pictures of trees. You should be able to skateboard and play music and learn languages and travel the world as an expert technician. And then if you want to do more outside those 22,000 hours, well, the thing is, all these people who are doing autonomous or cooperative forms of labor are going to want you.
Mm-hmm.
They're still going to want you, because if I want to build a building that is not necessary, it's not considered socially necessary labor. It's pure excess. I want to have a 3,000-foot tower for Theory Underground, and then I have an elevator that takes me to the top in 30 seconds. And then I can stand up there and I can see the whole world. I've got giant screens for our exegetical sessions that we're doing up there. Well, society's heteronymous labor is not going to go towards that. That's going to be extra. And if you want to help me with that, you can bring your expert architect or engineer or electrician knowledge to the project. That would be a cooperative project, but it falls outside the realm of heteronymous labor.
Yeah, and it's not coercive. Currently, we have billionaires basically doing that, and people are coerced into it.
Yeah.
Like
undocumented Mexicans are doing it for Trump's towers, for instance.
Yeah, or the World Cup. Like that whole debacle. Yeah. We should all be free to choose these things. And yeah. All right. The abolition of work is, on the other hand, a central objective for all those who, whatever they may have learned, find that their work can never be a source of personal fulfillment or the center of their lives, at least for as long as work remains synonymous with fixed hours, pre-planned tasks, limited competence, regularity, and assiduity over months and years, and the general impossibility of being active in several fields at the same time. All those who are allergic to work, as Rousselet has put it, can no longer be considered to be marginals. They are not part of a subculture existing on the fringes of society, but represent a real or potential majority of those in active employment who see their work as a tedious necessity in which it is impossible to be fully involved. This non-involvement is largely the result of the divergent changes on the cultural level on the one hand, and on the type of skills required by the majority of jobs on the other. Jobs have tended to become intellectualized, that is, to require mental rather than manual operations, without stimulating or satisfying intellectual capacities in any way. Hence the impossibility for workers to identify with their work and to feel that they belong to the working class. I have used the term a non-class of non-workers to designate the stratum that experiences its work as an externally imposed obligation in which you waste your life to earn your living. Its goal is the abolition of workers and work rather than their appropriation. And this prefigures the future world. The abolition of work can have no other social subject than this non-class. I do not infer from this that it is already capable of taking the process of abolishing work under its control and of producing a society based upon the liberation of time. And this, I like how he is kind of doing this. And I think that's in reference to Marx. It feels very like, hey, look, anyway, I'm rambling. All I am asserting is that such a society cannot be produced without or in opposition to this non-class, but only by it or with its support. To object that it is hard to see how a non-class could seize power is beside the point. See, he's anticipating people who want to, just be silly Marxists. Its obvious incapacity to seize power does not prove either that the working class is capable of doing so. If it were, it would be obvious, or that power should be seized rather than dismantled, controlled, if not abolished altogether. 6. The definition of the non-class of non-workers as a potential social subject of the abolition of work is not the result of an ethical or ideological choice. The choice is not between the abolition of work and the reestablishment of well-rounded trades in which everyone can find satisfaction. The choice is either a socially controlled, emancipatory abolition of work or its oppressive, antisocial abolition. It is impossible to reverse the general trend, which is at once social, economic, and technological, and reestablish the old crafts for everybody's benefit, so that autonomous groups of workers may control both production and its products and find personal fulfillment in their work. Inevitably, as the process of production becomes socialized, the personal character of work is eroded. The process of socialization implies a division of labor and a standardization of and formalization of tools, procedures, tasks, and knowledge. Even if, in accordance with recent trends, relatively small decentralized units of production were to replace the industrial dinosaurs of the past, and even if repetitive mindless work were abolished, or should this be impossible, distributed among the population as a whole, socially necessary labor would still never be comparable to the activities of crafts workers or artists. It will never be a self-defined activity in which each individual or group freely determines the modalities and objectives of work and leaves its inimitable personal touch upon it. The socialization of production inevitably implies that microprocessors or ball bearings, sheet metals or fuels are interchangeable wherever they are produced, so that both the work and the machinery involved also have the same interchangeable characteristics everywhere. This interchangeability is a fundamental precondition for reducing the length of working time and distributing socially necessary labor among the population as a whole. The old proposal, as old as the working class movement itself, to reduce the number of working hours by 20% by employing a corresponding proportion of additional workers, implicitly presupposes that workers and work are more or less interchangeable. If 1,000 people on a 32-hour work week are to do the work of 800 people working 40 hours, then the type of work must not call for irreplaceable personal skills. This thing, like we're all fungible. Not only are the tasks and the procedures and everything so standardized and so discretized. That's not a word. But yeah, everything has become fungible, including people. Thus, the depersonalization.
Right, like isolatable.
Yeah.
And the thing is like, if automation gets to the point where heart surgeons can be replaced, and supposedly we were basically there 10 years ago, because I saw some videos talking about machines that were already statistically doing better than heart surgeons. There will still be people who want human beings to do the heart surgery, and there will still be human beings who want to do the heart surgery. But right now, the main people who go into being heart surgeons were people who just got really good grades and wanted to make a lot of money. And sure, they wanted to help people too. But if we could separate the profit motive from the calling, then we'd have more people who are there just because it's a calling, and we wouldn't have people who are doing it just for the money, because that's where automation comes in, right? And I think that principle applies across the spectrum, to where it's like, oh, I have a friend who does blacksmithing, and guess what? He doesn't have to. Society doesn't need him to do that. But some people prefer custom work. And in a future where heteronymous labor is largely automated and then redistributed, that leaves a lot of cooperative and autonomous labor where people will still be doing heart surgery and, or in this case, custom, metalwork for, you have some vision for what you want this table in your house to look like. And so my buddy Anthony's going to do this for you or whatever. It's like, that's farmers market shit though.
Yeah.
Farmers markets can exist in a society where we've collectivized and largely automated heteronymous labor.
Well, and we do have, so for the upper strata, there's always like boutique goods and services. And those exist because people want the experience or the personal relationship with or to whatever it is they're buying. Like, we have cars, but there are still people who pay extra to ride on horse carriages for like
Right.
um there will be space for people um to get the things that they want to experience, and that can only happen if people are freed up to do the things they want to do in the first place.
Yeah, and I would just sorry, I'm like washing dishes while we're doing this. That is the tie-in back to Baudrillard, where it's like symbolic exchange matters for human. If there's a future where there are humans and they get to have human lives, then that means nothing outside of a world wherein we have symbolic exchange.
Right.
And what we're basically saying is have heteronymous labor, take everything that's fungible and exchangeable out of being our central preoccupation.
Yep.
And instead have our central preoccupations be with singular activities that cannot be ever perfectly exchanged or made fungible. Because the idea with symbolic exchange is that the gifts that we give one another can never be countered by a perfect gift that absolves the debt. Instead, we live in networks of irreducible obligation to one another, and we all bring something to the table. So like when people see something like Theory Underground and think, oh, well, how's this going to be an institution outside of Dave? Bitch, this is my fucking shit. Shut the fuck up. It will die with me.
Yeah, dude.
It will die. It will die with me. And that's okay. They're thinking that everything has to be turned into a McDonald's. And it's like, no, turn McDonald's into McDonald's, but let people have singular things.
Yeah.
Know? And that's like my buddy Anthony doesn't just do blacksmithing. He also does carpentry, and he also does jewelry making. And he's able to make immaculate things where he's using all wood and metal, and he combines it all in ways that a person who's just doing blacksmithing wouldn't be able to do. He would have to work with someone who is a carpenter. And there will always be people who want to cooperatively create things, but there's also something special when an individual makes something from the ground up.
Yeah. And we are at a point where people act like the mass-produced products in the system of objects that we that run our lives. People do act like they're singular. But they're not. There is a qualitative difference between the rings you and Ann got and any ring I would be able to buy anywhere else. But yeah, we will be freed up to come into a relationship with things as they are, rather than with things as the form that they are, the role that they're playing in the system of objects demands. And that's on our side. That's a process that happens on our side. Like, we warp our perception, our understanding, our relationship, and our relation to things to fit the ideal of the form.
Right.
Because nothing is ever what it's actually marketed as. However, when things are allowed to be singularly produced, it actually is that thing that it is projecting. Your rings are your rings by virtue of how they were made and how you acquired them and all that. So that mediation of the system of objects, that's gone. And so that itself is more freedom.
Right. God damn, dude.
Yeah.
Going to Baudrillard through Gorz, man. That's gonna be the project of next year. Sure. Once Mikey's book is out, dude, that'll be the project of next year.
It's gonna be the shit. The depersonalization, standardization, and division of labor constitute the prerequisites to both a reduction of working hours and its desirability. Each individual's work can be reduced because others are also capable of doing it. and it should be reduced so that each individual may do other, more personally satisfying and fulfilling things. In other words, the heteronomous nature of work, which is the consequence of its socialization and increased productivity, is also what makes the liberation of time and the expansion of autonomous activity both possible and desirable. It is a dangerous illusion to believe that workers' control can make everyone's work gratifying, intellectually stimulating, and personally fulfilling. I think that might be a sore point for some people.
That is one of those quotes we should put in the receipts doc.
It's not OCR.
Did I share that with you?
Yeah, I was
But seriously, it's not?
I was just trying to grab it. Or maybe it's the reader I'm using.
When I'm on my computer, I could which I'll do once I'm done with these dishes. I could probably OCR it. I've got Adobe Acrobat.
I don't know why it's
OCR is how you make it so that you can copy text people, by the way, if anybody's wondering what that's all about.
Hold on, let me check Google.
I think it is OCR.
I thought so too. I'm reading it in Edge.
It might just be,
which is weird. Edge is usually good.
A different edition.
Hold on. I have it open in Google Docs right now. Let me see. But yeah, that quote definitely needs to go in the.
So, and context for why that matters is because this is why there can be no working class going from being in itself to for itself. The idea is like there is a working class in itself. There are people who own no means of production, control no means of production, and spend their whole life having their time energy collapsed into labor power that then has to be exchanged on the market. And then supposedly the only alternative for getting out of that reality is to have a bureaucratically controlled society that tells you where to work, for how long to work, or even if you have a little bit more choice over the matter, you still are considered a worker as, by the society at large. That's how you are seen. And then if it's a socialist society or even a fascist society, that's how you are represented. Oh, you're a worker. We represent the interests of the workers. And the issue is that there's a fundamental contradiction between the interests of workers who want out of work because it's killing them, and people who find pride and meaning and identity in the work that they are doing. And the people who find pride and meaning and identity in the work that they are doing are usually higher skilled. And of course, we have like these, everyone on every construction site or warehouse in the world knows that they have coworkers who are like, this is who I am. This is what I do. And they're fucking idiots. And and I'm sorry, I don't want that worker's interests being the interests that are being centered by whatever the society is that we're living in. But that is exactly the workers' interests being represented in Soviet Russia and Nazi Germany, or fucking Mussolini's Italy. And I want to be sympathetic, at least on one level, and that's to say that workers have been shut out of society. They had no civic rights. And so getting them rights and recognition and representation, all of that mattered in the same way that it matters for ethnic minority groups. But the person who, once they get those basic rights, wants to make that their whole fucking life and then use that to engage with everybody else all the time is insufferable. I don't give a shit. And the worker who's like, yeah, I'm an Amazon worker. It's just, bitch, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
You're an Amazon worker. Good job. You mean your life force is being sucked away and you've got no interesting skills. You're a boring human being. And the most interesting thing you probably have is a video game you play at home. You're being robbed of a future and you're selling that to everyone as like something you're proud of. It's I get it. You're working with necessity and you're trying to not hate yourself and hate your life. And so you're putting a positive twist on it, but don't fall for the leaders or representatives who tell you they represent your interests because they're going to make sure that, you've got a reliable job or whatever.
Yeah.
So the point is like this fundamental this quote, which I'll have you reread here in a second. The point of it, what I'm taking from it is that this gets to a fundamental contradiction in the interests between workers within the working class. There are those who see how stultifying it is and feel like it's killing them. And then there are those who feel like, oh, this is great. It could just be slightly better.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I just call that reformism.
Mm-hmm.
They're workerist reformists. And you can have revolutionary workerist reformists. You can have revolutionary leftist, socialist, or anarchist workerist reformists, right? But that comes from people who have found this strong identification with their work, and they can't imagine a non-job centric society.
All right. I'm trying to.
Any luck?
Well, I'm converting it to an EPUB with Caliber. Because I don't know if it's probably my computer, because it was OCR because we were reading it with Speechify, and it like wasn't fucked up, but like I can't get Google or Edge.
Is it that there's multiple versions of this document?
There might be. And Caliber's taking fucking forever right now. Anyway, that quote we can we'll keep moving, but that quote definitely needs to go. So I'll read it again.
Can you put your read it again. I'll write down on my quote sheet here so I can word search it later.
In other words, the heteronymous nature of work, which is the consequence of its socialization and increased productivity, is also what makes the liberation of time and the expansion of autonomous activity both possible and desirable. It is a dangerous illusion to believe that workers' control can make everyone's work gratifying, intellectually stimulating, and personally fulfilling. In any complex society, the nature, modalities, and objectives of work are, to a large extent, determined by necessities over which individuals or groups have relatively little control. It is certainly possible to self-manage workshops, or to self-determine working conditions, or to co-determine the design of machines and the definition of tasks. Yet, as a whole, these remain no less determined in a heteronymous way by the social process of production, or, in other words, by society insofar as it is itself a giant machine. Workers' control, erroneously equated with workers' self-management, amounts in reality to self-determining the modalities of what has already been heteronymously determined. The workers will share and define tasks within the framework of an already existing social division of labor. They are not, however, able to define the division of labor itself, nor, for example, the specifications of ball bearings. They may eliminate the degrading characteristics of work, but they cannot endow it with the characteristics of personal creativity. What is at issue, then, is a form of alienation inherent not only in capitalist relations of production, but in the socialization of the process of production itself, in the workings of a complex, machine-like society. The effects of this alienation can be attenuated, but never entirely eliminated. The consequences of this situation are not entirely negative, provided that its ineradicable reality is accepted. Above all, it must be recognized that there can never be a complete identity between individuals and their socialized work, and, inversely, that socialized work cannot always be a form of personal activity in which individuals find complete fulfillment. Socialist morality, with its injunction that each individual be completely committed to his or her work and equate it with personal fulfillment, is oppressive and totalitarian at root. That one as well. Oh my God, dude. Hold on. All right, I'm going to stop because now my computer's having a goddamn heart attack. Socialist morality.
I couldn't turn the fucking microphone back on because my hands were wet. But okay, so it's at root. is going to be the search
Yeah.
term.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to like dangerous illusion at root. Each of these is a quote, and we only need like significant words from the quote to be able to pull it later.
Yeah. Socialist morality, with its injunction that each individual be completely committed to his or her work and equate it with personal fulfillment, is oppressive and totalitarian at root. It is a morality of accumulation, which mirrors the morality of the bourgeoisie in the heroic age of capitalism. It equates morality with love of work, while at the same time depersonalizing work through the processes of industrialization and socialization. In other words, it calls for love of depersonalization or self-sacrifice. It rejects the very idea of the free development as each individual as the goal and precondition of the free development of all. And that's Marx. It sets itself against the ethic of the liberation of time, which originally dominated the working class movement. If individuals are to be reconciled with their work, it must be recognized that, even under workers' control, work is not and should not be the center of one's life. It should be only one point of reference. The liberation of individuals and society, together with the regression of wage labor and commodity-based relationships, requires the domination of autonomous over heteronymous activity. In describing the non-class of non-workers as the potential social subject of the abolition of work, I am not claiming to put in place the working class as defined by Marx, another class invested with the same type of historical and social mission. The working class defined by Marx or Marxists derives its theological character from being perceived as a subject transcending its members. It makes history and builds society through the agency of its unwitting members, whatever their intentions. The working class, thus defined, is a transcendent subject by which the workers are thought in their true being, but it remains unthinkable for the workers themselves, just as our body is unthinkable for the millions of its component cells, or God is unthinkable for God's creatures. This is why the working class had and still has its priests, prophets, martyrs, churches, popes, and wars of religion. The non-class of those who are recalcitrant to the sacralization of work, on the contrary, is not a social subject. It has no transcendent unity or mission, and hence no overall conception of history and society. It has, so to speak, no God or religion, no reality other than that of the people who compose it. In short, it is not a class but a non-class. For this very reason, it has no prophetic aura. It is not the harbinger of a new subject society offering integration and salvation to its individual members. Instead, it reminds individuals of the need to save themselves and define a social order compatible with their goals and autonomous existence. This is the specific characteristic of all nascent social movements. Like the peasant movement, the Protestant Reformation, and subsequently the working class movement itself, the movement formed by all those who refuse to be nothing but workers has very strong libertarian overtones. It is a negation and rejection of law and order, power and authority, in the name of the inalienable right to control one's own life. 9. Of course, this right can only be affirmed if it corresponds to a power that individuals derive from their own existence rather than their integration into society. In other words, from their own autonomy. The building up of this autonomous power is, in the present phase, the central concern of the nascent movement. Since it is a fragmented and composite movement, it is by nature refractory toward organization, programming, the delegation of functions, or its integration into an already established political force. This is at once its strength and its weakness. It is its strength because a different kind of society, opening up new spaces of autonomy, can only emerge if individuals set out from the very beginning to invent and implement new relationships and forms of autonomy. Any change in society presupposes an extra-institutional process of cultural and ethical change. No new liberties can be granted from above by institutionalized power unless they have already been taken and put into practice by people themselves. In the early phase of a movement,
which is probably in one of the other really important threads here. So can you put your cursor by that quote? I want to see it.
There we go. No new liberties.
Because where is it? Your mouse is not moving. Oh, okay. No new liberties can be granted from above by institutionalized power unless they have already been taken and put into practice by people themselves. That is why time energy theory is a form of hyperstition.
Mm-hmm.
And it is actually something that if we don't have our time energy to do what we're doing with these hub events, then people can't realize what's possible with time energy. Right. So yeah, that's killer. I'm going to add that to a section called hyperstition. In that sense, it's like it's a concept of the future, and it's a value of any society that could ever call itself free.
Right.
No new liberties. Okay, got it.
In the early phase of a movement, its suspicion toward institutions and established parties is a reflection of its reluctance to pose problems in traditional ways or to accept without question that debates on the management of the state by political parties or the management of society by the state are the last word on anything. It is its weakness, however, because spaces of autonomy captured from the existing social order will be marginalized, subordinated, or ghettoized unless there is a full transformation and reconstruction of society, its institutions, and its legal systems. It is impossible to envisage the predominance of autonomous activities over heteronomous work in a society in which the logic of commodity production, profitability, and capitalist accumulation remains dominant. The predominance of autonomous activities is thus a political matter as well as an ethical and existential choice. Its realization presupposes not only that the movement is able to open up new spaces of autonomy through its practice, but also that society and its institutions, technologies, and legal systems can be made compatible with an expanded sphere of autonomy. The process of transforming society in accordance with the aims of the movement will certainly never be an automatic effect of the expansion of the movement itself. It requires a degree of consciousness, action, and will. In other words, it requires politics. The fact that the post-capitalist, post-industrial, post-socialist society envisaged here cannot and should not be as integrated, ordered, and planned as preceding societies have been, does not make it possible to dispense with the problem of defining the workings, juridical basis, and institutional balance of power to be found in this society. The footnote on that: in the traditional Marxist schema, socialism is a transitional stage toward communism. During this transition, the development and socialization of the productive forces is to be completed, wage labor to be retained and even extended. The abolition of wage labor, at least as the dominant form of work, and market relations is, according to the schema, to be realized with the advent of communism. In advanced industrial societies, socialism is already historically obsolete, as was recognized in the theses of the Manifesto Group in Italy in 1969. Political tasks have now gone beyond the question of socialism and should turn upon the question of communism as it was originally defined. The use of these terms is made difficult by the perversion and devaluation of the notions of socialism and communism by regimes and parties that claim to represent them. The crisis of Marxism, which is reflected in these difficulties, should not, however, lead to forsaking analysis of capitalism, socialism, their crises, and what lies beyond. The conceptual apparatus of Marxism is irreplaceable, and it would be as childish to reject it wholesale as to consider capital, despite its unfinished and luxuriant condition, as revealed truth. That's a banger footnote, too. However,
yeah, man, that's really good.
Yeah. However, non-integrated, diverse, complex, pluralistic, and libertarian it may be, it will still remain one among a number of possible choices of society and will have to be realized by conscious action. I do not know what form this action will take, or which political force might be able to take it. I only know that this political force is necessary, and that its relationship with the movement will be, and should be, as strained and conflictual as was that between the anarcho-syndicalist trade union movement and the political parties of the working class. The subordination of the one to the other has always led to the bureaucratic sterility of both, especially when political parties have confused politics with control of the state apparatus. I have therefore deliberately left this question open and unresolved. In the present phase, we must dare to ask questions we cannot answer, and to raise problems whose solution remains to be found. André Gorz, 1980, December 1980. So that was the preface, the 9 theses on what was it? Oh, my computer's being crazy, dude. Okay.
Yeah, man, if we were trying to reduce heteronymous labor instead of capitalize off of it, then and blur the lines between heteronomy and these other realms of labor, then we would not have computers that are so clunky. It's just these this is planned obsolescence.
Yes.
The whole speeding up of everything constantly, so that by the time you get 5G, it's actually slower than 4G, because now the videos and the data exchange is like higher than it ever was. It's like, that is not necessary. That is not socially necessary. And there is this weird Marxist way of saying that everything that is socially necessary labor. And it eradicates like real distinctions. And there's a real distinction between having a functional fucking computer and this arms race to make the data collection on us faster.
Yeah.
That makes, and even if that was socially necessary, and we just, and that was part of heteronymous labor, if it was decided so, then we could at least have more exchangeable parts. You just click this button, pop this part off, throw it away, donate it, whatever, replace it with a new piece. And there's cars that used to be built this way, paintball guns that are made this way, and there's the overwhelming majority are not made this way, and it is because of the production of waste.
Yep.
Yeah. And I every time I'm getting angry with the computer, which has been a lot lately, it just makes me angrier about the way we produce things.
Motorola made phones like that for a while, modular phones that it wasn't so much about repairability, but it was about like, you buy this platform and then you put a camera module on it, or you put an extended memory module, or you put a bigger battery. Like, it was pretty cool, but that phone failed in the market. And I think it was only due to the marketing, because it was actually a really good idea and it was very useful for people. But I think Motorola just stopped supporting it because they realized they could make more money by forcing people to buy an entirely new phone every time they wanted new functionality. But there are things that you can buy, and they tend to be more boutique things that are very utilitarian. They're like, or tools. Like when you buy cheap tools, you don't really get so much. But like if you're spending a fuckload of money on a hyper-specific tool, they are very repairable. They're very modular. They're built to be used. But most things are built to be ultimately replaced. Like,
right.
So
Tools is a good example because it's like Husqvarna and Steel are two brands you cannot go wrong with. Those are all modular, all replace the batteries for one, works for all the rest. They're made to last as long as possible. They're meant to be like shock proof and everything. But if you buy an off brand from Walmart, it is a piece of shit.
Yeah, you
It is
get
a terrible piece of shit.
yeah, Ryobi or whatever. Like they're built to be replaced.
Oh yeah, Ryobi is amazing too. Yeah, my dad loves that shit. And yeah, so actually those are the three main brands, I think. So if and then I was gonna say like REI. Everything made for outdoor wear and tear and use in the mountains for mountaineering is fucking quality. So people talk a lot of shit about Patagonia because it's like Patagucci, ooh, it's like this upper middle class Whole Food shopper granola thing. It is sign value. People buy all kinds of Patagonia that they do not need, and they wear it during times when they don't need to, in the same way that we do Carhartt, you know.
Yep.
And Carhartt is better. The Carhartt beanie is not better, but the Carhartt suspenders are better, or overalls. They are better than you know, run of the mill overalls. Okay, my point though is, it's basically like solidly middle class or upper middle class products that are kind of boutique consumer goods do tend to be the exact kind of shit that everyone needs. And if you're living paycheck to paycheck, you're closed out of that. And so, for instance, you can only afford clothes that lose value really quickly. And so I grew up with shoes that would fall apart on me all the time. I grew up with like clothes that just like were really thin and loose, and they become, you have to throw them out not after not too long. And a lot of it was hand-me-downs and secondhand store stuff. But when we got new clothes, they were from Walmart and they're garbage. So I don't know. It's upsetting that's not just the norm. That these companies like Walmart have stepped in to provide all of these socially necessary goods that are built to fail as fast as fucking possible. So yeah.
Yeah, it's actually in the long run, it's more expensive to be poor than it is to have enough money to buy something good in the first place.
Mm-hmm. Now, do you want to take a break and have me read the introduction or something?
Yeah.
All right, because I think I should pull it up here and do the screen share so that you don't have to be bounded to the chair. I'll do the computer setup once the introduction is over. But yeah, this way you can eat something or whatever. I just cleaned all those dishes from the Tillamook.
Oh, that
I
sucks,
think you're
dude.
muted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were they
But
like,
hey, I finally got it.
yeah. Were they fucked up?
No, they were fine. No, I put them in that Tupperware and filled it with hot water a couple days ago, and it was some stinky ass water. But I just stayed away from it, and I dumped it all out, and then I filled it up again. I just basically put it through a couple of rinses before I got to washing it, so I didn't have to deal with any of the grossness. So yeah, everybody historically, like what's going on is we both just got done with tour, and so we did some camping on tour with Anne. We used some dishes. Those dishes stayed dirty because we were just busy, going. It was all closed up in a bin, so we didn't have to think about it or look at it. But anyway, I'm trying to open this document, and I think it's trying to open in the background, but maybe I didn't click it right. Adobe Acrobat just takes forever to launch. I think it's trying to launch it in Adobe Acrobat. Yeah, let's try to open it in Chrome instead. All right, if you can stop sharing the screen. I'll start sharing screen. So what do you all think about that so far, listeners? I know that a couple of people at least are going to listen to this. I'm curious who listens to this. I want to know if you listen to it. Do let me know. Even if you're Bauer and you never comment, do let me know. Like, send me a message. Be like, yo, I listened to that preface read by Nance. That was interesting. Swole, I'm definitely curious what you think of all of this now that you have left the international Marxist tendency, but still consider yourself a Trotskyist. I hope that this will help you understand a little bit why Trotsky could never represent the interests of the workers, because there were always workers who didn't want to have to work, who did, and Trotsky considered them traitors, right? Like, oh, they don't understand like their necessary role. And I could get why he thought that, and I could be sympathetic to him, but I have a lot more trouble being sympathetic to keeping that alive right now at a time when it's like, well, Amazon has more radical imagination than the left. Like, Amazon is more progressive than the left. Bezos is more forward looking than the left because he is for automation. Now, of course, he's not, it's not good, but at least it's developing automation. And it's crazy that like there's this humanist tendency on the left that denigrates automation and says that automation is the enemy. And then at the same time complains about how there's a lack of radical imagination. It's like, really? Yeah, I agree there is a lack of radical imagination. But Rhea Donetskaya, I can't ever say her name, but Rhea, the author of Marxism and Freedom, I think is what it's called. Rhea Donetskaya. She thinks that this left tendency to see automation as good is itself like out of touch with the workers. The workers don't want automation. The workers don't want to stop working. And I guess my thing is, our thing is, she's picking and choosing which workers she pays attention to. And she's taking these humble, simple people who would probably work and fit into any society, and she's taking them to be the workers that we should listen to, as opposed to the workers who are like, no, fuck this shit, man. I want a life outside of my job. I don't know if this laptop's even going to work, man, but I did get it up on the screen. I just can't even, I keep clicking onto, oh, there we go. The document. It's just like, it's so laggy. It's killing me. Here, I'm going to pause my recording. See if that helps. And then resume once I get down to the part that we're supposed to be. Oh, the pause option is gone. Thanks a lot, OBS. There used to be a pause recording option. Whatever, people can skip ahead if they want to. This is not functional. I'm swiping and it's not responding. Okay. Kind of functional. Here we go. Now, this is where the metal, I guess, rubber hits the road, and the metal, the metal core, like sort of bass drop comes in. This is like, all of that was kind of just like his preface. He just wanted to make sure nobody misses the memo as far as like what his deal is. But this is the introduction. This is really where this book begins. And he comes out swinging. So let's go. Introduction. There's a crisis in Marxist thinking because a crisis has developed within the labor movement. Over the past 20 years, the link between the development of the productive forces and the growth of class antagonism has been broken. This does not mean that the internal contradictions of capitalism are not considerable. They have never been more spectacular. Capitalism has never been less able to solve the problems it has generated. That this inability has not been fatal. Instead, capitalism has acquired a barely examined and often poorly understood capacity to manage the non-resolution of its problems. It has become able to accommodate its dysfunctions, even drawing renewed strength from the state of affairs. Hey, puppy. For the problems it has found to be insoluble are also intrinsically insoluble. They will remain so even when the political organizations of the working class come to control the mechanisms of state power. They will remain insoluble for as long as the mode, the forces, and the relations of production retain their present form. Based and moish pistone pilled, I would say. The whole point of time, labor, and social domination is a critique of that right there. The mode, forces, and relations of production being put under worker management does not change the game. And I think it was Bourdieu who, in his critique of Heidegger, says Heidegger just thinks that Soviet Russia is worker-controlled capitalism. And he says that like it's a diss. And I'm like, actually, that's pretty good. Yeah. What's the problem? Who and what can change them? As in, who and what can change the mode, forces, and relations of production? This question lies at the core of the present crisis of the Marxist tradition. The tradition is based upon a number of interconnected assumptions, which will remain unverified in the future as they have been in the past. Okay. They are, okay, so these are the unverifiable assumptions that are interconnected that we could say are the essential, unverifiable, therefore unscientific, assumptions of worldview Marxism, or what we say when we say orthodox worldview Marxism or traditional Marxism. First, the development of the forces of production will create the material base for the establishment of socialism. Right? Two, the development of the forces of production will create the social preconditions for the establishment of socialism in the form of a working class collectively capable of taking over and managing the forces of production whose development brought it into being. Reality is quite different. In fact, one, the development of the productive forces is functional exclusively to the logic and needs of capital. Their development will not only fail to establish the material preconditions of socialism, but are an obstacle to its realization. The productive forces called into being by capitalist development are so profoundly tainted by their origins that they are incapable of accommodation to a socialist rationality. Should a socialist society be established, they will have to be entirely remolded. Thus, any theory, assuming the continued functioning of the existing productive forces, will be automatically incapable of developing or even perceiving a socialist rationality. And then I would just add, yeah, so if we're talking about ball bearings and computer processors, then sure, like that does lay the conditions for some kind of post-scarcity and more equal society where everyone's able to save a lot of time because we have computer chips and ball bearings and bolts and nuts and stuff being produced for less than pennies on the dollar. That'd be great. But that's not the mode of production that we currently have. Like, yeah, we do get those from this mode of production, but we also get 100 billion other things that are not necessary, that aren't built in a way so as to save time, but are built in a way so as to siphon off surplus value, which is to say, take away your time, energy in the week and make it something someone else can stockpile and then trade on Wall Street. That's facts. 2, the productive forces that have developed in capitalist society do not lend themselves either to direct appropriation by the collective worker who sets them to work, or the collective appropriation by the proletariat as a whole. In fact, capitalist development has produced a working class which, on the whole, is unable to take command of the means of production and whose immediate interests are not consonant with a socialist rationality. And that's to the other point. My example I was just using about ball bearings and such, I was saying, well, we make 100 billion other things that aren't necessary or aren't built to last, but how are they made? And what are the relations of production necessary for how they are currently made? They could be made in other ways, but the current way they are made is made in such a way so that one person does the labor of 20 other people, but has to work full time and therefore doesn't get to have a soul, doesn't get to have a family, has nothing but a hollowed out remains of a household, of a community, right? And so this working class that develops in those conditions is not a class in any way, shape, or form that could ever go from being in itself to for itself, but is instead shards of broken people who are habituated to loving their oppression, or if they don't love it, have found a million other ways of interpreting it outside of class. And no amount of going around telling people they're a part of something is going to change what they empirically see every day, which is that it's everybody for themselves or clicked up into small groups of 3 to 5. This is the present state of affairs. Capitalism has called it into being a working class, or more loosely, a mass of wage earners, whose interests, capacities, and skills are functional to the existing productive forces, which themselves are functional solely to the rationality of capital. Thus, the eradication of capitalism and its transcendence in the name of a different rationality can only come from areas of society which embody or prefigure the dissolution of all social classes, including the working class itself. And if you're a Marxist who doesn't think that the dissolution of the working class is the goal of Marxism, then what the fuck? Now, of course, that is, I think most people say, yeah, that's the long-term goal. That's the long-term goal. But first, the class has to come to see itself as a class. Well, it's been 150 years. How's that going? In the meantime, the workers are, once again, more progressive than you are. They see forward, at least in a way that says, no, that's bullshit. Why don't we get onto it now? Get onto the next thing now. Unless you're just listening to the people who love it and love their oppression. Outside of the people who love it and love their oppression, everybody else is like, yeah, my fucking job, my fucking bullshit job. And of course, there are people who are like, oh yeah, but if your interests were represented by the worker state, whose staff I would be, a paid member, then you're, come on. Stop with the plans that require us to trust you. Just stop. We're in post-trust society now. Let's move on. So this is chapter 1, the working class according to Saint Marx. He gets a little pithy, gets a little spicy. He's coming out guns blazing here. The working class according to Saint Marx. He's speaking to the fact that Marxists talk about Marx and Marxism like it is religious, and he's about to explain why it's religious. And so if you're ready to go, then Nance, I'll stop screen sharing. My computer's a piece of shit. Now I'm going to go set up my other one. And I guess I should say, I think he is one of these guys like Paul Maddock, like Michael Heinrich, who is not just a sock dem, who's not just a liberal, who's not just anything, who's profoundly disillusioned with the way Marx has been interpreted and the way a lot of these old or defunct or outgrown categories get copied and pasted by people who call themselves materialists when it's pure idealism to keep doing it this way. But yeah, to take pot shots at Marx in this context is not, it's not about Marx. It's about Marxism, traditional worldview Marxism, as
Marxists.
Michael Heinrich calls it. Marxists. And in that way, I think that they are Marxists more than Marxists, because Marx was not dogmatically subscribing to any one thinker. He was studying bourgeois theory and philosophy, trying to understand things scientifically, and working with what he had, with the idea of understanding the world so as to change it. And he did, 15 to 20 years of interpreting before he ever said that it was time to change it. And obviously, it's back to the drawing board now. We have to understand it if we want to change it. And so, does that mean adhering to old categories? Or does that mean reading everybody who has critiqued those old categories and then finding a new theory? We say the latter.
Dude, hold on. Gonna move this around.
Hold on. I'll be right back.
Cool. Chapter 1, The Working Class According to Saint Marx. Marx's theory of the proletariat is not based upon either empirical observation of class conflict or practical involvement in proletarian struggle. No amount of empirical observation or practical involvement as a militant will lead to the discovery of the historical role of the proletariat, a role which, according to Marx, constitutes its being as a class. Marx made the point many times. Empirical investigation of the real condition of the proletariat will not disclose its class mission. On the contrary, only a knowledge of this mission will make it possible to discover the true being of the proletarians. Consequently, it is of little importance to know what proletarians themselves think they are, and it matters little what they believe they are doing or expecting. All that matters is what they are. Even if their present behavior is a little mystified and their current desires somewhat at odds with their historical role, sooner or later essence will out and reason will triumph over mystification. In other words, the being of the proletariat transcends the proletarians. It is a sort of transcendental guarantee that proletarians will ultimately conform to the class line. This suggests a rather obvious question. Who is in a position to know and say what the proletariat is if proletarians themselves have only a deformed or mystified consciousness of what they truly are? Traditionally, of course, the answer has been Marx. Marx alone was able to identify...
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
You're not screen sharing.
Oh, shit. I forgot about that.
I was like, wait, where is it? I wanted to look at it.
Fuck. Okay.
Hey.
Okay. Fuck.
Based. All right.
Damn it. Hold on. Motherfucker. Noise. Okay. Marx alone was able to identify what the being and historical role of the proletariat truly were. Their truth is to be found in Marx's works. He is the Alpha and the Omega, the founder and prophet. This answer, of course, is not very satisfactory. Jesus. Why should Marx alone have become aware of the transcendent being of the proletariat? The question calls for a philosophical answer, but surprisingly, Marx did not formulate one. We shall soon see why he could not do so. Marx's theory of the proletariat is a striking syncretism of the three major ideological currents that informed European thought during the heroic age of the bourgeois revolutions: Christianity, Hegelianism, and scientism. The linchpin of the system was Hegelianism. Hegel had set out to show that history was a dialectical process whereby spirit, Geist, initially estranged from itself, becomes aware and takes possession of the world, which is only spirit existing outside and in separation from itself, and in doing so becomes world itself. History was seen by Hegel as a succession of stages, each one of which, because of its internal contradictions, inevitably gives birth to the following one until the whole process culminates in a synthesis which is at once the meaning of all previous history and the end of all history, its consummation. Thus, the true meaning of each stage is discernible only in the light of the final synthesis. But discernible to whom? Not, of course, to particular individuals responsible for a particular historical episode of whose untenable internal contradictions they are not even aware. In fact, only Hegel was in a position to discern this meaning, for he had had the genius to see history as a process unfolding a meaning present at the end of time, from where it calls upon the multitude of its alienated, mystified, aborted, and mutilated historic manifestations to transcend themselves towards it. Hegel's philosophy is Christian theology translated as theophany. History is eschatology, the end of time and the reign of God, realized by the mediation of historical agents unaware of the work of transcendence which they are accomplishing. Their consciousness matters little because the work of history is informed by a dialectic transcending their own intentions. This is the key to Marx's dialectic. He retained the principal characteristic of the Hegelian dialectic, that history has a meaning which is independent of the consciousness of individuals and realizes itself, whatever they may think, in their actions. But this meaning, instead of walking on its head, as spirit does in Hegel, is seen by Marx as marching on the feet of the proletariat. The labor of spirit raising the world to consciousness and ultimate unity with itself was no more than the idealist delirium of a theologian wedded to rationalism. For Marx, it is the workers, not spirit, who perform the labor of history. History is not the dialectical process of spirit taking possession of the world, but the progressive appropriation of nature by human labor. The world is not at first spirit estranged from itself, but nature hostile to human life and unresponsive to human activity. Progressively, however, society would be able to mold nature to its needs until, once mastery had been achieved, humanity would recognize itself in nature as its own product. Hello, Ryan. The obstacles impeding this recognition were twofold. Firstly, the power of the tools of production was still limited. Secondly, individuals were separated both from their tools of production and from the overall result of their collective labor. This separation and resultant alienation would only disappear with the advent of a class able to reproduce nature as a whole by means of a totality of tools from which it would be totally alienated and which it would thus have to reappropriate collectivity. It would have to and would be able to, according to Marx, because the means of production which had developed could not be appropriated and operated by any single individual, but only by all acting together in pursuance of a common goal. Humanity would recover, in fact, create its unity with nature when nature itself had become the work of humanity, and when, by implication, the origin of humankind will be humankind itself. Communism, i.e., the advent of the proletariat as universal class, was the meaning of history. The parallel is clear. Hegel's spirit is replaced by the activity of producing the world. At first estranged and concealed from itself, this creative activity progressively emerges to self-consciousness and, as the forces of production grow in power, is led to culminate in the Promethean self-affirmation of the collective worker as creator, through the universal cooperation of all, of both the world and itself. The motor of history from this perspective was not the dialectical unfolding of spirit until the end of time, but the impossibility that an agent who actually produces the world should accept being dispossessed of the product and having the results of the work turned against the agent as means of subjection. This impossibility was both essential and historical. It would become manifest and effective only when the nature of both the techniques and social relations of production made it apparent that the world, stripped of its mystical veil, was the product of social labor, and that individuals divested of their narrow activities, thanks to the socialization of labor, were the producers of the world. Capitalism, according to Marx, would ensure the realization of both these conditions. As its productive forces developed, the mysterious forces of the natural world would give way to the technicized environment and manufactured wealth of the automatic factory. In its turn, this industrial universe would call forth a class whose members no longer worked with tools of their own for their narrow self-interest as individuals. They would be divested of all particular individuality and made into interchangeable workers, bringing into play a totality of immediately social capacities and technical powers in pursuance of immediately social effects. This is what the proletariat is to be, according to Marx. With its emergence, labor would become conscious of itself as the means through which humanity in the world would be realized. History would teach its accomplishment by inaugurating the reign of a human universal. It is worth noting that this theory did not grow out of empirical observation, but developed from a critical reflection carried out in reaction to Hegelianism upon the essence of labor. For the young Marx, it was not the existence of a revolutionary proletariat that justified his theory. Instead, his theory enabled him to predict the inevitable emergence of the revolutionary proletariat. The analysis was governed by philosophy. Philosophy anticipated real developments. It demonstrated that the meaning of history lay in the emergence, with the proletariat, of a universal class alone able to emancipate society as a whole. This class had to emerge if history was to be meaningful, and indeed, there were already signs of the process taking place. They were, however, only intelligible to the philosopher qua philosopher. But philosophy, specific and separate consciousness of the historical mission of the proletariat, was destined to disappear as the proletariat would become conscious of its own being and translate its mission into practice. From this point, philosophy would be incarnated by the proletariat itself. Philosophy was but an external consciousness of the proletariat's being. It would disappear when the proletariat reached self-consciousness. The philosopher's task was to pursue their self-suppression, i.e., the suppression of philosophy as a separate activity. The materialist dialectic, in which productive activity came to awareness of itself as the source of both humanity and the world, had thus to rely on a political philosophical dialectic in which the proletariat came to internalize the consciousness of its being, which at the outset could only exist externally in the person of Karl Marx, and subsequently in the form of the Marxist-Leninist vanguard. This is where we remain. The reading of Marx outlined here is the one that generations of militants, both before and after May 68, have, consciously or not, followed. Obviously, it is an historically specific reading, drawing upon contemporary usages and points of reference and making no attempt to recover the historical itinerary of Marx's own thought with complete fidelity. Nonetheless, it is a truthful reading, one that seeks to transpose Marx's intellectual itinerary to the cultural context of the present. Like Marx, the youthful revolutionaries of the generation of May 68 have not committed themselves to the revolutionary movement and gone to work in factories because the proletariat acts, thinks, and feels in a revolutionary way, but because it is in itself revolutionary by destination, which is to say, it has to be revolutionary. It must become what it is. The philosophical stance is at the root of all that characterized the history of revolutionary movements: vanguardism, substitutionism, elitism, and their opposites, spontaneism, tailism, trade unionism. The impossibility of any empirical verification of the theory itself has kept hanging over Marxism like original sin. Being a reversal of the Hegelian dialectic, the philosophy of the proletariat cannot expect its legitimation from the behavior of empirical proletarians or from factual developments. Instead, its role is to legitimate and explain the real meaning of events. The Hegelian imprint makes the philosopher into a prophet and philosophy into the revelation of the meaning of being. Hegel's followers could only be the high priests of Hegelianism. They have been forgotten because they rather foolishly identified with the civil servants of the state. Marx's followers have not been forgotten because the proletariat still keeps the mystery of its transcendence. It has not yet internalized its true being, nor matched its historical role. It is not yet identified with the consciousness of itself, which the Marxist-Leninist vanguard claims to embody. As a result, the vanguard remains necessarily separate from the proletariat, and since it does remain separate, no one, least of all the proletariat, is able to arbitrate the debates dividing Marxists. Since empirical verification of the theory is impossible, the various theoretical and political positions among Marxists can only find legitimation in fidelity to the dogma. Orthodoxy, dogmatism, and religiosity are not, therefore, accidental features of Marxism. They are inherent in a philosophy structured upon Hegelianism. Even if this structure was turned upon its feet, the prophetic element it contains has no other basis than the revelation that came to the mind of the prophet himself. Any attempt to find the basis of the Marxist theory of the proletariat is a waste of time. All that its various protagonists can offer is reference to the work of Marx and the word of Lenin, invocation of the authority of the founders. The philosophy of the proletariat is a religion. It acknowledges as much of reality as it finds reassuring. Its examination of facts always starts from the following premise. Given that the proletariat is and must be revolutionary, let us examine those facts which lend support to its revolutionary will and those which frustrate it. The terms of the problem govern the inquiry into its solution. The inquiry and its results would doubtless be very different if the problem were posed in the following way. Given that the proletariat is not revolutionary, let us examine whether it is possible that it might still become so, and why it has been possible to believe that it already is. Dun dun dun.
I just want to say that anyone who is like, yeah, but you guys don't even buy into this theory of Hegelianism. Like, you guys are like Žižekian pilled and blah, blah, blah. Everything we've said about Žižek's interpretation of Hegel, which is also McGowan's, is new. This understanding of Hegel is the classical one. Marx's thought does develop as a reaction to that classical understanding of Hegel. So if you look at that classical understanding and go, well, that's bullshit, why would an inversion of bullshit be any less bullshit? I guess you could think, well, if something is bullshit, the opposite of it might be true. Yeah, but there's 100 billion other things that you could land on when you invert it that could also be bullshit. So I don't think Marxism is bullshit. I think there's some good stuff there. And I think Gorz would agree. That's why he still engages. But I've always found the dictatorship of the proletariat the least convincing, not just rhetorically, not just historically, not just as a supposed solution to capitalism, also as a solution to supposedly everything. I just don't find it that convincing. And this whole like historical determinism that you do get from the manifesto,
Yeah.
it's not the part of Marx I've ever valued. I've never valued that part of Marx. I've always been like, okay, whatever, man. Whereas the part I do find interesting is capital, like the actual project. And you could say, well, that's still his appropriation of dialectics, which was still fundamentally flawed and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but surplus value, socially necessary labor time, the twofold nature of the commodity. And really, it's more the attempt to understand things as a whole and to work through several different fields and bring them all together to do a critique of political economy is of inherent value, right? It's of inherent value. And then every great thinker who tries to think of the whole is doing it off the shoulders of either Hegel or Marx or both. And there are indispensable reference points in that way. But yeah, man, just like the actual, whenever people are like, oh yeah, well, I don't really know about Marxist theory. I like Marxist politics. I'm always just like One Dime says that. His favorite shit, like from Marx, is like the Critique of the Gotha Program, and then and then the next favorite reading for leftism is State and Revolution by Lenin. And it's like, that's what he means. That's what Tony means by political Marxism. And I'm just like, wow, there is not one part of Marx that's less interesting to me, because I just think that there's nothing there. There's nothing there.
Dude. Yeah.
It's nothing there. And the fact that it's like, he's in dialogue with these guys like Hakim, these people who like see the whole history of everything up to the current moment through this Marxist-Leninist lens. And I'm just like, wow. It's like, there's not a lot of theory here, but there's a whole lot of like Marxist dogmatic apologetics. And so anyway, it's a constant tug of war and question with me and the Canadians, either Tony or Swole. It's like, why do you all go for political Marxism? I do not understand, but I don't want to just have conversations about it. I want to read these kinds of books. I want them to read this book, have a real conversation with me. Read Paul Maddox's Anti-Bolshevik Communism, have a conversation with me. I don't like this whole like, oh, well, let's just trade our opinions. No, I'm sick of the opinions. Yeah. I'm over it. Let's get back to the books. But anyway, that's what I wanted to say while I was listening to this. Anything you wanted to say about that chapter or the last one?
Yeah, I love it. It does kind of throw out all the bullshit that's frustrating. But yeah, he's like saying, don't let Marxism get in the way of taking what we should take from Marx. But let's theorize the moment. The working class.
That's one of the best things. I just want to say one of the best things about guys like Marx or Heidegger or even Hegel, people who try to encompass the entire history of thought and then bring it all together into a way of understanding the entire situation right now. Yeah, it lends itself to totalization and a million other things, but guess what? It is the critiques of how they fail that, like, without going through them, the critiques of how they fail are nothing. That's why I don't think that there's such a thing as a real Derridian or real Foucauldian. I'm sorry. Oh, you're a Foucauldian, but you don't actually read Marx and Heidegger? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, you fucking poser. Fucking dipshit academic. Get that fucking shit out of your face. You fucking liar, dude. You cannot be a Foucauldian or a Derridian if you do not read Marx and Heidegger. It's impossible. It's like, these are the great system world thinkers, man. And nobody gets an A for effort as much as they do. And you want to go and like make your whole life about reading someone who critiques them, but without ever really giving the devil his due. You got to give the devil his due, because not only are they not wrong about everything, but also the possibility of ever understanding something new and actually having a new symbolization, or like laying the basis for a new symbolization, comes from engagement with these thinkers. I'm 100% like convinced of that, at least. Yeah.
The myth, chapter 2, the myth of collective appropriation. In Marxist theory, the emergence of general abstract labor at the expense of artisans' individual labor is understood to be the key to the historic necessity of communism. So long as artisans owned their tools and the products of their labor, they were able to retain individual identity. leaving their mark upon what they produced and living their work as the practical expression of a certain autonomy. Only insofar as the products of their labor became commodities made exclusively for sale on the market was it possible for artisans to encounter the experience of alienation. They could not control the exchange value of their products. Exchange value depended on trade channels and circuits beyond the control of any single individual and subsequently upon technical innovations which only large-scale manufacture could afford. And yet, despite their alienation as owners and vendors of the products of their labor, artisans continue to remain in control of work itself, as the activities of conceiving and producing, of transforming raw materials into finished artifacts, were governed by rhythms and methods which, within limits, varied from individual to individual. Artisans were thus both able to control their own work and alienated in their role of owners and vendors. Thus, they had particular and limited interests, amounting to a desire to maintain the highest and most stable exchange value for whatever they produced. This objective presupposed a capacity to exercise monopoly, or, when this was impossible, to league together with other artisans and to have the city restrict the numbers in particular urban trades, the length of the working day, the conditions governing the sale of goods, and so on. The conditions that allowed artisans a degree of autonomous control over their work were, at the same time, a limitation of the extent of that control. As a specialist in a particular trade, an artisan was unlikely to have any interest or desire to extend that control beyond the confines of the specific trade in question. Membership of a trade implied a specific identity in a well-defined social position. As a result, artisans had an interest in defending or improving their respective social positions rather than in calling society as a whole into question or in seeking to remodel it on a new basis. Just because they owned the tools of their trades, artisans or free laborers engaged in production for the market in the domestic system remained prisoners of particular forms of work, of particular, even individual, skills learned and practiced over a lifetime, and of specific occupational, commercial, and local interests. According to Marx, their proletarianization would free these narrow individualities from their particular limitations. Once dispossessed of their tools and trades, separated from the products of their labor and forced to carry out predetermined amounts of work involving an impersonal socialized know-how, workers would perceive themselves as the sheer universal power of general abstract labor, i.e., of labor stripped of all particular determinations to the extent that it had become the very essence of social labor, unlinked to any individual interest, private property, need for specific objects, or relationship to any product. In other words, proletarianization would replace particular producers and their limited interests by a class of producers in general who would be immediately aware of their power over the world and conscious of their capacity to produce and recreate that world and humanity itself. With the advent of the proletariat, the supreme poverty of indeterminate power would be the seed of virtual omnipotence. Since proletarians have no trades, they are capable of any kind of work. Since they have no particular skills, they have a universal social capacity to acquire them all. Since they are not bound to any particular work or specific production, they are in a position to appropriate them all, to take over the system of industrial production of the whole world. Since they have nothing, they are able to want everything and be satisfied with nothing less than the complete appropriation of all riches. Throughout his life, Marx was to reiterate this vocation of the proletarians to both being everything and being able to do everything, not only as a class but individually. The problem, which Marx and the subsequent Marxist tradition had then to resolve, was how the proletarians' vocation as a class would be mirrored and enacted by proletarians individually. In his first major discussion of the problem, Marx was far from clear. He states that because they had been dispossessed of everything and stripped of their humanity, proletarians, in order to safeguard their very existence, must, Marx sometimes wrote must and can, recapture their humanity in its entirety and radically transform the world. Having made this initial assertion, which may also be found in his earliest philosophical writings, Marx then went on, without further explanation, to make a second assertion, which has very different implications. Because they are nothing, he wrote, proletarians of the present day are in a position to become everything, both collectively and, above all, individually. Here is the whole section. Thus, things have now come to such a pass that the individuals must appropriate the existing totality of productive forces, not only to achieve self-activity, but also merely to safeguard their very existence. This appropriation is first determined by the object to be appropriated, the productive forces, which have been developed to a totality and which only exist within a universal intercourse. The appropriation of these forces is itself nothing more than the development of the individual capacities corresponding to the material instruments of production. The appropriation of a totality of instruments of production is, for this very reason, the development of a totality of capacities in the individuals themselves. This appropriation is further determined by the persons appropriating. Only the proletarians of the present day, who are completely shut off from all self-activity, are in a position to achieve a complete and no longer restricted self-activity, which consists in the appropriation of a totality of productive forces and in the development of a totality of capacities entailed by this. And that is from the German ideology. How was it possible for Marx to move from asserting an objective necessity, individuals must appropriate the existing totality of productive forces to safeguard their very existence, to the assertion of an existential capacity? Only the proletarians of the present day are in a position to achieve a complete and no longer restricted self-activity in the development of a totality of capacities. There is no answer to the question. The problem of the capacity of the proletariat to become everything in each of its members is not of the same order as the problem of the necessity for the appropriation of everything. The former belongs to philosophy. It was extrapolated from the concept of the essence of the proletariat as the universal power of labor bringing itself to self-consciousness as the origin of the world and history for which Marx derived from Hegel. The assertion of the
Okay, wait. Well,
Yeah.
sorry. What were the two? So what are these two things here we're working with?
How was it
Having
possible?
everything. Yeah.
How is it possible for Marx to move from asserting an objective necessity, individuals must appropriate the existing totality, to the assertion of an existential capacity? Only the proletarians of the present day are in a position to achieve a complete and no longer restricted self-activity in the development of a totality of capacities.
I'm confused by what these two statements are saying. And I know that this is crucial for this whole section. So it's like,
So Marx is calling out a need. Individuals must appropriate the existing totality.
right.
And he's just positing that they have the capability to do this. Only the proletarians of the present day are in a position to achieve in the development of a totality of longer restricted self-activity. Like he's saying because they need to, they can.
I think that the reason this matters, and maybe Gorz, I don't think Gorz says this here because I'm remembering that he doesn't say this. I'm pretty sure he's not. I think that he needs to pay it. Like Gorz needs to appreciate the debate on the ground at the time, which is who is the revolutionary subject. Now, it's a conversation I think we're all tired of because we just go, look, there's not a group of people that exist out there that we have to go to and try to radicalize. That's a huge issue with like the online left, the actual existing left, the new left, the old left. Everybody's always like, oh, there's some people. Oh, it's Black trans women in fucking wheelchairs. It's them. No. It's the blue collar white dude. Dude, shut the fuck up. You don't know a person based on their social category. That's the thing. You just don't know a person based on their social category. You don't. Whether it's a group, whether it's a class, it doesn't matter. You don't know the persons. But outside of our exasperation with that debate, it was new at the time. And so people were thinking, no, there's a revolutionary subject. It's the peasants. No, it's not the peasants. It's the bourgeoisie. No, it's not the bourgeoisie. It's the proletariat. So there's this whole argument because for a while it was the bourgeoisie during the bourgeois revolutions, right? It was, and the idea of the bourgeoisie was not just, oh, the ruling class. No, it was the new ruling class, which was coming from the middle class, which was the the bourgeoisie. It means the productive people, basically. And of course, there was as Catrone says, a contradiction within the movement, because productive people are divided between owners and workers. But that contradiction did not raise its head until during the French Revolution. But before the French Revolution, the bourgeois revolutions had kind of lumped workers and bourgeoisie together. And so, they had to rethink who is the revolutionary subject. And it's just like, well, okay, if we have a problem with the idea that there is a subject of history or a subject of the motor force of history, then of course we have a problem with that. But if you're taking that debate seriously at the time, the reason I want to dignify it is because there's something smart about what Marx is doing that Gorz doesn't touch on. And that is that the proletariat, not only are they able to do any kind of job, like kind of like they're the only people in society kind of capable of kind of taking on almost any kind of job. Just give them a little bit of training and they can do it. Plug and play. But more importantly, as a class, whereas, if in solidarity, all the proletarians step away from the means of production, the world stops working. Rich people stop getting what they want. The military machine breaks down. Everything breaks down. Nobody, therefore, no group of people stands in a better position vis-a-vis the levers of power. Because if the real levers of power are not things that rulers say and commands that they give soldiers, but instead the real levers of power are those means of production, then it's true. It does follow that nobody except for proletarians are in that position. And it's what I've liked about the idea of like the working class is like the working class are still the people with their hands on the things. They still make the things. They still have a little bit more power to stop things. You can get any college students and go stop a freeway, right? All that does is piss everyone off and they go, fuck these college students. But when workers themselves step away from things, that's a big deal. That's important and it matters. And the issue is that the proletarians of the time, as opposed to regular workers now, are very fucking different. They're different in their form. They're different in their mode. And yeah, but I just want to say, like, at the time, it made sense. It made sense because they were dispossessed of having any property. They were lined up outside of factories, practically in bread lines. Charles Dickens' world. It was easy to see that they had a common cause. And it was easy to see that not only do they have a common cause, all oppressed people have a common cause, but this specific category of oppressed people could step back and the world stopped. Most oppressed people step back and nobody notices. Like, oh, how about just like black people step away for a day? Well, where I live, that wouldn't make a difference. Where a lot of people live, that wouldn't make a difference. If you lived in Georgia, you would notice. Okay. But the point is like, would things stop working? Would the world machine stop working? Would it grind to a halt if all disabled people everywhere said, we're not going to do anything for a day? No, it wouldn't. And so that's the point. It's like a lever of power relation. And to a large degree, that's been undermined by Taylorism and by the actual existing unions of today. But I just want to say I'm on Marx's side if I'm situating myself in the historical debate at that time. I just think the times have changed.
Yeah. Hold on, I'm trying to print shit. All right.
Cool. Want me to read for a second?
Yeah. Well, no, hold on.
Only the proletarians of the present day are in a position to achieve a complete and no longer restricted self-activity in the development of a totality of capacities. But yeah, there's no answer to the question. The problem of the capacity of the proletariat is to become anything in each of its members is not of the same order as the problem of the necessity for the appropriation of everything. The former belongs to philosophy. It was extrapolated from the concept of the essence of the proletariat as the universal power of labor, bringing itself to self-consciousness as the origin of the world and history, which Marx derived from Hegel. The assertion of the necessity for the appropriation of everything, on the other hand, was the result, or apparent result, of an analysis of the historical process of proletarianization. This analysis was not, however, able to establish any basis for the initial philosophical postulate. Base.
Closer examination makes the following point clear. Marx's initial philosophical conviction was that the proletariat as a whole, and each proletarian in particular, must be able to take control of the totality of productive forces in order to develop the totality of its capacities. This was a necessity if the proletariat was to stand up to its essence. Subsequent analysis of the historical process was carried out in light of the initial conviction. Marx described the process of proletarianization in such a way as to show that it would produce a proletariat conscious of its being, that is to say, forced by vital necessity to become what it is to be. The historical analysis was so weak, however, that it was incapable of factually supporting the thesis it was designed to underpin. At his conclusion, Marx had returned to his point of departure and had failed to develop an analysis which substantially enriched his initial intuition. This occurred because, at the time it was developed, there was no factual evidence to support the initial idea. The majority of the proletariat consisted of dispossessed peasants and artisans. Work in the manufactures, mines, and workshops was carried out mainly by women and children. Adam Smith drew attention to the fact that many manufacturers preferred to employ semi-imbeciles, and in Capital, Marx himself described work in manufacturers and in so-called automatic factories as mutilation of the physical and mental faculties of workers. Factories produced monsters, individuals incapable of any independent act, stunted and crippled people, governed by an entirely military discipline. In short, factories produced the opposite of the ideal proletarian, able to master a totality of productive forces and find complete personal fulfillment in no longer restricted self-activity. Only some 10 years after the publication of the German ideology, when faced with the presence of a new stratum of skilled and polyvalent workers who were to become the protagonists of anarcho-syndicalism, did Marx, in the Grundrisse, think it possible to discover the material foundation of the proletarian capacity of self-emancipation and self-management. He anticipated a process in which the development of the productive forces would result in the replacement of the army of unskilled workers and laborers, and the conditions of military discipline in which they worked, by a class of polytechnic, manually and intellectually skilled workers who would have a comprehensive understanding of the entire work process, control complex technical systems, and move with ease from one type of work to another. The despotism of the factory, the officers and sergeants of production would disappear. Even the bosses would come to be seen as superfluous parasites, and the moment would come when the associated producers would run both the factories and society. Capital's ceaseless striving toward the general form of wealth drives labor beyond the limits of its natural paltriness, and thus creates the material elements for the development of the rich individuality which is all cited in its production as in its consumption, and whose labor also therefore appears no longer as labor, but as the full development of activity itself, in which natural necessity in its direct form has disappeared, because a historically created need has taken the place of the natural one. And that's the Grundrisse. Marx took up this theme on several occasions, notably in the critique of the Gotha program. He was convinced that the figure of the polytechnic worker embodied the reconciliation of the individual proletarian with the proletariat, a flesh and blood incarnation of the historical subject. He was wrong. so too have been all those who have thought that the refinement and automation of production technology would lead to the elimination of unskilled work, leaving only a mass of relatively high-skilled technical workers, comparable or capable by their comprehensive understanding of technico-economic processes of taking production under their own control. We know now that exactly the opposite has occurred. Automation and computerization have eliminated most skills and possibilities for initiative and are in the process of replacing what remains of the skilled labor force, whether blue or white collar, by a new type of unskilled worker. The age of the skilled workers, with their power in the factory and their anarcho-syndicalist projects, has now to be seen as but an interlude, which Taylorism, scientific work organization, and finally computers and robots will have brought to a close. More than anyone anticipated, capital has succeeded in reducing workers' power in the productive process. It has been able to combine a gigantic increase in productive power with the destruction of workers' autonomy. It has been able to entrust ever more complex and powerful mechanized processes to the care of workers with ever more limited capacities. It has succeeded to the extent that those who were once called upon to take command of the giant machinery of modern industry have been dominated by, and in, the work of domination which they were to accomplish. It has simultaneously increased the technical power and capacities of the proletariat as a whole, and the impotence of proletarians themselves, whether as individuals, teams, or work groups. Both the unity of the proletariat and the nature of work as the source of its universal power now lie outside and beyond the consciousness of proletarians. The collective power of a class able to produce the world and its history has not been transformed into a subject conscious of itself in each of its individual members. The class that collectively is responsible for developing and operating the totality of the productive forces is unable to appropriate or subordinate this totality to its own ends by recognizing it as the totality of its own means. In a word, the collective worker remains external to the living workers. Capitalist development has endowed the collective worker with a structure that makes it impossible for real flesh and blood workers either to recognize themselves in it, to identify with it, or to internalize it as their own reality and potential power. This has happened because the collective worker, structured by the capitalist division of labor and adapted to the inert requirements of the machinery it serves, has come to function like a machine, just as armies do. From the very beginning, the language of industry has been a military language. The technical subordination of the workman to the uniform motion of the instruments of labor and the peculiar composition of the body of work people, consisting as it does of individuals of both sexes and of all ages, give rise to a barrack discipline, which is elaborated into a complete system in the factory, and brings the previously mentioned labor of superintendents to its fullest development, thereby dividing the workers into manual laborers and overseers, into the private soldiers and NCOs of an industrial army. This specific characteristic of an army is, however, that each unit and group of units is wholly external to the individual soldier, like the attacking force of a cavalry squadron or the defensive force of an infantry regiment. The force of the collective worker belongs to no one. Worse, the organizational structure of the collective worker, devised and created from the outside as it has been, is no more manageable or controllable for individuals or groups of workers than an army's plan of campaign is manageable for the members of a military squad. Thus, proletarians both are and are not the collective worker, just as soldiers both are and are not the army which maneuvers, advances in a pincer movement, and breaks through in a surprise attack. They are an army in the eyes of the general officer in command, whose strategic plan is then broken down into hundreds of separate orders and instructions to hundreds of commanders of smaller units. Seen from the summit, an army resembles an intelligent animal with a single head, commanding thousands of arms and legs. But the animal does not exist for itself. The unit commanders and individual soldiers are ignorant of both the overall strategic plan and the entire movement of the army. All that they know are the orders and local partial movements whose overall meaning escapes them. Just as soldiers are unable to internalize the collective soldier, which is the army, whatever the goals to which it might be put, and subordinate its operations to their common will, neither can workers internalize the collective worker and subordinate the social process of production to their control. The obstacle to which we will return is not the hierarchical structure of the collective worker in itself, but those elements which make such a hierarchy necessary, namely the scale of productive units, their interdependence, and the technical, social, and regional division of labor they embody. In short, it is impossible to see the overall process in its entirety and to get the overall goal that is built into the workings of this gigantic machinery internalized by each individual and reflected in everyone's work. And this impossibility has, of course, been deliberately created in order to guarantee capitalist domination. The externality and exteriority of the collective worker in relation to particular workers is thus inherent in the material structure of the productive apparatus and in the nature of the physical processes it governs. The fact that Lenin was an enthusiast of Taylorism and Trotsky, when in power, a partisan of the militarization of labor, was not just the result of specific historical circumstances. In their eyes, there was nothing incompatible between a hierarchical and highly fragmented division of labor and the undiluted power of the proletariat. So accustomed were they to thinking of the proletariat as something entirely distinct, to the point of being separate from proletarians themselves. Indeed, Marxist theory has never been particularly clear about who precisely was to carry out the collective appropriation of the means of production, or about what, where, and by whom the emancipatory power conquered by the working class was to be exercised. It has also never defined the nature of the political mediations able to endow social cooperation with its voluntary character. Neither has it identified the relationship between individual workers and the collective worker, or between proletarians and the proletariat. Marx dealt with these matters only in philosophical terms in his early writings, and on that level they could appear to be soluble, at least in principle. All that was required was to treat the proletariat as an entity existing in and for itself, in the manner of Hegel's spirit, and to assume that the internalization of its alienated being, i.e., of productive social labor, constituted the development of the real. But in doing so, it was only too possible to fall into the same trap as Hegel had done by equating the Prussian state with the end of history. It was only too easy to confuse the state as defined by the theoreticians of the proletariat with the class power of proletarians, and to mistake the institutionalization by law of the collective worker for the collective appropriation of the means of production by the producers themselves. No wonder that the ideology of self-proclaimed socialist societies has been dominated by an almost mystical cult of the proletariat, work, and production, forming three externalized and separate entities. The ideology of the relationship between individuals and a society entirely subordinated to the state is more akin to the ideology of the beehive, i.e., of hyper-organicism, in which individual activity is controlled through a transcendent intelligence, or to military ideologies than to communism.
That's, I think, right there, my issue, if I have understood correctly, Frederick F. Bender's The Betrayal of Marx. So I like that book. It's really interesting, but it's tracing a trajectory in early Marx that gets lost in late Marx, and then further lost in Kautsky, and then further lost in Lenin, and then further lost in Stalin, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that is like humanism and really caring about people getting to be people again. But I'm vexed on the whole question and issue of humanism because it's poorly defined by most of the people who talk about it like they don't like it. It's poorly defined by a lot of the people who do like it. and it seems to mean different things. In some cases, it just means like reading history and historical texts.
That's why I'm an
But
anti-humanist.
yeah,
Because
yeah, because there's definitely nothing wrong with humanism, but it's also like not like a solution.
right. And it makes more sense to define myself or to define a movement as against the thing that is against the thing that we already are, than arguing about what does it mean to be what we already are.
Right. And I'm more interested in what we can be, and that if we have a nature, we are the kind of creature whose nature is a can be.
Yeah.
It is that, which is what I'm getting at when I say virtually purposive.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm trying to get at, though, with Frederick F. Bender is that for him, it seems like what he thinks is the humanist streak in Marx is the idea that becoming unalienated would mean finding ourselves as part of the whole, like actually represented in the whole. Like we'd find ourselves as actually being a part of that thing. So like disalienation, or like, you know, the opposite of estrangement then would be some kind of like, oh, now we're we're all little bees in a beehive. We don't care about our perverse bourgeois ideological individuality. If that's what's meant when people think about, well, when people care about the humanist aspect of Marx, that's weird to me because it's the part I care about the least. Like I care about like not having the ability to direct our labor in my terms, time energy, because that's different. It's more theoretically precise. But yeah, I don't know. I can't tell, but all I could say is that when I hear some people talking, they really do think of themselves as instruments of a world historical subject, and they believe that you're alienated if you don't see yourself as an appendage of that creature. And this is exactly what Gorz is critiquing here. That's this military ideology. Now, one thing that always sticks in my head is one of my old friends who was a vet. He would say, people just need to be on a spaceship. Like if everybody was on a spaceship, it would be obvious we have shared interests and we're a part of a collective, and people would get that. And then of course, like you can always do, you said it recently, the Buckminster Fuller thing, which is that we're on a planet, you know, spaceship Earth. And it's like, yeah, except that like that's 100 million different ways of being human, and all of those have their own kinds of interests and concerns that go beyond like the basic material concerns. Anyway, all I'm saying is that I think a lot of people do want to be a part of something like that, where there's life and death stakes, and you're part of it. And I do think that any worthwhile human future is going to make room for those human futures, the ones that really do take off on spaceships. But trying to run the Earth like it's a spaceship, a single spaceship, is all the bad things meant by totalization and imperialism, right? Like, because that would require a language and stuff like that. So
look, man, I think that's a question of scale. I think we like,
a good point.
Eventually it'll be maybe a question we have to answer. But it's also why Dugin's arguments resonate with so many people, because they're like, or fucking why nationalisms and ethno-isms resonate, because we do want to belong to something bigger than ourselves, and we do already belong to something bigger than ourselves. We just can't recognize it and we can't articulate it, and so we settle for simulations.
And every ideology is a simulation of that. And then also what Dugan's ultimately calling organic structures of ethno or culturally, geopolitically situated specific belonging. That's also,
Yeah, and it's
those are
also
also
punk rock.
simulations.
Punk rock and hardcore and live, laugh, love. And I am the type of person for who this is a convention or whatever. Because we're not freed up to actually like be a part of the things that we are a part of. We have been estranged from that.
Right.
And yeah, doing this militarism, this total mobilization or whatever, isn't going to solve that, because it's still a simulation of the thing that we're already a part of, that we're being kept away from by work or by labor or by jobs, or by ideological commitments or whatever, all of the things. And so yeah, that's a solution, or that's a non-solution. And it's bullshit, and it's the same fucking thing in my eyes as fascism. Like, you want to turn me into an appendage. That's all you want to do. Like, that's not who I am. That's not what I am.
But they think they know what you really are.
Right.
And they, if you don't align yourself with what they think you really are, then you're reactionary, blah, blah, blah. And actually, that's what he's getting at also when he says, like, yeah, the proletariat, we don't care what the actual proletariat thinks or does. Like, we know what its actual nature is. We know what it needs to be. So it's like, yeah, then you can get called a traitor, a class traitor.
Yeah, I'm a class traitor. Over. I'm a traitor to myself, though. Every goddamn time I second myself and my loved ones for work itself. Oh, I sure wish I could parent my kids, but I have to go to work. Fuck off.
Well, this is where that, 100 years of sacrifice that Chris Catrone referred to, like, gets me off board. Like,
Yeah.
well, it was in I think that was a private conversation, but I'm sure he stands by it. Just, I said something about, I was talking about Timenergy and, like, we need freedom from work and all this. And he's like, well, the working class is going to have to sacrifice for another 100 years, basically, to achieve this freedom from work. And it's like, cool, I guess I'm fine with being a class traitor, because I'm not gonna do it, man.
Right.
My family and my ancestors worked their entire lives, and I don't think it would have been different if they were working for something. The concrete result of everyone having to work all the time wouldn't have been different, even if we were represented better and didn't have to work quite as much and made more money. That it still would be, if jobs are still the center of our lives, we still can't have our families be the center of our lives. We can't have our communities be the center of our lives. We can't have learning lots of languages be the center of our lives. We definitely can't have philosophy and theory be the center of our lives. So, oh, this kitty cat wants to play with me now. So my computer, check this out. So, I've got my screen here on top of a tote, and this is my setup, and it should work, but the computer's being weird. And so now I've got to troubleshoot, which I should be able to just go through the motions on, if you're able to continue. But I was hoping to be reading at this point from this desktop. So we'll see. I'll see if I can get it fixed here in the next 10 minutes.
This does not necessarily mean that this type of ideology has no proletarian or Marxist undertones. Marx, and to a greater extent Engels, was fascinated by the quasi-military hierarchy of large factories. The military virtues of discipline, Rectitude, self-sacrifice, abnegation, and loyalty to leadership were very rapidly came to dominate the internal life of those workers' organizations which claimed allegiance to Marxism. Their leaders presented themselves as functionaries of the proletariat, in the same sense as Hegel had written of functionaries of the universal, or Marx of the functionaries of capital, and portrayed the proletariat itself as a mystical entity to which proletarians could only expect to have the same type of relationship as soldiers to an army, that of service and duty. The persistence and universality of an ideology centered upon the notions of service to production, the revolution, the proletarian state, or the people cannot be explained solely in terms of historically specific deviations from the classical Marxist tradition, or in terms of gaps in Marxist theory and the legacy of Hegelianism. What needs to be explained is why these gaps in that legacy have had such influence for so long. Closer examination indicates that an explanation is already there in front of our eyes. The proletariat itself, which is part and parcel of the collective worker, mirrors the social organization of the means of production which it sets to work. These means of production are not merely neutral mechanical devices. They embody capitalist relations of domination and exercise their command over working people in the form of inflexible technical requirements. The fact that the entire productive machine requires a quasi-military hierarchical set of relationships and a substantial body of staff officers and quartermasters means that the working class movement is confronted by the following alternatives. Either it holds to a productivist ideology in which the development of the productive forces is seen as the essential precondition of freedom. There is then no possibility of calling the productive forces developed by capitalism into question. All that matters is to manage and use them more efficiently and even accelerate their rate of development. Consequently, the collective appropriation of the means of production can only amount to this. Workers will be called upon to submit voluntarily to necessities and requirements of social production which previously they had only endured. They will thus legitimate, through the mediation of their institutional representative, the quasi-military organizational structures required by the process of production. Working class power will consist of power over working people exercised in the name of their class. Or, the movement accepts that the means of production and a considerable part of what is actually produced do not lend themselves to real and concrete collective appropriation by real proletarians. Then the problem will be that of changing the means and structure of production in such a way as to make them collectively appropriatable. That, however, is neither an easy nor an immediately achievable task. It needs to be undertaken by the collective worker as formed by the development of capitalist forces of production. This requires some sort of internal modification of the working class, as well as the redefinition of skills, qualifications, responsibilities, and the division of labor as a whole in the light of essentially political and cultural criteria. It presupposes that, instead of being a sort of negative imprint of the process of production, the working class is able to see it in perspective and redefine it according to its own autonomous goals. The political power of the working class has to be seen as one prerequisite among many in the transformations to be undertaken, rather than as a solution in itself. Chapter 3. The proletariat as replica of capital. The process of proletarianization is complete when workers have been stripped of all autonomous capacity to produce their own means of subsistence. For as long as workers own a set of tools enabling them to produce for their own needs, or a plot of land to grow some vegetables and keep a few chickens, the fact that proletarianization will be felt to be accidental and reversible. For ordinary experience will continue to suggest the possibility of independence. Workers will continue to suggest the possibility of independence. Workers will continue to dream of setting themselves up on their own, of buying an old farm with their savings, or of making things for their own needs after they retire. In short, real life lies outside your life as a worker, and being a proletarian is but a temporary misfortune to be endured until something better turns up. However limited it might be, this type of practical autonomy in the dreams, and generally unrealizable projects, of an independent existence which it allows are a bar to class consciousness. They preclude conscious identification with the proletariat as the inescapable social fate of each of its members. This is why, especially in Britain and Germany, the bourgeoisie, whether consciously or not, has preserved those marginal zones of autonomy formed by tiny allotments or backyards of workers' houses. This is also why proletarian militants have generally opposed the yearning for individual autonomy and dismissed it as a residual sign of petty bourgeois individualism. Autonomy is not a proletarian value. The desire for autonomy has habitually been understood as either a form of regressive nostalgia or a myth which obscures the fact that the existence of a proletariat is essential to capitalism and there can be no way back to the spinning wheel or the windmill. Any proletarian seeking to escape the general condition by individual means is undermining the collective capacity of the proletariat as a whole to overthrow the bourgeoisie and collectively put it into class society. The political imperatives of the class struggle have thus prevented the labor movement from examining the desire for autonomy as a specifically existential demand. The fact that this demand might be politically embarrassing has no bearing at all upon its irreducible reality. Needs may exist for other than political reasons and continue to exist in spite of countervailing political imperatives. This is true of certain existential needs of an aesthetic, erotic, cultural, or emotional sort, and is most particularly true of the need for autonomy. If one fails to recognize the relative autonomy of existential needs, seeking instead to subordinate them to political imperatives, every trace of them will be continually repressed as tantamount to political deviation or outright betrayal. Repression of this sort is as old as the political and industrial class organizations of a proletariat stripped of its capacities for autonomous work. It existed well before Stalin, and it has continued to exist since his time. It has its roots in the impossibility to experience being a proletarian and, even more, the unity of the proletariat is something individually gratifying and liberating. The being of the class precedes its individual realization, since it is nothing but a set of insuperable limits imposed by the social system on the existence of proletarians. One is never free as a member of a certain class, but only within the limits of a class fate which one accomplishes even in the very act of seeking to escape it. The specific class being of the proletarian rests in the fact of being exploited as infinitely interchangeable labor power. Consequently, it is not as person that a proletarian is susceptible to exercise any leverage upon his or her exploiters, but only as an infinitely interchangeable being, that is to say, as an other among so many nameless and totally alienated others. Being a proletarian implies that the only weapon you can turn against your exploiters is this very quantity of interchangeable work and working power into which they have made you. The ideal militant is therefore the person most able to internalize this situation. He or she no longer exists as an autonomous individuality, but is instead the impersonal representative of a class which, as we have seen, cannot, by definition, be the subject of its own identity. The ideal militant must therefore repress his or her subjectivity and become the objective mouthpiece of the class thinking through him or her. Rigidity, dogmatism, wooden language, and authoritarianism are inherent qualities of such impersonal thinking, devoid of subjectivity. Like any clergy's, this way of thinking is a reflection and extension of a religious and eschatological faith. The end of history will be a new beginning, and the first will be the last. Nothing will turn into everything. Since the proletarians have been totally negated by a social system based upon their alienation, their dispossession and self-denial of their individuality will enable them to recover as a class all that has been alienated from them. They must, in other words, lose themselves as individuals to become the masters, as a class, of the system which alienates them. Reappropriation, a Marxist concept which has lent itself to any number of statist perversions of this system, which dispossesses and flattens the individuals, is possible only to individuals who give up being anything by themselves so as to become everything as collective agents of the process that produces them. The class as a unit is the imaginary subject who performs the reappropriation of the system, but it is a subject external and transcendent to any individual and to all existing proletarians. The power of the proletariat is the symmetrical inverse of the power of capital. There is nothing surprising in this. Marx produced a fine demonstration of how the bourgeois is alienated by his capital. He is the latter's functionary. Well, the proletarian will in the same way be alienated by the proletariat when it collectively appropriates capital. Thus, the traditional ideology of the labor movement confirms, extends, and even completes the work begun by capital of destroying all autonomous capacities and possibilities among proletarians. The true proletarian performs but purely heteronymous work, which by itself is work completely devoid of usefulness unless it is combined with that of a large number of other workers. Work in this form has been completely socialized. Whatever the techniques and skills involved, they have no use value at all for the individual worker. They cannot be put to any personal, domestic, or private end. Proletarians thus work exclusively for society. They are the suppliers of general abstract labor, and consequently, they have to buy all the concrete goods and services they consume. The totally alienated form of their work is matched by the fact that all their material needs express themselves as needs for commodities. That is, needs to buy, needs for money. Everything that proletarians consume has to be bought, and everything they produce is to be sold. No visible link connects consumption with production or the goods bought with the work performed. Because of this absence of visible links, it makes no difference to proletarians what they produce or what they work for. They have been stripped of all autonomous capacities by capital and compelled to work with the immutable regularity of a giant automaton. Mechanization has given rise to the fragmentation and dequalification of work and made it possible to measure work according to purely quantitative standards. You can do your job and not bother about what happens, since the quality of your work and of the finished product depends on the machines, not on you. The entire manufacturing process has been thought out once and for all by specialists whose technical intelligence is embodied in the organization of the workshop. The very meaning of the notion of work is changed. It is no longer the workers who work the machines and adjust their actions and movements to obtain their desired result. Rather, they are being worked on by the machinery. The result of their labor is already there, rigorously programmed, expecting to be produced. The machine is preset, requiring a succession of simple, regular motions. The mechanized system does the work. You merely lend it your body, your brains, and your time in order to get the work done. This is the situation. Work now exists outside the worker, reified to the extent of becoming an inorganic process. Workers are there and fall in with the work that is done. They do not do it themselves. The indeterminate nature of work entails an attitude of indifference. All that matters is the wage packet at the end of the week or month, especially since they don't ask anything else of one. No decisions or initiative. They built the system in which everyone is a cog, turned by the cog on the left and turning the one on the right. So, nothing for free. Do what they tell you, and they can sort out the rest. In this way, any worker, employee, or civil servant can take a malicious pleasure in rigidly adhering to the hierarchical rules and turning their work against the goals it is supposed to serve. One thinks of the French hospital worker refusing to admit an unconscious man delivered in a taxi rather than an ambulance. It is the attitude of all the public employees who avenge themselves on the public for the hierarchic oppression they endure by refusing to do or say or know anything outside their specific duties, or of the famous British example of the woodworkers union refusing to let metalworkers screw down some hoardings, while the metalworkers disputed the right of the woodworker to screw boards onto metal, or of all those who stop work as soon as the siren goes, no matter how much waste and damage is caused. This sort of resentment is the only form of freedom left to proletarians in their work. They're expected to be passive. Well, then let's be passive. Or more exactly, let us use passivity as a weapon against those who imposed it. Since their aim is to create passive activity, workers will respond with active passivity. This behavior of resentment, which, by overacting the role the worker is expected to play, robs the oppressors of the desired results of their orders, is the last refuge of working class dignity. I'll be like you wanted, and in that way, I'll get away from you. Screw the bosses. The gaffer can sort it out. What about our bread? Shit work for shit wages. The language of proletarian resentment is also the language of impotence. It is all a far cry from the abolition of wage slavery and the associated producers who subordinate nature to their collective control. The negation of capital's negation of the worker has not taken place. There is no affirmation. We are left in a one-dimensional universe. In its struggle with capital, the proletariat takes on the identity capital itself has given it. Rather than internalizing their complete dispossession and setting out to construct the universal proletarian society on the ruins of the bourgeois order, proletarians have internalized their dispossession in order to affirm their complete dependence and their need to be taken charge of completely. Since everything has been wrested from them, everything should be given to them. Since they have no power, everything should be provided by those with power. Since their work is of use to society but not to themselves, society should meet all their needs and pay a wage for every kind of work. Instead of demanding the abolition of wage labor, the proletariat has come to demand the abolition of all unwaged work.
Yeah. This is good. How are you feeling?
I think I'll finish this chapter and then you can go.
You need a break. Yeah. I think I'm getting it. But if I don't have it by then, I'll just do it from the laptop. It'll be fine. But I just want to say, like, this bit about resentment and impotence. I think it factors in really well with the Wage, Labor, and Jouissance piece by Mikey. I think it factors in really well with oh my God, you got a Dr. Pepper tall boy.
Yeah, man.
I see you over there. Hell yeah. Goes well with Leotard as well, libidinal economy. You know, it's like that's like the high French theory way of saying what Gorz is saying, but Gorz is actually trying to be intelligible and reason with people who genuinely want to change society. I don't know what's up with Leotard. Because I can't make heads or tails of libidinal economy. I just know that the reason that this was like considered his evil book is because it is the book where he's basically saying the working class loves its oppression, it wants its oppression. I hate that because it ruins people's lives and it breaks them. And those workers who love their oppression are broken people. They're not they're not people, like they're broken people. Like it's like being like, it's like saying, oh, the schizophrenic person loves being schizophrenic. It's like, well, the schizophrenic person is broken. Like they're not able to engage at like this level that you're kind of assuming when you talk about, you know, these words that are meaningless outside of human subjectivity. And so it's like, I don't know. I like this. I think it's really good. especially this part about the, oh, you can't hammer that, or you can't weld this, or like
Yeah,
this sort of like
malicious compliance.
malicious compliance. Yeah. And that goes along with the bureaucracy thing as well. You know, the bureaucrat who's like, well, it's just the rules. And he's saying that it's a way of, it's like the only freedom they can get in that situation is actually doubling down on their unfreedom. And so it's like, this actually goes really well with the Kantian idea of freedom that McGowan is defending. It's like the dark side of that kind of freedom, right? It's like, I don't make the rules, but I choose them. The rules are already written, but I choose to enforce them and identify with them. And it's like, yeah, there's a freedom that can come from self-limitation, but when that self-limitation is subjugation to and the enforcement of unjust and dehumanizing rules, it's fucking crazy. That's not freedom. And so it's like, I don't know, there's something that has to be done here with this German idealist conception of freedom. It's like Todd McGowan is focused on the bright side of it, but I think this brings up the whole dark side of it.
Yeah. Working class demands have turned into consumerist mass demands. An atomized, serialized mass of proletarians demand to be given by society, or more precisely the state, what they are unable to take or produce. The working class struggle for power is reduced to mass mobilizations designed to bring representatives of the labor movement into power. The dictatorship of the proletariat as a transitional phase in the construction of communism is reduced to the welfare state taking care of working class needs. The vision of power to the people and socialism is replaced by a political concept in which the state is everything and society nothing, where an atomized mass of proletarians, still entirely dispossessed of their own being, is patronized by the parties that run the government and turn into the mouthpiece of government itself. Parties of this sort no longer translate popular into political demands and actions, but rather they convey to the masses the necessities of government and the technocratic imperatives of the centralized state. It is difficult to see how things could be otherwise in a society in which the development of the productive forces has ensured that every activity is socialized and thereby fragmented, rationalized, technicized, and articulated with other activities through the mediation of the state apparatus. No consumption, production, communication, transportation, illness, healthcare, death, learning, or exchange occurs without the intervention of centralized administrations or professional agencies. The concentration of capital has destroyed the social fabric at its roots by destroying every possibility of autonomous production, consumption, and exchange, whether for individuals, groups, or communities. No one produces what they consume or consumes what they produce. No productive unit, even if controlled by the associated producers, produces or is able to produce according to the needs or desires of the local population. No city, even if its inhabitants were to organize into a commune, is capable of manufacturing the things necessary to cover its vital needs or of obtaining its food through exchange with the surrounding rural communities. The division of labor now exists at transnational levels. Product lines and the location and size of factories are determined by calculations of overall profitability. Certain components are produced in certain amounts in one place to be combined 100 miles away with other components produced in another factory and give birth to a finished product distributed over a whole continent. The same type of quasi-military staff found on factory level coordinates the activities of different factories, managing the flow of their semi-finished products, the sale of the finished products, the financing of exports and stocks, the adjustment of demand to supply, and so on. Nowhere in all of this does any worker or workers' collective experience reciprocal exchange or cooperation toward a result viewed as useful by all concerned. Instead, every worker encounters his or her dependence upon the state at every level, for supplies of vital goods, for the purchasing power of the wage, for security of employment, the length of the working week, housing, transport, etc. Thus, the spontaneous reflex of the working class is to demand that this dependence upon the state be matched by duties of the state vis-a-vis the working people. Since the working class can do nothing for itself, it follows that the state should do everything for the working class. Since it has an absolute need of the state ought to recognize the class as an absolute right. The seizure of state power by the working class is replaced by state protection for the working class. Anything lying between the class and the state tends to be abolished. It will be an easy process since the political mediations, the institutions particular to civil society in the Gramscian sense, the fabric of social relationships and autonomous channels of communication have already been emptied of all content by monopoly capitalism. The monopoly capitalist state can no longer be considered, as the traditional bourgeois state once was, to be an emanation of the power exercised by the bourgeoisie within civil society, at the level of the relations or production and exchange of ideology and cultural models, the values of family and interpersonal relations. It is no longer possible to think of this sort of power running from society to the local political institutions under the legitimating guise of electoral representation. Instead, the monopoly capitalist state, like monopoly capital itself, is an autonomized apparatus of domination and administration whose unrestricted power runs down toward a dislocated society which it endeavors to restructure according to the requirements of capital. Through the sheer size and concentration of its economic units, capital is no longer subject to the influence and control of its juridical owners and, having broken the framework of bourgeois law, now requires centralized state regulation and possibly, although not necessarily, state ownership as conditions of its scientific management. There is no room or flexibility in this dislocated society for the mutual adjustment between decentralized local initiatives running upwards and centralized state proposals running downwards. As a result, local political life no longer exists, and because of its absence, there are no political movements capable of carrying out a democratization of either state or society. Political life has been reduced to orchestrated debates centered upon how to exercise centralized authority and manage the government. Debates of this type necessarily set those who control the state against those aspiring to do so, while the rest of the population are consigned by both sides to the role of supporters. They are thus invited to choose between the domination of state monopoly capitalism and the all-pervading domination of the monopoly of state capitalism. Lenin was right in indicating that the line separating state monopoly capitalism from state capitalism was a narrow one. The latter is nothing more than the completion, on the ruins of civil society, of the process of subordination of society to the state carried out by the former. Once completed, the process serves only to rationalize and perpetuate in a higher form those capitalist relations of production which the seizure of power by the working class was supposed to bring to an end. If things are to develop otherwise, then there must be a radical rupture. And if there is to be a rupture, then the working class must act as a force refusing, along with its class being, to accept the matrix of capitalist relations of production of which this being bears the imprint. But how will it acquire the capacity to undertake this negation of itself? This is a question which Marxism as a positive science cannot possibly answer. If the working class is what it is, if its class being is positive, then it can only cease to be what capital has made it through a rupture in the structure of capital itself. This rupture will give rise to a new structure and thereby engender a transformed working class. This has been the type of structural determinist conception put forward by Maurice Godelet, among others. It contains no room for any idea of the proletariat negating itself or any notion of the liberation and sovereignty of the associated producers. Instead, it merely posits a change of one positive being into another, without any possibility for this change the transition from capitalism to communism, to be the result of an action carried out consciously by individuals pursuing their own ends. Marx's vision was initially a quite different one. The proletariat was to be capable of negating itself because its class being was really a negativity disguised as positivity. The proletariat was defined as the universal and sovereign producer negated by capital, dispossessed of its own product and reality. Only because the class being of the proletariat was negation was it possible for the act by which it negated this being to be an act of sovereign affirmation, its own emancipation. This initial vision, which still occupied a central position in the German ideology, was never properly defined or developed by Marx himself. To do so, it would have been necessary to develop a critical phenomenology of proletarian alienation, showing how workers are negated in their individual and social lives in a way which conceals from them the negativity of their class being and the possible positivity of negating that being, showing, in other words, that workers could only be themselves by negating what they are as proletarians. Although the possibility of such an act of negation exists ontologically in Marx, also in Sartre, it does not necessarily exist in cultural terms. Workers' capacity to recognize the difference between their objective position as cogs in the productive machine and their latent potential as an association of sovereign producers is not inherent in the proletarian condition. The question is under what circumstances this capacity is likely to emerge and develop. Up to now, Marx's theory has been unable to produce an answer to this problem. Worse, its predictions have been belied by the facts.
Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, so it's not looking good for me. This computer needs something. I'm thinking it probably just needs to be cleaned out. Maybe get a full system reset. But basically right now it's being a piece of shit. And I'm just surrounded by garbage ass devices. But I definitely want to take a turn reading. So I'm just gonna set up like this and do it right here. This computer was working fine when I put it into storage. That's the weird thing. It's like it shouldn't have been a problem.
It just needs some TLC.
Yeah, I think so. Just need some TLC. Tender lovin'. Let's see though. Let's see. Yeah, I can definitely take it from here if you want to give up the screen share. What chapter are we on?
4.
All right, what do we want to say to people who are listening? I want to give you a moment to talk. You've been reading for a while, but I want to give you a moment to talk because I'm interested. You've been a Marxist, you've loved Michael Parenti. And as a lover of Michael Parenti, I'm wondering, how does this hit?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely. There were people who would say, "Oh, like you've just turned Marxism into a religion," and that was always like, kind of like, "Oh, that's just lazy. Like you're just being lazy. That's a lazy critique." Um, but the way Gorz is like breaking it all down, and he is kind of demonstrating love for Marx and Marxism. Like, he's not just shitting on it and just doing the thing. Like, he really is kind of taking bits of Marx to dismantle what Marxism became. It's awesome, and it's laying bare the fucking problems with Marxism. And I love it. And he's not just doing that. He's doing a lot of other shit that also resonates on other levels. But just the ability to use like proper Marxism to kind of show how Marxists are being silly and Leninists are being silly and Trots are being silly and like all this shit. It's awesome. And I think you can't be a Marxist and come away from reading Gorz and not, I don't know, change or something. I don't know. I don't want to say change. Like, I just can't imagine a smart Marxist reading this and coming away feeling exactly as they felt before, which I think is awesome. Like, I think we need to do that. There are so many people who they just want to put on the outfit and belong to an organization and do the thing and play the role. And that's fine, because again, we all do that and we all need to do that. But that's not what Marx was doing. So like, if you want to follow in his footsteps, or if you want to like take his project seriously, you really do need to engage with it. In the way that Gorz is doing. I'm not saying you need to agree with Gorz, but like Gorz is actually doing the right thing by interrogating these positions and assumptions and presuppositions and all that shit. And I love it. It's great. And I don't think it takes anything away at all from how I view the project now. I don't know, maybe 10 years ago I might have felt differently, but like, no, I think this is a necessary addition to all the work that's come before. And I think he is post Marx in the best sense of the meaning that he follows him, not contradicts or counteracts or contravenes or any of these things. Like, just because he's post Marx doesn't mean he's against Marx. And that's a good thing. I also like how he's explaining how we're already robots. I like that a lot. And the instrumentalization, I think that's a necessary thing that people. Well, no, not yet. I'll do that tonight. I'll do it tonight, and I'll
Recording in progress.
put a link. Well, I don't know. Where should I link it? Oh, no, wait a minute. We don't need to link it, do we?
What do you mean link it?
Like, share a link.
Well, once you upload it, share the link to me.
Well, yeah, to you.
Like-
but like I was thinking in the forums or something.
Oh, no. I mean, you can just post it straight to your own channel, and then I can cross post. And in fact, I see no reason why you wouldn't do that. You probably have at least a handful of people who watch your shit who do not watch my shit. and they care about what you post. They're interested in what you do. So it's like anything we do together, you can cross post. But we are recording
nice
on the Zoom side. Are we recording on the OBS side?
Yep.
Okay, well, what's up, everybody? Welcome to Theory Underground. I am your host, David McKerracher, and we are joined today by co-host. It is Nance in the house. What's up, man? Welcome.
What's crack-a-lackin'?
We don't give a fuck. We don't give a fuck. Google just is talking to me. She thought I was talking to her. She said, co-host, it is Nance Dance in the house. What's up, man? Welcome.
Fucking Goog.
I did not activate her on purpose. All right, so this is the second half of André Gorz's what?
Farewell to the Working Class, an essay on post-industrial socialism.
Working class. What's up? Well, I mean, if you've watched this far, then you already know what's up. But I wanted to reintroduce it because we might post as two separate halves. And also just because it is a different half of the day. I spent the first half of the day multitasking, listening. I was super into it. Nance was reading most of it. It was fucking awesome. But I was multitasking because I was first washing the dishes and second of all, setting up this space. And the first half of the day was really good. And then it just kind of went to shit as I realized not only is this laptop a piece of shit that is broken, like its CPU fan is going out and its SSD is functioning between 0% and like 3% on average, and it's not supposed to be doing that. It's supposed to be a lot higher. And so it's like this is a problem. No, not only that, I find out my actual computer here is toasted. My OS was there 1 minute. Windows, the operating system, the OS was there, and then it just was gone. Wanted me to start it from a boot log or whatever, or from a boot drive. I mean, anyway, so that was very frustrating. So I took a nap, and then I come back, and Nance is having nothing but problems of his own on his computer after getting its updates. What happened? Shuts you out of one of your screens?
Yeah, one of my monitors stopped working, which is now working again, and I don't know why. And now just everything is fucked. Like everything is all fucked. So yeah.
So we got attacked by some lemurs. We think some people put a spell on us. We now believe in witchcraft. So don't put hexes on us, or we'll do it back to you. We're going to be doing a lot of CCR readings this week, and we're going to learn how to counteract this. So anyway, but no, let's get serious though. It's time for chapter 4, workers' power. Actually, that's a question. Workers' power? Is that how you think Gorz meant to say it, or how do you think Gorz would read this aloud?
Yeah, like workers' power.
Workers' power?
Yeah.
All right. I'll take it away. Sooner or later, according to Marx's theory, the proletariat is to become conscious of its being as both labor power and collective productive worker. According to Marx, this means that it embodies humanity's capacity to produce very much more than what it requires for subsistence. Right? We create so much more than we need to survive. For Marx, it lies in the essence of the productive power of the proletariat to be capable of producing more than the mere necessities of life. It is inherently capable of producing a surplus and supplying quantities of surplus labor uncalled for by any natural necessity or overriding need. Thus, it foreshadows the future advent, beyond the realm of necessity, of the reign of freedom, in which work will be an end in itself. Its goals and products will transcend the vital necessities and will reveal to the producer, the worker, her or his potentially sovereign creativeness. The contradiction will then become intolerable between the purpose of work, which is to produce the non-necessary, and the condition of the proletarians who remain prisoners of the sphere of the necessity by having to sell their labor power for a mere subsistence wage. Sooner or later, the proletariat must come to recognize that it holds the key to the realm of freedom in its own hands. For freedom to reign, all that is needed is for proletarians to unite and to take the immense productive force of industry under their control. This moment of revolutionary consciousness will be hastened by the ever more serious crises experienced by an exploitative system which pays a subsistence wage to the producers of a growing surplus. In fact, the moment of revolutionary consciousness did not materialize as expected. With the exception of certain limited sections of the class and on limited occasions, the proletariat has not and does not perceive itself as the sovereign agent of the free creation of wealth. The contradiction between its subjugation to the realm of necessity and the fact that this sphere has already been transcended by the gratuitousness, the non-necessity, the non-utility of the wealth produced, has not been as widely recognized as, in theory, it should have been. Okay, that was a big, clunky sentence. The contradiction between its subjugation to the realm of necessity and the fact that this sphere has already been transcended by the non-necessity of the wealth produced has not been as widely recognized as, in theory, it should have been. Okay, well, who cares though? I mean, that shouldn't be a problem. Of course, he's not saying that it is necessarily. The reason may be found in the fact that the bourgeoisie succeeded in destroying at root what consciousness the proletariat might have had of its sovereign creativeness. For this purpose, 18th century bosses and present-day scientific management have been applying the same recipe. They organized the work process in such a way as to make it impossible for the worker to experience work as a potentially creative activity. The fragmentation of work, Taylorism, scientific management, and finally automation have succeeded in abolishing the trades and the skilled workers whose pride in a job well done was indicative of a certain consciousness of their practical sovereignty. I'm going to go ahead and take this part. The reason we found the bourgeoisie, I'll just put it right here. The bourgeoisie succeeded in destroying at root what consciousness the proletariat might have had of its sovereign creativeness. For this purpose, 18th century bosses and present-day scientific management have been applying the same recipe. They organize the work process in such a way as to make it impossible for the worker to experience work as a potentially creative activity. Yeah, and you just don't feel ownership for your work the same way, right? Because of Taylorization.
That, and when you spend all day long making meaningless bullshit, you can't take pride in it. Like when you hate the product you're producing, hard to take pride in it.
Yeah. Why is it starting it? What is it doing? Of the wealth produced. What
That's from like the above portion. I don't actually know, dude. This is fucking.
This OCR of this text is really bad. It's not letting me.
Yeah, it's very bad, dude.
Whatever. I'll keep reading. The idea of a subject class of united. So basically, all it's saying, though, is everything we've been saying for the last several months about the PMC, the creation of the PMC through Taylorization, and why that was done. And it looks like he's aware of this by saying that, yeah, that this was rolled out as a way to fragment labor so as to make it something people don't want to own, right? Or even if they want to, it's like they can't. The idea of a subject class of united producers capable of seizing power had been specific to these skilled workers proud of their trade. To them, power was not something abstract, but a matter of daily experience. On the factory floor, power was theirs. They ruled over production. Their irreplaceable skills and practical know-how placed them at the top of a factory hierarchy that was the inverse of the social hierarchy. The boss, the chief engineer, and the inspectors alike depended upon the know-how of the skilled worker, which was complementary and often superior to theirs. They had to rely on the workers' cooperation and advice to win the respect and loyalty, whereas the skilled workers themselves needed neither the boss nor the officers of production to perform their work. Like I've worked like 25 jobs where I was not there. It's not like your coworkers or even yourself, like that you're supposed to really be able to contribute in that sort of way where it's like, no, they actually also depend on your knowledge, right? Like most jobs I've worked in, most of my coworkers, the managers do not depend on our knowledge. They tell us what to do and we do it.
Yeah.
And we might be a little inventive. We might skirt things in a certain way or whatever. We might put our own little spin on it, but no, you are replaceable. I've always been replaceable at jobs, so that's what he's getting to. Thus, there existed a practical and technical form of workers' power on the factory floor, a power parallel to the economic and social power of capital, capable of opposing the latter and even of contemplating its overthrow. It was not the power of every worker, nor that of the collective worker. It was the power of skilled workers who, helped and assisted by unskilled workers and laborers, stood at the top of a specifically working class hierarchy, which was distinct from and which competed with the broader social hierarchy. There was a working class culture, tradition, and ethic with its own morality and scale of values. Those at the top of the working class hierarchy asked nothing of the bourgeois world. Instead, they were the representatives of a specific culture, able to confront their bourgeois counterparts as equals and prepared to cooperate with them in production only to the extent that the bourgeois bosses were prepared to reciprocate by recognizing workers' supremacy and sovereignty in the sphere they effectively controlled. There is a footnote on that. I think I'll read it. It's a big one. The quality and speed of German industrial development is in large measure the result of the relationship subsequently termed paternalistic German employers were able to establish with skilled workers. It would be worth studying the different histories of the French, British, and German working class movements from this point of view. Having been co-opted by employers from the outset, German skilled workers tended, to a greater degree than anywhere else, to take on the role of officers and junior officers of production. As a result, anarcho-syndicalism did not develop as considerably in Germany as it did in France, while mass unionism, based on unskilled workers and laborers, and geared towards a more stable framework of institutional negotiation, developed sooner and more rapidly. You're going to get me yawning doing that.
I know, dude.
Oh boy, I think it's going to hit me. We're all just going to fall asleep here.
We're all gonna
We
die.
play. I wish we could play music in the background for real, like just anything we wanted to, like have a playlist going. But we'll figure out how to eventually. There is a way to run an audio track that everyone can hear, but isn't being recorded on the VOD or the VOD. Yeah, there's a way to do that on Twitch. That way we can play whatever we want. But anyway, for right now, it's just quiet, and then I hear you yawning, and now I want to go to sleep. We need to do some jumping jacks. Well, it's only 7:33 where I'm at. I've got hours in me still, but all these notions were implicit in the slogan, all factories to the workers. It was the exact counterpart to an old... Do you think this is true, what he said so far? Like, do you know? Because I mean, I think it's true, but I don't know. I guess I just wasn't there. Was there really like this power relationship where it's like skill actually gave the skilled worker like this sort of standing?
I mean,
that made them have to bargain? Like, I don't know. I just don't know enough.
I mean, I've had some jobs where like when I was fabricating trailers, like that was like semi-skilled. I mean, it was any dumb fucker can figure out how to use a welder. But over time, when you get really good at it and you figure out your own method and your own shortcuts and all this, you do have leverage over the boss in a way. And you can like say, no, I want this, no, I want that, no, I'm doing it this way, no, I'm doing it that way. So I can imagine that it would work that way when all the workers were more skilled.
A lot more.
Yeah.
Right.
But I mean, ultimately, it was still like you didn't have freedom. You just had a little more wiggle room. Like, yeah. I don't know.
It makes it sound like it was like these guys had a lot of power. And it's like,
well, I mean, compared to workers of today, they had a lot more power. But I wouldn't call it real power. I would just call it like wiggle room.
I mean, if we're talking like a blacksmith, like, 600 years ago, yeah, that dude's got a lot of say over his situation. Like, obviously, almost total say.
Yeah.
Right. Like he still has to pay a tax. He still has to pay a tithe, but it's his show.
Yeah.
Right. And it's just like, huh. So, I mean, I just don't know about like Marx's time, what it was like compared to what it was like at, say, Barbara Ehrenreich's time. I don't actually know as much about that and it looks like he's basically saying it would be interesting for people to do this history. And it's like, are you saying you haven't done it and you're just telling us how it was at the time? Like, I always just hear, this is how I hear history, I'm like, what? But anyway, okay. All these notions were implicit in the slogan, all factories to the workers. It was the exact counterpart to an older demand, all land to the peasants. In the eyes of the anarcho-syndicalist workers of the 19th and early 20th centuries, there was a similarity between the land, which peasants cultivated and struggled over, with a parasitical seigneurial class, and the factory, which workers set to work and struggled over, with a parasitical and equally idle capitalist class. In retrospect, what is striking about this slogan is the light it throws upon the identification of workers with their work and their factory. Oppression was not as yet seen as something intrinsic to factory work itself. In theory, it seemed possible then for workers to take possession of the means of production and subordinate them to their purposes without calling into question the nature either of what was produced or what continued to be perceived as their work. Can you take it for a little bit? I got to step away for a second.
Yeah. Their work and their factory. Oppression was not as yet seen as something intrinsic to factory work itself. In theory, it seemed possible then for workers to take possession of the means of production and subordinate them to their purposes without calling into question the nature either of what was produced or of what continued to be perceived as their work. As Adriano Sofri has shown, the movement for factory councils in the early 1920s can be seen as the most advanced expression of a class of workers that felt itself able to exercise unmediated power over production and to extend this power to society as a whole. Since workers were able to run the factories, they could equally run society. This was the basic premise and experience in forming the concept of factory councils as the permanent organs of workers' power. It was a premise grounded upon an assumption which has subsequently disappeared. This consisted of the belief that the social process of production was as transparent and intelligible as the labor process that existed in each workshop and factory. Mastery of the latter would entail mastery of the former. Hence, the site of production was also the site of power. None of this remains true nowadays, if it ever has been. Firstly, as we have seen, it is no longer possible to regard the factory as an economic unit. It has become a productive unit integrated with other productive units, often long distances away, dependent upon a centralized management coordinating dozens of productive units for its supplies, outlets, product lines, etc. In other words, The sites of production are no longer the sites of decision-making and economic power. The social process of production has become opaque, and this opacity has come to affect the work process in every technical unit. The final destination and even the very nature of what is produced remains unknown. Apart from management, nobody knows exactly what the things being produced are for, and in any event, nobody gives a toss. The same process of technical specialization and economic concentration that has destroyed the autonomy of the productive unit has also destroyed those trades which were the source of workers' autonomy. Instead of a hierarchy and an order in production defined by workers, Taylorism made it possible to impose a hierarchy and order defined by the factory management. Skilled workers were eliminated after bitter conflict and replaced by petty officers of production, who, although of proletarian origin, formed part of the managerial hierarchy. They were chosen and trained by management and invested by it with disciplinary and police powers. Production work was henceforth carried out by an atomized mass of workers divested of autonomy and technical power. The notion of taking power over production is a meaningless one as far as this mass of workers is concerned, at least in the case of the factory as it is. Workers' councils, which were
Hey.
yeah.
Here, I'm gonna let you screen share because I can't find where it's at. And when I did a word search, it took me to the wrong spot on the page. Like, actually, can you see this? Look at that. I typed in chosen and trained because you read that, and it takes me to a section that says and invested by it. So
Yeah,
that means the OCR is that bad. Like it's actually like off or something.
Yeah, it's off by like 6 words because they were chosen and trained by management and invested by it with disciplinary and police powers. Same line, it's just like off.
Oh, it is the same line. It's just a few words off. Oh, I
Yeah.
thought it was way off. Okay.
No.
Cool. Okay. Well, should I stop screen sharing though and let you?
No, it's fine.
Are you able to show on the recording side the one you're looking at right now?
Yeah, in a minute, hold on. Yeah, I just covered
Otherwise,
up.
I have to see. Because otherwise, I have to sit here and scroll the whole time.
I just covered up yours.
Okay, base
with mine. So you,
good.
yeah.
All right, perfect. Nice. Okay, good. Trying to set up my speaker in here so that I don't have to use these headphones while I'm doing stuff.
Dude, what the fuck is going on? Hold on.
Well, everybody, I guess I should take a moment to make a quick plug for the website, the app, the store, the donations that you can give, the ways that you can get involved. There's 4 tiers that you can subscribe to in the app. Each one unlocks key parts of the experience of the weekly hub events, of past, current, and future courses, as well as a ton of other things. Anything in particular that we should touch on, you think, Nance?
No. The streaming shit that we'll be doing soon. I don't think we need to start talking about that yet, but stay tuned, everybody.
We're going to be doing some cool shit with that. Yeah. Well, but it'll basically be a continuation, extension, upgrade of the hub events that we've been doing. And so there'll just be various levels of engagement, levels that you can get into. And so basically just stay tuned for that.
Yeah.
But I got my speaker set up here. I think I'm ready to switch it over if you want to take it away.
All right. Invested by it with disciplinary police powers, production work was henceforth carried out by an atomized mass of workers divested of autonomy and technical power. the notion of taking power over production is a meaningless one as far as this mass of workers is concerned. At least in the case of the factory as it is. Workers' councils, which were the organs of working class power when production was carried out by technically autonomous teams of workers, have become anachronistic in the giant factory of assembly lines and self-contained departments. The only imaginable form of workers' power now is the power to control and veto, the power to refuse certain conditions and types of work, to define acceptable norms and enforce respect for those norms upon the managerial hierarchy. It is obvious, however, that this type of power is of a negative and subordinate sort. It exists within the framework of capitalist relations of production over a labor process defined in general, if not in detail, by management. It places limits upon the power of management, but does not present it with any autonomous form of workers' power. This is why, as has been the case in Italy, attempts to establish councils at the level of the shop or line, as the expression of grassroots workers' power, have usually resulted in their rapid reintegration into the trade union structure and their institutionalization as negotiating and bargaining forums. It is difficult to see how things could be otherwise. The grassroots Workers' Council has no power over the product or the process of production as a whole. What it produces is a mere component, carefully planned and predetermined by a design staff of the whole factory's or group's output. The process of producing this component has been equally carefully planned and predetermined in the design of the special machines that have usually been preset in order to deprive workers of the freedom to adjust them or take initiatives. Workers or work groups are in no position to put these machines or their products to any autonomous use. Their margin of autonomy amounts to challenging the organization and speed of the required operations, the number and length of breaks, the size of work groups, and the length of the working day. These have become the variables upon which workers' demands are now centered. This is not to say they are the most important variables in the eyes of workers. They are merely the only ones that allow some room for the expression of autonomous initiatives by work groups, the only ones that make it possible to assert some power. In both France and Italy, there is ample evidence that the assertion of power matters more to workers than the qualitative improvements to which it might give rise. In a typical strike in the Jaeger factories in Caen in 1972, for example, initial demands centered upon the right of working women to set themselves the speed of work. But when they were provisionally granted the right to work at their natural speed, they rapidly discovered that our natural speed is not to work at all, at least under existing social and technical conditions. The same thing happened in Fiat in Turin, when workers there were granted the right to establish councils representing each distinct work group, and elect stewards in order to control those variables within their power. In many cases, they continued to call into question the norms that they themselves had fixed and negotiated with management. It is clear that once a norm has been decided upon by workers and accepted by management, it becomes no more than a new form of imprisonment for the workers themselves. It matters little whether it is any the more bearable physically or psychologically. Once it has been recognized and ratified by management, it no longer expresses the autonomous power of the work group, but reflects the constricting power of the managerial hierarchy. In any event, the latter cannot grant any real power to work groups, even over the variables they control. Factories can only work if the outputs of the various lines, workshops, and teams are coordinated and regular. Although buffer stocks may allow some flexibility in the speed of work, they do not make for complete elasticity. This is why management, whatever the type of ownership of a factory, in exchange for granting the right to self-determination, expects work groups to adhere to the norms they might define. Oh, what the fuck? Hold on. And the stewards become responsible to management for ensuring that the undertaking will be respected. Hence, the stewards, in the workers' eyes and in their own, are transformed into representatives of management. If they refuse the role of enjoining workers to respect their undertakings, they will no longer be recognized by management as representatives of the grassroots. They will be unable to go back to negotiate on future occasions. There will be no other way open to them than to resign. This, indeed, is what the majority of those elected to represent workers' autonomy chose to do. Those who did not resign became ordinary trade union officials, mediating institutionally between grassroots aspirations and the overriding imperatives of the productive machine. Imperatives represented but not invented by management. Grassroots workers' power can thus be seen to be a material impossibility within the framework of the existing structure of production. All that is actually possible is the power of trade unions. That is the power of the institutional apparatus to which workers delegate representative power. Trade union power is not, however, the same thing as workers' power, any more than the power of Parliament is the power of the sovereign people. Unions possess power as institutions that are relatively autonomous from their mandators. They become autonomous as a result of the mediatory power conferred upon them by their institutional role. There is no point in reproving individual trade unionists for this fact. They sometimes experience the contradiction as a source of anguish or misery. Not they individually are at fault, but the technical and social division of labor, the mode and relations of production, the size and inertia of the industrial machine, which, because they rigidly predetermine both the results and the phases of the work process, leave no more than marginal space for workers' control in and over production. If workers' control is to exist, it is therefore necessary to go about enlarging this space. This is hardly a small matter, for the obstacle standing in the way of workers' control, power, and autonomy is not merely legal or institutional. It is also a material obstacle which derives from the design, size, and functioning of factories. It ultimately derives from the collective capitalist responsible for the management of all factories. For the great secret of large-scale industry, as of any vast bureaucratic or military machine, is that nobody holds power. Power in such organisms does not have a subject. It is not the property of individuals freely defining the rules and goals of their collective actions. Instead, all that can be found from the bottom right up to the top of an industrial or administrative hierarchy are agents obeying the categorical imperatives and inertias of the material system they serve. The personal power of capitalists, directors, and managers of every kind is an optical illusion. It is a power that exists only in the eyes of those lower down the hierarchy who receive orders from those above and are personally at their mercy. In fact, those above are not the sovereign authors of the orders they give. They too are no more than mere agents. There is a higher law for whose formulation no one in particular is responsible, which they are bound to obey or go to their doom. Its terms consist of injunctions like capital must grow, orders must come in, competitors must be eliminated, machines must be kept working, more, quicker, bigger, cheaper. These are the laws of capital. Marx described capitalists as functionaries of capital. At once oppressors and alienated, they have to submit to and uphold what appears to be a law beyond their power. They administer the workings of capital. They do not control them. They do not possess power. Rather, they are possessed by it. Power is not a subject. It is a system of relationships, a structure. It is managed, not owned, by the collective capitalist. And this fact, this infinite dilution of power within the order of things, endows those who are its agents with their legitimacy. Thus, at any moment, any one of them may say, I'm not doing this because I want to, but because I have to. It's not personal, it's business, baby. I am not carrying out my free will, but submitting to the iron law of necessity. I don't make the rules, I just obey them, like all of us. If you know of any other way to run this firm, tell me, and you can have my place. All modern forms of power are of this type. They have no subject. They are not born or assumed by any sovereign claiming to be the source of all law, and the basis of all legitimacy. In the modern state, there are no rulers enforcing obedience by virtue of command or requiring allegiance and submission to their person. In the modern state, the bearers of power enforce obedience in the name of objective necessities for which no one can be held responsible. Contemporary technocratic power has an essentially functional legitimacy. It does not belong to an individual subject, but to a function, to the place occupied by an individual within the organogram of a firm, an institution, or the state. The particular individuals holding this or that functional position are always contingent, can always be called into question. They have no majesty or moral authority. Malicious gossips circulate on their account. People laugh behind their backs, since as individuals, the holders of public positions are no better than anyone else, and can be replaced from one day to the next. Power neither belongs to them nor emanates from them. It is an effect of this system. It is the result of the structure of a material system of relationships in which a law appearing to govern things subjugates people through the mediation of other people. It matters little here whether this type of material system was established deliberately to create this sort of subjugation. What is important is that the latter cannot be abolished without the abolition of the former. The industrial system as we know it results in subjugation to the giant technical and bureaucratic machines and in the power of capital through the mediation of its functionaries. Eliminating the latter without eliminating the former in its totality would amount to no more than the substitution of one bourgeoisie for another. Chapter 5. Personal Power and Functional Power. The working class movement has known from its early beginnings that there is a difference between personal and functional power. The former reflects a person's superior capacity and knowledge, whatever her or his hierarchical position. A skilled worker, for instance, can direct unskilled laborers because of superior know-how, and feels entitled to the acknowledgement of this superiority. Anarcho-syndicalism went hand in hand with a corporatist mentality and a sense of trade-based elitism. On the other hand, anarcho-syndicalist workers challenged the power of their bosses, which was derived not from superior know-how, but merely from the dominant position conferred by law in the framework of social relations upon the legal owners of capital. Any fool could become a boss by inheriting a business, a fortune, and the name or title to which legal rights, a social position, and a place within the institutional hierarchy were attached. While fighting the capitalist bosses as a class and as a function, anarcho-syndicalists did not refuse to reach an understanding with certain Schumpeterian entrepreneurs, typified by the self-made man with a passion for technical prowess and appreciation of work well done. The personal power of this type of entrepreneur was, to a large extent, based upon ability to convince his workers of his superior technical competence within his own field, and hence to create a sense of shared commitment among all those who had capability and a willingness to make the enterprise a success. Class antagonism has often been superseded by this type of relationship between skilled workers and the personal power of visionary entrepreneurs. It is because they were passionately personal that the goals of the Schumpeterian entrepreneur could transcend class barriers and be accepted or even shared by the workers. The worst form of power is not, then, the personal power of a leader or a head imposing sovereign will upon others and expecting them to pursue aims which the leader alone has freely chosen. This type of personal power implies a certain sort of risk. By setting forth a specifically personal project and by taking full responsibility for her or his actions, self-made entrepreneurs necessarily run the risk of being challenged. They are likely to be admired or detested according to their success or failure in getting those over whom they have authority to share their goals. They work without legal protection or even legitimacy. Saying, "I want," makes it impossible for them to take refuge behind overriding external necessity or impersonal forces. Since the entrepreneur's power is that of a subject person, it can be opposed, called into question, even rejected by those under command. The exercise of personal power necessarily implies an acceptance of the most direct, personal forms of conflict. The act of asserting one's own will carries the risk that others will respond by asserting theirs. Consequently, Presbyterian types of entrepreneur and visionary industrial pioneers tend to live in an atmosphere of passion and drama. Their relationships with their immediate entourage are often intensely emotional. All the parties involved are aware that they may meet total defeat. Although obviously class relations, none of those involved in them behaves entirely in accordance with the legal and institutional rules informing the relationship. The personal power of the boss may be destroyed, bringing down the whole enterprise. Doubtless other enterprises will take its place, in which the power of capital rests upon a less fragile basis than the personal authority of an entrepreneur. But what sort of basis might this be? The foundation of the legitimacy of power is one of the great unresolved questions of capitalist society. According to its own ideology, the most able should always have unrestricted access to the positions of power. Liberal ideology implies a meritocracy, and this, in turn, since individual capacities and abilities are by nature untransmissible and personal, presupposes complete fluidity in relation to power. No material or institutional inertia must frustrate social mobility. Yesterday's winner must be liable to be displaced today by whoever shows greater ability. Employers and workers, bankers and peasants, must be able to permute their respective social positions constantly. Liberal ideology assumes that success in business never provides the victors with the means to preserve their own power. If free enterprise and competition are to prevail, the power derived from success in business must not imply the power to block the ascent to newcomers and to transmit to heirs or delegate to trustees the prerogatives and privileges one has won. This ideal vision of a society of free and equal citizens might have contained a germ of truth during the heroic age of capitalism, which was also the age of colonization of North America. It presupposed practically unlimited opportunities for enterprise and success, and implied that no one would be barred from succeeding by those who were successful before. Stating this presupposition makes it obvious that it could only come true in exceptional circumstances and for a limited duration. There are only so many positions of power at any moment in any given society. Further, and despite the implicit assumptions of liberal ideology, there are no forms of power which are not, in essence, also the power to secure and delegate. Power, by definition, is an appropriation of a position of domination, and such positions are necessarily privileged and scarce. Any occupant of such a position necessarily denies it to others. It follows that the only politically important question is this: was the position of domination created by its occupant, and is the power which it confers destined to disappear along with the individual? Or, on the other hand, is power inherent in the pre-existing position occupied by its holder within a system of social relations, and is it, as a result, independent of the individual occupying it? As a society ages, and this is particularly true of capitalist society, positions of power and the modalities by which they are exercised tend to become increasingly, and in the last analysis completely, predetermined. Every position and all the personal qualities associated with it come to be predefined. Hence, no one, however audacious, will be allowed to succeed outside the customary channels or the established institutions. Power will never be exercised by individuals or depend exclusively upon their personal authority. It comes to be exercised through institutions, following predetermined procedures, and those responsible for its exercise are themselves no more than the servants of an apparatus of domination. A machine, as the Americans put it, or the establishment, as it is known in Britain. They impersonate an impersonal and transcendent power. This institutional sclerosis is inseparable from the bureaucratization of power. No one is allowed to conquer power by and for her or himself. All she or he can do is to rise to one of the positions conferring a modicum of power on its holders. Consequently, it's no longer people who have power, it's the positions of power which have their people. These positions are no longer tailored by powerful individualities to fit and exalt their ego. Instead, they tailor the individuals to make them fit their function. Such a society leaves no room for adventurers, Schumpeterian entrepreneurs, or conquerors. Success belongs to careerists, to those who have followed the paths and attended the schools that equip them with the personality, accent, manners, and social skills fitting the functions that look for people to fill them. This development,
I can take it here.
Cool.
This development was already preordained from the moment when the individual capitalist gave away the joint stock company, the entrepreneur of the bank, and the boss to capital and its functionaries, otherwise known as managers. The whole machinery of economic and political decision-making and management has come to be structured in a way that meets the requirements of the profitability and circulation of capital. The logic of capital must no longer be dependent upon the personal skills and initiatives of its servants. It must prevail whatever the abilities and individual authority of its functionaries. Naturally, the same situation is true of the mechanisms of political power. They are called upon to exercise power over people without allowing anyone in particular to exercise it in any personal sense. The state might be defined as a mechanism of power to which every citizen is subordinated and which at the same time denies personal power to everyone. This type of society finds its fullest expression in the figure of the bureaucrat. Bureaucrats guarantee the power of the state without possessing any power themselves. As agents of power or fragments of power, they maintain the mechanisms of domination by enforcing rules for which they have no responsibility and by fulfilling functions with which they can have no personal identification. The power of bureaucrats varies inversely with their impotence. They uphold the integrity of the administrative machine by renouncing all power for themselves. They are the cogs of a well-defined machine, the instruments of a power exercised without a subjective will behind it. In the state apparatus, as in the giant firm, power is an organogram. An organogram. When I listened to this before, I was like, what is that word? An organogram. I actually want to look up that really quick. I mean, I get the word organ in the sense of like an organization, or an organ of an organization, but what is the agram? Oh, and am I screen sharing on the recording? It says tableau schematique des diverses parties. Wait, it's just in French. Oh, it's an organization chart. Okay, it's an organization chart. This is a French word for organization chart. So power is an organization chart. Okay. Now, this whole section is on the one side why you can't just throw out Burnham or the leftist version of that through Ehrenreich, right? Like and it's also on the other side why actual new left, oh, let's do the march through the institutions, identity politics. It's just about representation and recognition within these institutions. Why all of this, both new left, old left, miss the point. And this is why we are already you were saying this earlier, something you liked about what Gorz was doing, is he's really kind of showing why it is already a dumb machine. And that like AI is already real. This is AI. When people start calling Chat GBT and, Midjourney or Dolly or whatever, when they start calling that AI, it's like, okay, now we're fetishizing AI. AI is already the system itself. And so when people are saying things like there's still a public, there's still, newspapers, there's still militias and working class schools, and infantry still matters as much as it does, as opposed to all of the more highly specialized forms of mechanized violence today. It's like you're talking to people who really are just kind of like stuck in like a history book, and they're not like, there's an update that they kind of don't want to get. And I'm like, is André Gorz like the update that they're like avoiding, or that someone has been hiding from them? Because I feel like they've been hiding it from us. So it's like, this is really fucking good. It also shows why Foucault does matter, right? This is like the best contextualization of Foucault that I've ever seen. just as a perspective into this. But I think Weber also, Habermas too, like there are these, and Bourdieu, really sociology itself as a like post-Marxist sociology kind of functions in on this bureaucratic side of things, right? Which is why I don't think it would have made a difference if Trotsky had gotten in instead of Stalin. So like Trotsky blames, the personalities involved. He blames the bureaucracy and the corruption of it. But it's like, no, it's a medium itself. It's a medium that shapes the messengers and the messages, right? So it's like, I don't know. I think the same thing would have happened to him. But I'll continue. It has been rightly said that the organogram, organization chart, was invented in order to produce more or less automatic obedience to the imperatives of the hierarchy. It was conceived by those technicians of power known as operational researchers, or occasionally by lawyers. Its object is to preordain the working of a system by breaking it down into narrowly specialized functions and predefining the points of lateral and vertical junction between the specialized tasks. A network of functions, checks, and coordinations regulates the circulation of fragmentary information and decisions, defines limited powers designed to balance and exclude one another in such a way as to prevent any individual or group from occupying a position of supremacy. Although an organogram may be the creation of a single individual, this does not mean that it can be seen as the materialization of that individual's power. A management consultant or specialist of constitutional law has no more personal power than any other functionary. They merely specialize in devising forms of domination over everyone, implemented through the non-power of each. The elimination of personal power to the benefit of the functional power inherent in an anonymous organogram has profoundly changed the implications of class conflict. Power in both society and the firm is now exercised by people who do not hold it, who are not personally answerable for their actions and take refuge behind the functions which answer for them. Since they are executants or servants, bureaucrats are never responsible. The predefined obligations inherent in their function relieve them of all personal responsibility and decision and enable them to meet protests with the disarming reply, "We haven't chosen to do this. We're only enforcing the regulations. We're carrying out orders." Whose orders? Whose regulations? One could go back indefinitely up this hierarchy, and it would still be impossible to find anyone else to say, "Mine." However obvious the class character of the system of domination, it does not follow that the individuals making up the dominant class are exercising domination individually. They too are dominated by the very power they exercise. The subject of this power is untraceable, which is why the dominated masses tend implicitly to call for a sovereign whom they could hold responsible and to whom they could present their demands or appeals. Think of the slogans of mass demonstrations and the litany of chants directed at named individuals, de Gaulle or Giscard, Wilson or Thatcher. And then he says, for example, the milk snatcher. And I would just say also just like think how punk largely comes about against Reagan.
That was Reagan and Thatcher.
Right. The trap is obvious. Ascribing the effects of a system to a supposed sovereignty held personally responsible for its shortcomings leads to expecting salvation from a real leader willing to take personal responsibility for making matters change. This type of appeal to a prestigious figurehead or savior against the effects of bureaucratic domination is not limited to the petty bourgeoisie. When an oppressed mass finds itself without the practical or theoretical means to fight an illegitimate system of domination, recourse to the personal power of a prestigious leader may seem a desirable course to follow. This is my favorite time that a person's ever kind of brought in, this whole element of cult of personality and tyranny or dictatorship or this is probably the best way to bring it in and to say that, yeah, this is the basis for fascism, is the fact that people are under a corrupt system and no one is responsible. And if you read Hitler's Mein Kampf, he says basically all this. He says, look, nobody's responsible. Everybody says, oh, it's somebody else. Oh, it's somebody else. And the buck never stops at anybody. Well, guess what, everybody? I'll do it. It's my mission to do it for the sake of Germany, right? Like it's just straight up what Gorz is describing here. Like, so what he's been describing is also like a good way of thinking about how maybe the best critique of the PMC as referring to a class or to individuals is that the point is that there are no individuals. There is no class. I like the way that he does say that intellectual laborers are not part of a class. They're part of a non-class. They can't identify with this thing. And so it's like, that's why it's like so hard for a person to be like, to think about the PMCs, because they're like, like they have no ownership over what they are a part of. And when no one has any ownership over what they are a part of, that just means that we're super fucking alienated, right? Then you could add into that structural stultification, functional literacy, and the fact in what structural stultification really means is broken down families, neighborhoods, communities. And so when you don't have your time energy, no one else has it. It's like you can't have civic infrastructure or organic networks, right? Like that shit breaks down. And that creates the conditions for fascism. So anyway, when he says, when an oppressed mass finds itself without the practical or theoretical means to fight an illegitimate system of domination, recourse to the personal power of a prestigious leader may seem a desirable course to follow. By the mere fact of announcing, this is my decision, this is my will, these are my orders, the leader may deliver the people from the glue of serial impotence. In contradistinction to a system based upon the evasion of responsibility, anonymous bureaucracies and impotent petty tyrants exercising a nameless power and complaining endlessly that they don't do what they want and do not want what they are doing, a leader or Führer is first and foremost that grand individual willing to say, all power is with this leader who will answer personally for his or her doings. The leader will be the solace and salvation of all those vainly seeking to bring to account the people responsible for their humiliations. He or she will identify and indict the culprits. It's pusillanimous. Can you say that word? Is that a French word?
Pusillanimous.
I can't hear you.
Pusillanimous.
Oh, there. Oh, it's not, so it's not some fancy, maybe pusillanimous. All right. It's pusillanimous and selfish petty bourgeois. It's plutocrats and sinister cosmopolitans who behind the scenes weave their occult web of price fixing, bribery, and secret international maneuver. It's the corrupt and discredited politicians willing to prostitute themselves to a ruling class only too willing to set its blighted interests above those of the nation. The rhetoric is familiar. People awake, heed the call of the Führer, whose grand design will sweep away the miserable projects of the bourgeoisie, who will free you from an oppressive system created by no one, for whose existence no one takes responsibility, who will impose personal power upon history and replace the mysterious laws governing the order of things by fiat. Henceforth, everything that is done will be done by the Führer's will. Lead, Führer, we will follow, and recover our humanity and grandeur through the act of obedience. Fidelity to the idea, fidelity to the event. Such is the language of fascism. It has a capacity to transcend class division and draw upon the frustrated needs generated by a system of impersonal domination based upon the impotence of each and all. An indispensable condition for the emergence of fascism is the existence of a leader with a mass following, both prestigious and plebeian, capable of embodying the majesty of the state and the individuality of the common person, endowed with unlimited power. In the absence of this type of charismatic leader, the totalitarian state may take the shape of military dictatorship, plebiscitary monarchy, or police state, but not of fascism. Fascism is specific in its way of enabling the people to identify with the all-powerful leader. The Führer exercises by proxy the power and belongs to anyone. He stands for the ordinary person. strong and courageous enough to drive away all those profiteers, exploiters, parasites, bureaucrats, and politicians who are enmeshing the people with an anonymous system and depriving it of its will. Fascism implies the abolition of functional power at every level and its replacement by the personal power of the strongest and most able. It puts an end to the system. Henceforth, all power shall reflect the superior abilities of those in command. Only the best will stand at the head of society and the party. The quality of individuals will become the basis of hierarchy within society and the mass organizations of youth, women, workers, trade skills, etc. Promotion by means of connections and protections will be made impossible, and therefore occult networks of Freemasons, Jews, or bourgeois associations will be eradicated. The old decadent, degenerate, and corrupt elite consisted of a mafia monopoly who monopolizes the best positions without, of course, being in any way the best, except at the sordid art of intrigue. A new plebeian elite will sweep away all this rot. It will ensure an identity between the hierarchy of functions and of capabilities. Fascism goes to great lengths, particularly through decorations, insignia, and uniforms, in the establishment of all sorts of hierarchies between people. Sports competitions, games, and tournaments play a substantial role in the selection of the most able. Physical prowess is a cardinal value, since the physical superiority of the stronger over the weaker is, of all types of superiority, the least questionable, most easily measurable, and most obviously ontological. Holders of muscular strength and physical dexterity are powerful by themselves. The power they draw from their strength owes nothing to social position, connections, or cultural mediation. Fascism is a virile cultural revolution. It aims at liquidating bourgeois values, property, saving, culture, family life, privacy, good manners, charity, tolerance, etc., and substituting the so-called vital values. It expects its leaders to excel in these, at least in appearance. Hence its frequent borrowings from feudal society. Fascism aims to be a brutal and barbaric liberation, the unshackling of the power of those whose strength has hitherto been held in check by the furtive maneuvers of profiteers. In place of the old state, whose machinery of domination was dominated by nobody, and where no one had power over the structure of power, the new state will be a pyramid of personal powers impelled by one and the same common will, that of our beloved leader. You want to read for a minute?
This, at any rate, is the ideology of fascism. It rejects political parties and the party system, not simply, as has often been said, because it is based on the will of and permanent unmediated communion between the Führer and the people, but more fundamentally because fascism replaces an autonomous system of power with the power of a person. The specific aim of political parties is to seek to place their members in the control room of the state machinery. All parties are alike in this respect. They are all replicas of the state apparatus which they seek to control. They are all associations of people aspiring to some sort of functional power, prepared to share out key government posts among themselves by a combination of intrigue, negotiation, wheeling and dealing, betrayal and blackmail. Once there, following the laws of the system, they will only display their personal impotence. For fascism, the abolition of parties is inherent in the abolition of the aimless machinery of impersonal power, which is the state. This is a long way from the simplistic explanation of fascism as a device invented by monopoly capital to serve as a diversion from economic crisis, drawing its support from a reactionary middle class threatened with proletarianization. In fact, fascist ideology is an expression and mobilization of a set of needs, frustrations, and aspirations created by the system of domination specific to industrialized societies. The themes of fascist ideology can be found permanently, if in diffused form, among all levels and classes of society, especially among the popular classes, and in France in the speeches of the Communist Party leadership, but only in exceptional circumstances, such as an economic crisis blocking social mobility, and with a charismatic leadership can these themes and the masses who spontaneously propagate them give rise to a radicalized political movement. The replacement of a system of functional domination by the continuous promotion of the most able, the replacement of a class monopolizing positions of power by the personal power of a Führer, and the elimination of the state and its bureaucracy in favor of mass organizations mobilized by a single will and goal. All this amounts to a radical transformation of society and the state and a complete overhaul of every existing institution. In some respects, it is an agenda resembling that of the socialist movement. Yet all of these transformations also imply transformations in the productive system. The elimination of the giant technical machineries, administrative and economic units. In short, every institutional agency whose size and complexity are not susceptible to control by personal power, and which therefore require a functional division of tasks, including those of management. Nothing of the sort has ever been envisaged by fascism. Instead, the Führer principle, according to which everything at every level is subject to the personal will and power of the Führer, requires increased centralization within the machinery of domination in order to ensure that no personal power can be exercised outside that of the Führer. The machinery of power must therefore be cast in the mold of a military machine, with its ranks, hierarchical controls, rules of obedience, and strict discipline. The only power permitted outside that of the Führer is the power delegated to revocable underlings acting in the Führer's name. Thus, instead of the promotion of the most able, lower leadership tends to be selected on the basis of loyalty and reliability. Competitive conformism and servility toward the beloved leader and the leader's representatives tend to become the major qualities required of those seeking to make a career. Thus, the personal power of the Führer functions as a sort of ideological cover for the total bureaucratization of public life. Consequently, fascist states tend to present the worst failings and perversions of the bureaucratic capitalist state in exaggerated form. Moreover, it is no longer possible to point them out. Official propaganda insists upon their disappearance, and there are no means of opposing the official line. The Führer and entourage are presented as the heroes of the historical epic in progress and the authors of every decision that has been taken. The implementation of decisions requires the militarization of both economic and administrative activities with all its ensuing waste, corruption, nepotism, black marketeering, and unaccountability. Hitler and Stalin's police states were remarkably similar in this respect. Thus, in modern societies, the abolition of functional in favor of personal power finally results in dictatorship by the holders of functional power and personification of the machinery of domination. Hold on, dude. Oh, I gotta change this shit up.
Is it because I took it off screen share?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just like, yeah, I didn't know what you had on the screen for the recording because it's weird, everybody. I'm used to doing these recordings myself, but right now Nance is doing them. And so it's like, we haven't found our system yet. So we're working with my computer being broken right here. This laptop's barely hanging on. It's like making noises and stuff. And it's like crapping out. So Nance is doing the recordings today. I'm glad we did that backup earlier today. Yeah. Like Nance recorded a backup copy because my copy, it turned out when I went back over it, it's not good. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. We've lost entire things before, or at least I've lost entire things before. And so it's good to have backups.
We keep losing Gorz.
Dude, the whole system is against us reading Gorz.
All right.
Yeah. Normally people who want to talk about capital, like they also just want some person to step in and or some small group of people to step in. And it's just like, yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's a system where the ranks can be filled with people who are loyal as opposed to skilled. It has nothing to do with skill at that point, because the kind of power based in merit through skill has been so dispersed that you can just fill the ranks with people who are just just there to make it function. Right? Their thoughts on what really is good or whatever, that doesn't matter. You know, this is why it's such a good connection with Arendt's banal form of evil.
Yeah.
You know. Want me to read for a bit?
Hold on, I think, actually, yeah, we're almost done with this chapter, so
we can start doing. Oh yeah, do you want? Well, because we can start doing 3 puff pass.
Yeah, let's do that.
This digression should help us to situate the problem of power more precisely. And if you want to screen share, I'll just read off yours so we don't keep having this problem. In modern societies, power does not have a subject. It only appears to be personal. In reality, it is the effect of a structure. It derives from the existence of a machinery of domination, which endows, let's see. In reality, it is the effect of a structure. It derives from the existence of a machinery of domination, which endows the functional powers, those holding positions within it, whatever the nature of their abilities or political options. I misread that. It derives from the existence of a machinery of domination, which endows with functional powers those holding positions within it, whatever the nature of their abilities or political options. As long as this machinery of domination remains intact, it is politically immaterial who the holders of positions of power may be. It is the structure of the machinery which will determine the nature of power and mode of government, the relationship between civil society and the political society, and between the political society and the state. The belief that the machinery of domination needs to be taken over in order to subsequently change it has been a long-standing illusion of reformists. This is not to say that reformism has not carried out reforms. It has, however, failed to change either the nature of power, the mode of government, or the relationship between civil society and the state. Its reforms have only served to reinforce and legitimate the machinery of power, the domination over the masses and their impotence. By its nature, the proletariat is incapable of becoming the subject of power. If its representatives take over the machinery of domination deployed by capital, they will succeed only in producing the very same type of domination and, in their turn, become a functional bourgeoisie. A class cannot overthrow another class merely by taking its place within the system of domination. All it will thereby achieve will be a permutation of office holders and by no means a transfer of power. The notion that the domination of capital can be transferred to the proletariat and thereby collectivized is as farcical as the ideal of making nuclear power stations democratic by transferring their management to the control of the trade union hierarchies. Dude, have you seen the skit from This Is America where Sacha Baron Cohen like talks to Bernie Sanders?
I don't think I fucking love Sacha Baron Cohen, but I don't think I watched that one. I did watch This Is America, but I don't remember that one.
I would show it, except that I think that it would get struck. You know, this would get copyright struck hard. But he's like a guy in a wheelchair. He's like some kind of like fat cowboy in a wheelchair. Like that's what he's dressed up as while he's interviewing Bernie. And Bernie's like, doesn't know what's going on. And he says he's basically trying to tell Bernie that the solution is to take the 99% and put it into the 1%. And that way it will be 199%. And he's like trying to show him like the math. He's got like a whiteboard up and he's like actually trying to show the math. And he's like, you just put it into the 1%. And then, you know, it's really, I cannot do it justice, but it really is like this paragraph. It's like, that's basically what he's saying. You can't do it. You cannot put the 99% into the 1%. It doesn't work. Right. These are functional placeholders in a system of relations. Right. Do I have one more to read? The concept of seizure of power needs to be fundamentally revised. Power can only be seized by an already existing dominant class. Taking power implies taking it away from its holders, not by occupying their posts, but by making it permanently impossible for them to keep their machinery of domination running. Revolution is first and foremost the irreversible destruction of this machinery. It implies a form of collective practice capable of bypassing and superseding it through the development of an alternative network of relations. The day anew machinery of domination conferring functional powers on the rulers is generated by these practices. The revolution will have come to an end. A new institutional order will have been established.
Previous revolutions have generally sought to eliminate all types of functional power so as to do away with all forms of domination. They have generally failed. Functional power has inevitably arisen anew from the machineries of social production and the division of labor underpinning them. We therefore cannot expect to eliminate relations of domination as a result of eliminating functional power. The only hope of abolishing relations of domination is to start by recognizing that functional power is inevitable. This recognition will enable us to look for ways of effectively restricting it to areas where it cannot be dispensed with. This will teach us to dissociate power from domination, keeping the first where necessary, doing away with the latter everywhere, and upholding the specific autonomies of civil society, the political society, and the state. This is the fucking argument to be had with anarchists over and over and over and over and over again. And
what do you mean?
How there are many anarchists who think that like getting rid of these unjust hierarchies means doing away with the concept of verticality itself. And it's not just a thing among anarchists. Like there are a lot of like just left people
right,
who think everything should be flattened out. But specifically with anarchists, me being a person who likes to travel in those circles, that's an argument that is constantly coming up over and over and over again. What like they can't comprehend the fact that there is such a thing as skill, and there are such
right.
things as like people who need to be told what to do when they're involved in a productive endeavor by someone who has the knowledge and the skill and the this and the that.
So functional power is inevitable. This recognition will enable us to look for ways of effectively restricting it to areas where it cannot be dispensed with. Restricting it to areas where it cannot be dispensed with, such as the realm of heteronymous labor.
Right.
Right. Or a captain on a ship.
Right.
It's just like you have, there are places where it is absolutely indispensable. We'll never be rid of it. This will teach us to disassociate power from domination, keeping the first where necessary, doing away with the latter everywhere, and upholding the specific autonomies of civil society, the political society, and the state.
Chapter 6, a new historical subject, the non-class of post-industrial proletarians. The crisis of socialism is above all a reflection of the crisis of the proletariat. The disappearance of the polyvalent skilled worker, the possible subject of productive labor and hence of a revolutionary transformation of social relations, has also entailed the disappearance of the class able to take charge of the socialist project and translate it into reality. Fundamentally, the degeneration of socialist theory and practice has its origins here. In Marx, scientific socialism rested on a dual foundation. Firstly, it was a project carried by a class of proletarianized social producers that formed a virtual majority of the population. Secondly, this class was defined in essence by conscious rejection of its class being. Each proletarian, as a member of the class, was a living contradiction between his or her sovereign productive praxis and the commodity status which capitalist social relations conferred upon it by reducing it to an undifferentiated quantum of exploited labor. The proletariat was the potential subject of socialist revolution because each proletarian experienced a contradiction between sovereignty over her or his work and work relationships, and the negation of this sovereignty by capital. Class unity and class consciousness were based upon the inevitability that each proletarian would, in his or her own activity, encounter the general negation of the sovereignty of all proletariat in, I think probably of all proletarians. Class being was the intolerable and ubiquitous external limit to the activity of each and every class member. The proletariat was the only class, in the first in history, which had no interest but to cancel its class being by destroying the external constraints by which it had been constituted. For Marx, then, the proletariat was itself the negation of its own being. The task of scientific socialism was merely to demonstrate how this negation could become operationally effective and pass into positivity. As we have seen, however, the capitalist division of labor has destroyed the dual premise of scientific socialism. In the first place, the worker's labor no longer involves any power. A class whose social activity yields no power does not have the means to take power, nor does it feel called upon to do so. In the second place, work is no longer the worker's own activity. In the immense majority of cases, whether in the factory or the office, work is now a passive, pre-programmed activity which has been totally subordinated to the working of a big machinery, leaving no room for personal initiative. It is no longer possible for workers to identify with their work or their function in the productive process. Everything now appears to take place outside themselves. Work itself has become a quantum of reified activity awaiting and subjugating the worker.
Loss of the ability to identify with one's work is tantamount to the disappearance of any sense of belonging to a class. Just as work remains external to the individual, so too does class belonging. Just as work has become a nondescript task carried out without any personal involvement, which one may quit for another equally contingent job, so too has class membership come to be lived as a contingent and meaningless fact. For workers, it is no longer a question of freeing themselves within work, putting themselves in control of work, or seizing power within the framework of their work. The point now is to free oneself from work by rejecting its nature, content, necessity, and modalities. But to reject work is also to reject the traditional strategy and organizational forms of the working class movement. It is no longer a question of winning power as a worker, but of winning the power no longer to function as a worker. The power at issue is not at all the same as before. The class itself has entered into crisis. That might be like the best paragraph. We might want to actually read that in the conversation with Tut. I mean, I was fantasizing while you were reading, and I was outside smoking, and I was thinking, man, I wish that we could just start up and just read this. We just read a few paragraphs, let them talk, read a few paragraphs, let them talk, read a few paragraphs, let them, we go through the whole book.
Dude, if he had the time for that, that'd be the shit.
Yeah, I know. This crisis, however, is much more a crisis of a myth and an ideology than of a really existing working class. For over a century, the idea of the proletariat has succeeded in masking its own unreality. This idea is now as obsolete as the proletariat itself, since in place of the productive collective worker of old, a non-class of non-workers is coming into being, prefiguring a non-society within existing society in which classes will be abolished along with work itself and all forms of domination. Oh, you're muted. What were we saying?
I was reading.
Oh. Okay.
In contradistinction to the working class, this non-class has not been engendered by capitalism and marked with the insignia of capitalist relations of production. It is the result of the crisis of capitalism and the dissolution of the social relations of capitalist production, a process stemming from the growth of new production technology. The negativity which, according to Marx, was to be embodied in the working class has by no means disappeared. It has been displaced and has acquired a more radical form in a new social area. As it has shifted, it has acquired a new form and content which directly negate the ideology, the material base, the social relations, and the juridical organization or state form of capitalism. It has the added advantage over Marx's working class of being immediately conscious of itself. Its existence is at once indissolubly subjective and objective, collective and individual. This non-class encompasses all those who have been expelled from production by the abolition of work, or whose capacities are underemployed as a result of the industrialization, in this case, the automation and computerization of intellectual work.
Dude, this goes perfect with non-belonging.
Yeah.
With Todd's idea of like non-belonging. It's amazing.
Yeah.
I want to ask him if he's read this. It results
from the decomposition of the old society based upon the dignity, value, social utility, and desirability of work. It stretches into virtually every layer of society, well beyond those lumpen whom the Black Panthers, with remarkable prescience, counterposed in the late 1960s to the class of unionized, stably employed workers, protected by labor legislation and collective agreements. That traditional working class is now no more than a privileged minority. The majority of the population now belong to the post-industrial neo-proletariat, which, with no job security or definite class identity, fills the area of probationary, contracted, casual, temporary, and part-time employment. In the not-too-distant future, jobs such as these will be largely eliminated by automation. Even now, their specifications are continually changing with the rapid development of technology, and their requirements bear little relation to the knowledge and skills offered by schools and universities. The neo-proletariat is generally overqualified for the jobs it finds. It is generally condemned to underuse of its capacities when it is in work, and to unemployment itself in the longer term. Any employment seems to be accidental and provisional. Every type of work purely contingent. It cannot feel any involvement with its work or identification with its job. Work no longer signifies an activity or even a major occupation. It is merely a blank interval on the margins of life to be endured in order to earn a little money.
In contrast to the proletariat in Marx's theory, the neo-proletariat does not define itself by reference to its work and cannot be defined in terms of its position within the social process of production. The question of who does or does not belong to the class of productive workers, how to categorize a kinesthetherapist, a tourist guide, an airline employee, a systems analyst, a technician in a biological laboratory, or a telecommunications engineer has no meaning or importance when set against a growing and more or less numerically dominant mass of people moving from one job to another, learning trades they will never regularly practice, following courses without outlets or practical utility, giving them up or failing them because, after all, what does it matter? They go on to work in the post office during the summer, to pick grapes in the autumn, to join a department store staff for Christmas, and to work as a laborer in the spring. I've literally done 2 of those 4 jobs. And like one of them was seasonal Christmas work at Walmart. Another was, being doing construction during when it was in the season, right? I've also done construction outside of season, which is the worst thing ever. The only certainty is
dude. Fucking sucks ass.
Yeah, it's the worst. Like foundations in the winter, mud, slush, soaking wet, freezing, everyone miserable. You have to be strong as fuck too, and you have to be running basically the whole time. It's crazy. The only certainty as far as they are concerned is that they do not feel they belong to the working class or to any other class. I think that you can be in that situation and then find out about the working class and find people who are speaking to it, and that can change the situation, and you can actually feel like you're a part of it, like Bernie, could make you go, shit, dude, it's true. I've never had shit. This is bullshit. Or you could hear someone like Oliver Anthony singing and you go, damn, that's real. Like, I think you could kind of like get like some kind of class consciousness, but the point is like, can that be your central identity? It's like work is the central thing sucking away all your time, energy, but working class is not the central thing in your identity, except for a handful of people who are super into usually history or philosophy, right? Or a handful of people who feel quite represented in the union, and you still meet them. Or like, I'm trying to think, like at Amazon, crew of 30 people, there was one person who seemed to kind of get it, but even then it only really manifested in antagonizing the bosses in a somewhat playful way, but it wasn't like, there wasn't like, I floated, I walked around, I asked people questions and stuff, and I got the sense that there was probably overall like 5 people who'd be interested in a union. A lot of people were super opposed to it. I had a lot of great conversations with the people who were interested in it. And they definitely saw themselves as workers. And they definitely understood the situation. But the thing is yeah, it's like, how much time, energy can you really put into that when all of it's already sucked away by a job, and then you won't even be at this job in the near future? Like, this is temp work. Like, most people are not at Amazon for the long haul, so there's a super high turnover rate, which is actually really good for them because it allows them to refine, making you increasingly fungible, replaceable. Whether they work in a bank, the civil service, a cleaning agency, or a factory, neo-proletarians are basically non-workers temporarily doing something that means nothing to them. They do any old thing which anyone could do, provisionally engaged in temporary and nameless work. For them, work is no longer an individual contribution to the total production of society made up of countless individual activities. Social production is now given first, and work is merely the mass of insecure short-term activities to which it gives rise. Workers no longer produce society through the mediation of the relations of production. Instead, gotta scroll. Where are we at? Now I'm all lost. For them, work is no longer an individual contribution to the total production of society made up of countless individual activities. Social production is now given first, and work is merely the mass of insecure short-term activities to which it gives rise. Workers no longer produce society through the mediation and the relations of production. Instead, the machinery of social production as a whole produces work and imposes it in a random way upon random interchangeable individuals. Work, in other words, does not belong to the individuals who perform it, nor can it be termed their own activity. It belongs to the machinery of social production, is allocated and programmed by it, remaining external to the individuals upon whom it is imposed. Instead of being the worker's mode of insertion into a system of universal cooperation, work is now the mode of subordination to the machinery of universal domination. Oh, it's really good. Instead of generating workers able to transcend their finite particularity and define themselves directly as social producers in general, work has come to be perceived by individuals as the contingent form of social oppression in general. The proletariat, which the young Marx saw as a universal force, void of any particularized form, has become a particularized individuality in revolt against the universal force of the apparatus.
The inversion of the Marxist concept of the proletariat is thus total. Not only does the new post-industrial proletariat not find any source of potential power in socialized labor, all it finds there is the reality of apparatus power and its own impotence. Not only is it no longer the possible subjective agent of socialized productive labor, Instead, it defines its own subjectivity through the refusal of socialized labor and the negation of work perceived itself as a negation or alienation. Nothing indicates that this total alienation of socialized work can be reversed. Technological development does not point towards a possible appropriation of social production by the producers. Instead, it indicates further elimination of the social producer and continuing marginalization of socially necessary labor as a result of the computer revolution. Whatever the number of jobs remaining in industry and the service sector once automation has been fully achieved, they will be incapable of providing identity, meaning, and power for those who fill them. For there is a rapid decline in the amount of labor time necessary to reproduce, not this society and its mechanisms of domination and command, but a viable society endowed with everything useful and necessary to life. The requirement could be a mere 2 hours a day, or 10 hours a week, or 15 weeks a year, or 10 years in a lifetime. The substantially longer period of social labor maintained in contemporary society has accelerated rather than slowed down the devaluation, in the ethical sense, of all forms of work. The amount of time spent working and the relatively high level of employment have been artificially maintained because of the inextricable confusion which exists between the production of the necessary and the superfluous, the useful and the useless, waste and wealth, pleasures and nuisances, destruction and repair. Whole areas of economic life now have the sole function of providing work or of producing for the sake of keeping people working. Motherfuckers in Oregon who pump your gas, for instance. But when a society, but when a society produces in order to provide work rather than works in order to produce, then work as a whole has no meaning. Its chief objective is simply to keep people occupied, and thereby to preserve the relations of subordination, competition, and discipline upon which the workings of the dominant system are based. Work in general comes to be tainted with the suspicion that it is but a useless compulsion devised to mask the fact of each individual's redundancy, or, to put it another way, to conceal the possibility of liberation from socialized labor itself and the obsolescence of a system of social relations which makes socialized labor the precondition of both income and the circulation of wealth. The specificity of the post-industrial proletariat follows from this analysis. In contradistinction to the traditional working class, this non-class is free subjectivity. While the industrial proletariat derived an objective power from the transformation of matter, so that it perceived itself as a material force underpinning the whole course of society, the neo-proletariat can be defined as a non-force, without objective social importance, excluded from society. Since it plays no part in the production of society, it envisages society's development as something external, akin to a spectacle or a show. It sees no point in taking over the machine-like structure which, as it sees it, defines contemporary society, nor of placing anything whatsoever under its control. What matters instead is to appropriate areas of autonomy outside of, and in opposition to, the logic of society, so as to allow the unobstructed realization of individual development alongside and over that machine-like structure.
The lack of an overall conception of future society fundamentally distinguishes the new post-industrial proletariat from the class which, according to Marx, was invested with a historical mission. The neo-proletariat has nothing to expect of contemporary society, nor of its subsequent evolution. That process, the development of the productive forces, has reached its end by making work virtually superfluous. It can go no further. The logic of capital, which after 2 centuries of progress has led to this outcome through the accumulation of ever more efficient means of production, can offer no more and no better. More precisely, productivist industrial society can only continue by offering more and worse, more destruction, more waste, more repairs to destruction, more programming of the most intimate facets of individual life. That's the controls society aspect. That's the psychopolitics aspect. That's why people who do hold the reproductive function of the PMC, virtue hoarding and acting like changing your language fixes the system, is an insult. It's an insult. Progress has arrived at a threshold beyond which plus turns into minus. The future is heavy with menace and devoid of promise. The forward march of productivism now brings the advance of barbarism and oppression. There is therefore no point in wondering where we are going or in seeking to identify with laws imminent in historical development. We are not going anywhere. History has no meaning. There is nothing to be hoped from history and no reason to sacrifice anything to that idol. No longer can we give ourselves to a transcendent cause, expecting that it will repay our suffering and reward our sacrifice with interest. We must, however, be clear about what we do desire. The logic of capital has brought us to the threshold of liberation, but it can only be crossed at the price of a radical break, in which productivism is replaced by a different rationality. This rupture can only come from individuals themselves. The realm of freedom can never arise out of material processes. It can only be established by a constitutive act which, aware of its free subjectivity, asserts itself as an absolute end in itself within each individual. Only the non-class of non-producers is capable of such an act, for it alone embodies what lies beyond productivism, the rejection of the accumulation ethic and the dissolution of all classes.
Fucking goes hard, dude.
That's fucking metal, dude. God damn. That's crazy to me. Like when I think of the SDS and how they, like, suddenly I'm like, wow, okay, if anybody involved with the SDS in the 60s was aware of that idea, then that makes me a lot more sympathetic of a lot of the things that they were doing. So it's like, it makes me wonder, like, I think he's sublating the new left. I don't think he's not like Marcuse was supposedly, like one of their gurus or whatever. He's trying to sublate like this basic thing that they did see, right? Like they saw it, and goddamn.
Yeah, I mean,
fuck.
Yeah,
Where have they been hiding this guy?
Yeah, yeah, it's fucked up, dude.
Who's hiding him?
Like,
who's hiding him?
All the conversations we've had, not all of them, but there's so much that is here, and it's just like, okay, so if this is the shit that we're kind of talking about, like, that feels new right now, but Gorz was writing about this in the, late 60s, 70s, and 80s. Like what? Why are mainstream left figures still ignoring it or acting like we're coming up with, it's fucking weird to me. It is weird. It's like, why? What?
like we're getting gaslit.
Yeah, dude.
Come on.
It is.
I wonder if that clicks. Like I said at the beginning of this reading this morning, that some people, this shit will not click for them the way it's gonna. It hits different once you come through a bunch of other avenues, and so it's like, I want to know how it's hitting you all. I really do. I want to know. I want to know if, like, some people are just gonna. I suspect a couple people at least are gonna get in here and be like, "No, man, this is bullshit."
No, for sure.
And I just hope that they take the time to take it seriously and consider the fact that we're not reading it at face value. It's that we've been having all these other conversations from not just our own observations, but also a whole lot of other authors that are not a part of any of the currently existing influencer sphere people, figureheads canon. It's not a part of any of their canon. The institutions that exist today and all of the alternative media and all of the teaching platforms and all of the figures involved in all of it, none of them have the canon that Theory Underground has up its sleeve. Like most of, like, even just what's already on catalog. But this shit's,
well, and
like, this shit only really lands for me the way it does because of the catalog and how he's bringing together so many different threads. Like he is CMT pilled, he is PMC pilled, but he goes beyond both of those in a really interesting way. It's like Burnham and Aaron Riker is scratching like a little side of it. And he also gets time energy at the gut level. Like he doesn't need to theorize the energy part. He doesn't need to do this existential phenomenology of it that I'm doing. He doesn't need to, practically speaking. I think it helps. I think that this helps time energy theory, and the time energy theory helps this, but on its own, where's the people for this?
Yeah.
Right. Like, I don't think it's there. And so it's just like, it's crazy to me.
It is fucking crazy. And I would have like rode hard for Gorz. Like Gorz was the fucking thinker I've been waiting for my whole life. Like for real though, but
yeah.
No, it is he's I mean, fuck dude, there's like Ayn Rand in this too. Like it's not just like new left bullshit. Like he really is dealing with people who actually exist. Like earlier when he's talking about like I can't remember the exact words right now. I'm tired, but
Schumpeter.
Yeah, like there's this stuff in here that like he's looking up from books and looking at real people and seeing things and incorporating them into his fucking method. And I love that because so many people don't do that. They're just like, oh yeah, you know, history and blah 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 blah. No, it's fucking dope, dude. Chapter 7.
One paragraph.
The post-industrial revolution. Both the strength and the weakness of the post-industrial proletariat lie in the fact that it does not have an overall vision of future society. There are no messianic or comprehensive theories to provide it either with cohesion or with continuity of action. The neo-proletariat is no more than a vague area made up of constantly changing individuals whose main aim is not to seize power in order to build a new world, but to regain power over their own lives by disengaging from the market rationality of productivism. It cannot be otherwise. Society cannot be reconstructed by decree, and a comprehensive vision has no meaning or purchase unless it is an extension of an already developing process. But the crisis of the industrial system heralds no new world. Nothing in it is indicative of a redeeming transformation. The present does not receive any meaning from the future. The silence of history therefore returns individuals to themselves. Forced back upon their own subjectivity, they have to take the floor on their own behalf. No future society speaks through their mouth, since the society disintegrating before our eyes heralds no new order. The non-class engendered by the decomposition of present-day society can only conceive of the non-society of which it is the prefiguration. The term non-class should not, of course, be taken to imply the absence of social relations and social organization. It is used to designate the process of subtraction from the social sphere of an area of individual sovereignty beyond economic rationality and external constraint. The primacy attached to individual sovereignty echoes that revolutionary bourgeois thought which the bourgeoisie itself rejected once it had obtained power. It flies in the face of orthodox socialist thinking, whose implicit premise has always been that individuals should find personal fulfillment in the appropriation of collective reality and in the common production of the social whole. In Marx, there appeared to be some basis for this premise, in that he expected full development of the productive forces to engender fully developed individuals capable of appropriating the productive forces as a whole. It was assumed that there would be a continuum and an absence of conflict between individual activity and social production, and vice versa. The personalization of social activity and the socialization of personal activity. What the fuck? Okay. And the socialization of personal activity were taken to be the two sides of communist development. Marx's postulate has never been practically verified. The productive forces, or to be more precise, production techniques, did not develop in such a way that socialized production, or socially necessary labor, could become an enriching personal activity, nor above all in such a way that the organization and division of labor at the level of society as a whole could be controlled, reflected upon, and experienced by each individual as the universally desired result of a voluntary cooperation. Everything now indicates that it is impossible to create a highly industrialized society, and hence a world order, which presents itself to each individual as the desired outcome of his or her free social cooperation with other individuals. There is a difference in both scale and nature between communal work or life and the social totality. Although it may be possible to build a highly conscious community through total personal involvement in cooperative activity, conflicts, and effective relations, so that everyone assures the cohesion of what they feel to be their community, society as a whole will still remain a system of relations embodied in and governed by institutional organizations, infrastructures of communication and production, and a geographical and social division of labor whose inertia is its guarantee of continuity and efficacy. As a structured system, society is necessarily external to its members. It is not the product of free, voluntary cooperation. Individuals do not produce it by starting from themselves. They produce it on the ground of its own inert exigencies, adapting themselves to the jobs, functions, skills, environments, and hierarchical relations pre-established by society to assure its cohesive functioning. This pre-establishment of socially necessary activities is not the work of a subjective agent, a genius leader, or supreme guide, at least not in market societies. Planning committees, civil service departments, private and public technocracies, and governments themselves certainly carry out the work of programming, regulating, forecasting, and adjusting. Yet this manifold of collective, anonymous, conflictual, and fragmented activities never crystallizes into a comprehensive project under the personal direction of the head of the executive or the ruling political party. In other words, the cohesive workings of society appear to be assured, for good or ill, by a quasi-subject, the state. But the state is not a real subject. It is no one. In itself, it is no more than an administrative machine, controlled by no one and incapable of formulating a general will which everyone may be called upon to express. The limits, dysfunctions, and weaknesses of the capitalist state mean that society is always imperfectly cohesive and, as a result, that more or less substantial areas of indeterminacy and freedom will remain. Since it advocates social integration not through the random play of multiple initiatives and conflicts, but through consciously willed planning or programming of the activity of society, socialist political theory implicitly gives society precedence over the individual and assumes their common subordination to the state. This latter is called upon to coordinate the global project of development, whose imperatives are to be internalized by each and all as a common will and a social cement. In theory, the superiority of socialist society lies in the fact that the outcome of multiple activities is not, as in market societies, a random result which can only be corrected after the event, either by the state or by individuals themselves, with all the waste, delay, duplication, and error that this entails. The specificity of socialism lies in the fact that the results of social activity are determined in advance as an objective chosen by the collectivity, so that each person's activity is adapted, regulated, and programmed as a function of this collective goal.
The problem, however, is precisely to define the collective goal. I shall return to this point in the next chapter. For the moment, let me simply note that whatever the process by which one or several collective projects are elaborated, and whatever the choice or choices of the type of society and culture they imply, it will always be a process that requires mediation and mediators. It cannot be undertaken by individuals as such, nor even by the associated producers, local communities or councils, Soviets. It implies an overall vision of what society is to become, and even pluralism, a multiplication of decision-making centers, an increase in the space allowed to individual liberty, and careful limitation of the area encompassed by the state's sphere amount to an overall vision. But even if such a vision is the result of genuinely democratic political debate involving parties and movements, its application will still entail planning, and planning requires a state. Of course, the elaboration of the plan may itself be hedged about with democratic safeguards. There may, for example, be broad consultation to establish the possibilities and preferences of each collective of producers, each local community, each region, etc., and several ups and downs to the coordinating body, back to the grassroots community and vice versa, to allow each to correct the other as the plan is carried out. Yet, however open and sincerely democratic the process of consultation, the plan schedule and objectives will never be the expression of a common civic will or of grassroots preferences. The mediations which made it possible to coordinate broad social options with grassroots preferences will be so complex and so numerous that the local community will be unable to recognize itself in the final result. The result, the plan, will inevitably be the work of a state technocracy obliged to make use of the mathematical models and statistical materials which in itself can only imperfectly control because of the very large number of inputs, variables, and unforeseeable elements. Thus, the plan will never be a photograph of everyone's preferences, but will have to adjust each subset of preferences in the light of all the other subsets and of the technico-economic constraints upon their coherence. In the last analysis, democratic elaboration of the plan does not allow each and all to become the subject of that revolutionary social cooperation through which the associated producers are supposed to impose their common will upon the society they seek to create. Instead, the plan remains an autonomized result intended by no one and experienced by all as a set of external constraints. From the point of view of the individual, the plan has no advantage over the market. It too expresses an average of heterogeneous preferences, which, like the average consumer or the person in the street of market surveys, does not correspond to the real preferences of real people. I wish sociologists tended to know that. The person in the street never exists as self, only as the others. In these circumstances, it is wrong to make it everyone's patriotic, civic, or political duty to equate the objectives of the plan with his or her personal fulfillment, for that is to require an unconditional identity between individual and state, an abandonment of the specificity and autonomy of all values and activities not related to politics and the economy. From being soldiers of production in the capitalist economy, individuals end up as soldiers permanently mobilized to serve a plan presented to them as the emanation of the general will. As long as the protagonists of socialism continue to make centralized planning, however much it might be broken down into local and regional plans, the linchpin of their program, and the adherence of everyone to the democratically formulated objectives of the plan, the core of their political doctrine, socialism will remain an unattractive proposition in industrial societies. The source of the theoretical superiority of socialism over capitalism is thus the source of its practical inferiority. To argue that society should be the controlled, programmed result of its members' activity is to demand that everyone should make their conduct functional to the overall social result in view. Thus, there can be no room for any form of conduct which, if generalized, would not lead to the programmed social outcome. Classical socialist doctrine finds it difficult to come to terms with political and social pluralism, understood not simply as a plurality of parties and trade unions, but as the coexistence of various ways of working, producing, and living, various and distinct cultural areas and levels of social existence. See, he's sublating the only thing that Dugin has going for him. So, it's like I think Dugin is really, I think he's probably genuine. I think he genuinely wants to live in a pluralistic society. It's just a pluralistic society of highly exploitative nation states. You're right.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about Dugin. I think he's a crackpot. But maybe he's genuine. But he's definitely responding to real shit. And he's definitely like that's and he's right about plurality. Like that's
Well, it's the thing. He takes a bunch of things that matter, rolls
Yeah.
them up into something, and puts a nice new spin on it to make it sound like it's not racist. Like it's he's just repackaging a bunch of different threads. But I think it's done to the explicit purposes of more or less keep it. It's like, oh, we don't like what the United States is doing. We want Russia, China, and like 7 other big centers of power, or 6 other big centers of power to do what the U.S. is doing instead. Right? Like that's the thing about that approach, is that it's still like it's a worker realist.
Yep.
Most people spend their lives working kind of model.
Well, yeah, and it's just more girl bosses, more black capitalism. Right? Like, it really is the same fucking argument.
Yeah, he just says you keep your black capitalism and your girl bosses and your LGBTQ plus IA over there, and we'll have our Russian Orthodox thing over here, and we get to do what we want to our neighbors, and you get to do what you want to your neighbors.
Yeah.
Okay. Which is why it's hypocritical in a sort of sense to go after them, but
Yeah.
because it's like,
Yeah.
well, we do what our neighbors already,
Yeah.
But all right.
Yet this kind of pluralism precisely conforms to the lived experience and aspirations of the post-industrial proletariat, as well as the major part of the traditional working class. Only by continually stressing and defending its importance can market societies maintain their legitimacy in the eyes of the majority of the population. And it is precisely because the socialist movement has failed to embrace and enrich this pluralist perspective that it has condemned itself to a minority position even among working people. Essentially, the freedom which the majority of the population of the overdeveloped nations seeks to protect from collectivism and the totalitarian threat is the freedom to create a private niche protecting one's personal life against all pressures and external social obligations. This niche may be represented by family life, a home of one's own, a back garden, a do-it-yourself workshop, a boat, a country cottage, a collection of antiques, music, gastronomy, sport, love, etc. Its importance varies inversely with the degree of job satisfaction and in direct proportion with the intensity of social pressures. It represents a sphere of sovereignty wrested, or to be wrested, from a world governed by the principles of productivity, aggression, competition, hierarchical discipline, etc. Capitalism owes its political stability to the fact that, in return for the dispossession and growing constraints experienced at work, individuals enjoy the possibility of building an apparently growing sphere of individual autonomy outside of work. It is possible, following Rudolf Barrow, to regard this individual sphere as a sort of compensation for the repression and frustration of the emancipatory needs, and to conclude that such compensatory needs will disappear after the general abolition of the condition of subordination associated with the vertical division of labor. This, however, is a dangerously simplistic view. The sphere of individual sovereignty is not based upon a mere desire to consume, nor solely upon relaxation and leisure activities. It is based, more profoundly, upon activities unrelated to any economic goal, which are an end in themselves: communication, giving, creating, and aesthetic enjoyment, the production and reproduction of life, tenderness, the realization of physical, sensuous, and intellectual capacities, the creation of non-commodity use values, shared goods or services, that could not be produced as commodities because of their unprofitability. In short, the whole range of activities that make up the fabric of existence, and therefore occupy a primordial rather than a subordinate place. An inversion of the scale of priorities, involving a subordination of socialized work governed by the economy to activities constituting the sphere of individual autonomy, is underway in every class within the overdeveloped societies, and particularly among the post-industrial neo-proletariat. Real life begins outside of work, and work itself has become a means toward the extension of the sphere of non-work, a temporary occupation by which individuals acquire the possibility of pursuing their main activities. This is a cultural mutation announcing the transition to a post-industrial society. It implies a radical subversion of the ideology, scale of values, and social relations established by capitalism, but it will only eliminate capitalism if its latent content is revealed in the form of an alternative to capitalism that is able to capture the developing cultural mutation and give it political extension. The idea that economically oriented social labor should serve to extend the sphere of individual autonomy, meaning free time activity, was already central in Marxist thought. Its realization was synonymous with the advent of communism and the extinction of political economy. Pan-economism, or the subordination of every activity to those associated with the economy, is specific to capitalist development. Only with capitalism does work, or the heteronymous production of exchange values, become a full-time activity, and the self-supply of goods and services by the family or community become a marginal and subordinate activity. An inversion of this relationship will signify the end of political economy and the advent of post-industrial socialism, or communism. It is an inversion already underway, although this has been more or less successfully concealed by the dominant system. In fact, the hegemony of economic rationality has never been total. As feminist theorists have indicated, the sphere of commodity production could never have existed without a parallel sphere of household production not subject to economic rationality. In particular, all activities associated with the reproduction of life are outside the domain of economic rationality, as are the majority of aesthetic and pedagogic activities. Raising children, looking after and decorating a house, repairing or making things, cooking good meals, entertaining guests, listening to or performing music. None of these activities is carried out for economic ends or for consumption. This extra economic sphere, by no means necessarily confined to the home or the nuclear family, has in practice always been as important as the sphere of economic production, providing it with a concealed material base through the unremunerated and unmeasured housework of women and, to a lesser extent, of children and grandparents.
Such work has never been recognized in capitalist society because it does not create a surplus that can be accumulated or sold on the market. It has never been redefined, it has never been defined as work, but seen as a sort of personal service without economic value. For some theorists of the women's movement, housework is therefore an enclave of slave labor within the capitalist economy. The bourgeoisie, that's kind of how Nancy Fraser and Rahal Yegi talk about it in their book on capitalism. The bourgeoisie may have abolished slavery in relations between workers and bosses, but it has not done so in the relations between men and women. According to this interpretation, it is only right to extend market regulations to the sphere of housework, integrating it into the sector of activity governed by economic ends. Housework should be waged to the extent that it cannot be industrialized. The only value of this uselessly simplistic and regressive theory lies in its demonstration, carried to absurd lengths, that the autonomous activities of the extra sorry. I wish that you hadn't been muted at that moment, because that was such a good laugh. I saw you cracking up over there, and anybody who's just listening, you just got to know, like, he rolled. He rolled back.
Dude.
The only value of this uselessly simplistic and regressive theory, dude, it's like his jouissance gets this little moment out of like this whole book. It gets its real, like, it surfaces in something a little bit more like, it's like most of the time it's like, look, with Lenin, even with Marx, it's like it comes out all the time. Gorz keeps it way under the surface, and then right here it's just like the only value of this uselessly simplistic and regressive theory. I mean, seriously, dude, the dumb fucking liberal bullshit trying to sell work as noble, and therefore we need to be paid for all aspects of life that are productive. It's like, you're trying to make the one remaining enclave of humanity into a market relation. You know, you're imposing that into the relationship. Like, no wonder people are fucking miserable, man.
Yeah.
According to this interpretation, it is only right to extend market. Oh yeah. The only value of this uselessly simplistic and regressive theory lies in its demonstration, carried to absurd lengths, that the autonomous activities of the extra economic sphere fall outside any possible economic rationalization. Political economy here reaches its limit. Indeed, if housework were remunerated at the marginal price of an hour's work, so that the performance of an hour's housework entitled the person in question to receive the quantity of goods and services that could be produced in 1 hour in the commodity sector, the cost of domestic payments would be so high as to exceed the capacities of even the most opulent society. But that's why, to people who belong to the upper middle and ruling classes, they think, yeah, no, this is great. This is a great idea. Because, of course, what they really mean is that care jobs will be occupied by migrant workers, right? Undocumented Mexican women, women from Guatemala. Like that's the, like, who do you think does Hillary Clinton's laundry? This example is even more suggestive for its non-economic implications than for its economic significance. Who do you think washes Trump's toilet? I just want to throw that in there as well. Like, the point is that it's like, whether you're for girl bosses or guy bosses, fucking asshole bosses or woke bosses, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, who's washing their toilets? That's what they take for granted. So for them, their theory of feminism or patriarchy or what have you, it doesn't touch our lives. Like it has nothing to do with our lives. And so people take on these value frameworks into their own lives. And I would call that false consciousness. I don't know about this new definition of false consciousness I keep hearing, but I'm just saying, like, yeah, when you actually go around thinking that you're a girl boss, when you're working at Walmart or fucking Starbucks, it's like, you don't realize that this is the ideology of someone who pays undocumented people, or if they're super rich, they even pay a decent amount for people to do their laundry, to clean their toilets, to wash their dishes. They don't do that. And it's like, people take on this like, oh, I should be paid for housework. No, bitch, we fucking all share in the labor. We all share in it. We all do, which is why I wash dishes and I carry my fucking load. But the point is like, people who are just like, oh, like I went on a date with someone one time. We went back to her house and the counters were covered in like this grime, and it had like chunks of like, it was like the grossest thing I've ever seen in my life. And she's studying law, and she's like, well, once I'm a lawyer, I'll pay someone to do this. So I'm not worrying about it right now. She literally said that. And it was the grossest house I've ever been in. I was like, this person, you couldn't tell, like, but this person does not clean up after themselves. Hello.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Oh, here, Anne has heard this and knows who I'm talking about. And we're not going to say any names or anything. But all right, let's go ahead and put this on the speaker. Does it work? No, the stupid fucking speaker fell asleep. I want Anne to be.
So weird, your laptop.
What's that? So Anne can hear the noise of the laptop, and none of you all can.
So it sounds like this. Like a tiny motorcycle or a lawnmower.
Is
So
inside of
people that live inside of like Horton Hears a Who world, that just all trying to start their lawnmower at the same time.
They're trying to tell you we are here. We are here.
Yeah, we are here. We are here. We are here.
What do they want from me? I will give it to them if they will stop.
Motos.
Freedom.
Wait, sorry. What did you say there?
Motos.
They want.
Yeah.
They are motos. And I'm gonna moto these
I'm
motos.
gonna go because I got some water boiling. I just came to see if you need some food.
Yes.
Cool.
Broccoli or something.
What is good?
I don't need a lot of food because I've been eating on nuts. Like,
Okay, cool. I'll
snacking on these bad
put
boys.
some broccoli.
Thank you. Might make a couple of chicken bits too in the air fryer after you're done. Okay. We're making good time, right?
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Okay. So let's keep going. Yeah, so share housework, people. This idea that someone else is going to do it for you, it's crazy. And I think there are a lot of anti-work people who are just like, oh yeah, they get all their food takeout, they have other people clean up after them, they're lazy as fuck, and they're just like, oh yeah, I'm anti-work, I'm for fully automated gay space luxury communism, woohoo. And it's like they're just lazy people, right? And it's like that there will never be enough robots to do everything for everybody. You will always have to clean your own ass, to wipe your own ass. You will also have to like shower your own body, and you have to clean your own toilet. And if you don't, someone else has to. And if you think, oh, a robot can do it, well, how many people have to work to make that robot exist? How many people are caught up in heteronomous labor on the side of the robots, like keeping them going? The point is like it's always going to be people behind all of it. So if heteronomous labor is not redistributed, there's always going to be some motherfucker who doesn't have to clean up after him or herself. So anyway, this example is even more suggestive for its non-economic implications than for its wait, should we read the footnote on that? Because he said that the cost of domestic payments would be so high as to exceed the capacities of even the most opulent society.
It's just calling out historic information. But I mean, it's changed since when this was written. But he's just saying like, yeah, it would be insane to think you could afford to pay people enough money. Like it is just a new form of, it's enslavement with added gaslighting at that point.
Yeah. This example is even more suggestive for its non-economic implications than for its economic significance. If the activities performed by women without any financial reward were to be given a wage, they would either not be done at all or would be done very differently. Yeah, if you want to know how differently they are done, read Nickeled and Dimed, when Barbara Ehrenreich talks all about being a part of a cleaning service. All the aspects of spontaneous offering, effective involvement, and scrupulous care would not only become priceless, but could never, in fact, be expected of a male or female wage worker, whose main concern was to exchange a certain number of working hours for market goods and services of an equivalent value. Besides, the search for higher productivity would lead to the standardization and industrialization of such activities, particularly those involving the feeding, minding, raising, and educating of children. The last enclave of individual or communal autonomy would disappear. Socialization, commodification, and pre-programming would be extended to the last vestiges of self-determined and self-regulated life. The industrialization through home computers of physical and psychical care and hygiene, children's education, cooking, or sexual technique is precisely designed to generate capitalist profits from activities still left to individual fantasy. It is leading towards that social trivialization of the most intimate areas of individual behavior, which Jacques Attali has described as the society of self-supervision. I love Jacques Attali. Everything he's ever cited him talking about is amazing. I don't think there's any English translations of anything he's done, which is just like goes to show the degree to which there is no Gorz studies in the United States. Because if there was enough people who gave a shit about Gorz, then there would also be people who gave a shit about Jacques Attali, because he's constantly being referenced by Gorz in everything we've read by Gorz, which this is only the second thing we've read by Gorz. But, you know, the computerized socialization of autonomous activities runs directly against the aspirations at work in post-industrial society. Instead of enlarging the sphere of individual autonomy, it can only subordinate the activities constituting the sphere to the productivist criteria of profitability, speed, and conformity to the norm. At the very moment when the reduction in socially necessary labor time is increasing free time and the possibilities for individual fulfillment in non-economic activity, computerized socialization seeks to reduce this time. Its development implies the liberation of individuals from their freely chosen activities in order to reduce them, even in the domestic field, to passive users of commodity objects, information, and programs. people who just get Amazon deliveries all day and sometimes work and sometimes don't. The women's movement enters the logic of capital when it seeks to free women from non-economically oriented activities by defining these as servile, subordinate tasks, which need to be abolished. They are servile and subordinate, however, only to the extent that economically oriented activities remain dominant and endowed with noble status, both in society and in the household community itself. Like if, oh, yeah, the man does the noble work and the woman, she just, yeah, of course. But that's what you critique. Stop making work noble. It's workerism. Workerism makes this sort of feminist reaction. This dominance is precisely what is being called into question. Only insofar as the women's movement deepens that challenge, asserting the centrality of non-economic values in autonomous activities and the subordination of economic values and activities, will it become a dynamic I'm going to reread this. Only insofar as the women's movement deepens that challenge, asserting the centrality of non-economic values and autonomous activities and the subordination of economic values and activities, will it become a dynamic component of the post-industrial revolution and, in many respects, its vanguard. From this perspective, its main concern can no longer be that of liberating women from housework, but of extending the non-economic rationality of these activities beyond the home. It has to win over both men inside and outside the home, to subvert the traditional sexual division of labor, and to abolish not only the hegemony of the values of virility, but these values themselves, both in relations between the sexes and in society at large. Thus, as Herbert Marcuse has shown, post-industrial socialism, that is communism, will be female or will not exist at all. This implies a cultural revolution which will eliminate the principle of performance, the ethic of competition, accumulation, and the rat race at the level of both individual behavior and social relations, replacing them with the supremacy of the values of reciprocity, tenderness, spontaneity, and love of life in all its forms.
In this respect, as Elaine Touraine has said, the
You're
woman's...
muted.
Oh, I'm back now. But I'm hearing
back.
the speaker.
Oh shit, really?
Yeah. In this respect, Alan Touraine has said the women's movement is a movement of liberation not only of women, but of men by women. One of its most basic aspects is its opposition to military and financial models of organization, to the power of money and giant organizations. It represents a will to organize one's own life, to form personal relationships, to love and be loved, to have a child. Of all social movements, the women's movement is the one most able to oppose the growing hold exercised by giant corporations over our daily lives. Only women have preserved those personal qualities which male domination has crushed out of men. Since they have been completely excluded from political and military power, women have succeeded in maintaining a capacity for effective relations from which men have been estranged by the structures of power, or have estranged themselves to serve the structures. Thanks to the women's movement, we men have already regained certain rights to express feelings, to get involved with children, and so on. What began as a form of cultural self-defense can become a directly social and political struggle against a world of managers, sub-managers, and employees, and against all aspects of a life wholly devoted to keeping the machine in motion. Thus, far from being a relic of pre-capitalist society, women's activities and qualities prefigure a post-capitalist and post-industrial society, culture, and civilization. Indeed, in every overdeveloped society, they are already imposing their ethical hegemony in relations between couples. The qualities and values of women are becoming common to men and women, particularly, but not exclusively, among the post-industrial proletariat. Taking care of babies is no longer exclusively allocated to women, just as full-time socialized work is no longer the prerogative of a male breadwinner. The ever more frequent permutation of tasks and roles within the extended or nuclear family is abolishing not only sexual but other hierarchies. Wage labor no longer seems more noble or admirable than unpaid, autonomous activity within the extended or nuclear family. People can find greater fulfillment in the latter than in the former. It is also far from true that the increasingly secondary character of wage labor and economic goals encourages individuals to accept any type of work or working conditions without a murmur. The opposite is the case. Growing personal fulfillment results in greater demands and growing combativeness rather than resigned indifference. The more people are capable of practical and effective autonomy, the less they are willing to accept hierarchical discipline, and the more demanding they become as regards both the quality and the content of the work required of them. The priority task of a post-industrial left must therefore be to extend self-motivated, self-rewarding activity within, and above all, outside the family, and to limit as much as possible all waged or market-based activity carried out on behalf of third parties, even the state. A reduction in work time is a necessary but not a sufficient condition, for it will not help to enlarge the sphere of individual autonomy if the resulting free time remains empty leisure time, filled for better or worse by the programmed distractions of the mass media and the oblivion merchants, and if everyone is thereby driven back into the solitude of their private sphere. More than upon free time, the expansion of the sphere of autonomy depends upon a freely available supply of convivial tools that allow individuals to do or make anything whose aesthetic or use value is enhanced by doing it oneself. Repair and do-it-yourself workshops in blocks of flats, neighborhood centers, or rural communities should enable everyone to make or invent things as they wish. Similarly, libraries, places to make music or movies, free radio and television stations, open spaces for communication, circulation, and exchange, and so on, need to be accessible to everyone. The extraordinary success, particularly in Germany, of Barrow's book, The Alternative in Eastern Europe, is mainly due to the manner in which he has revived a dimension of Marxist thought, ignored in socialist or communist policies and programs, apart, that is, from various dissident Italian groups, running from Il Manifesto to the various autonomist currents. In this dimension, communism is conceived as the extinction of political economy and as the measurement of wealth by freely determined possibilities for happiness rather than quantities of exchange value. One of the essential preconditions for a cultural revolutionary economic policy is a theory of development of human individuality, dominated neither by a fetishism of objective requirements.
Oh, it's worthy of this is a big quote. I don't know who it's by. He doesn't say who it's by, but it's a big quote.
Barrow.
Oh, it's the manifesto.
The Alternative in Eastern Europe.
Okay, cool.
One of the essential preconditions for a cultural revolutionary economic policy is a theory of development of human individuality, dominated neither by a fetishism of objective requirements nor by the impressive adaptability of the psyche and daring to make normative assertions. The communist demand, in short, is that the overall production and reproduction of material life should be reshaped in such a way that people be repaid for their work as individuals. If a society so far industrialized that it can fairly reliably satisfy the elementary needs of its members at the level of culture that has been attained, then the planning of the overall process of reproduction must give priority to the all-around development of human beings, to the increase in their positive capacities for happiness. Historical examples show, moreover, that the same or similar results of human development and human happiness are compatible with fairly great differences in the quantity of available products. In no case can the conditions for freedom be measured in dollars or rubles per head. What people in the developed countries need is not the extension of their present needs, but rather the opportunity for self-enjoyment in doing, enjoyment in personal relations, concrete life in the broadest sense. The remolding of the process of socialization in this direction will be characterized, first of all, at the economic base, by a systematic restructuring of living labor and accumulation in favor of the conditions helping the unfolding of human subjectivity. Among these conditions are the reestablishment of proportionality between large-scale industrial and small-scale handicraft production. The production of surplus consciousness that is already in train spontaneously must be vigorously pursued in an active way, so as to produce quite intentionally a surplus of education which is so great, both quantitatively and qualitatively, that it cannot possibly be trapped in the existing structures of work and leisure time, so that the contradictions of these structures come to a head and the revolutionary transformation becomes indispensable. And that, again, is Rudolf Barrow. Was it something in the Eastern Bloc? The Alternative in Eastern Europe.
Damn, dude. So, want me to start reading, or do you want to say anything about that?
I thought that was the section where he talked about tools. Do you remember where he's talking about tools that produce versus tools that produce more need?
Right.
Was
That's
that
probably this chapter?
Okay. I like that part a lot.
Yeah, that's Ivan Illich.
Yeah.
Illich. Yeah.
Conviviality.
I've never read the Tools of Conviviality. I've read Deschooling Society, but the only person I know who's into Ivan Illich right now is Nina Power. I think she just taught a course on Illich. She's like teaching courses on Illich and Bataille. Towards a dual society, material necessities and moral exigency. Contrary to what Marx thought, it is impossible that individuals should totally coincide with their social being, or that social being should encompass all the dimensions of individual existence. Individual existence can never be entirely socialized. It involves areas of experience which, being essentially secret, intimate, unmediated, and incapable of mediation, can never. God damn it. It's intimate. It is intimate. It involves areas of experience which, being essentially secret, intimate, unmediated, and incapable of mediation, can never be had in common. There can be no socialization of tenderness, love, creativity, aesthetic pleasure, or ecstasy, suffering, mourning, or anguish. Nor conversely, any personalization of necessities which derive from the coexistence of individuals in one and the same material field, where each individual's behavior is ruled by physical laws. Insofar as they have postulated that individuals exhaustively coincide with their social being, and that social being realizes the full wealth of human capacities, the theories, utopian visions, and political practices of socialism have led to a straightforward negation of the individual subject. By negating singularity, subjectivity, doubt, and that area of silence and incommunicability peculiar to affective life, they imply the repression of everything, from the lover's wish for solitude to artistic or intellectual creation, which remains intractable to universalization or normalization. They have resulted in the persecution and, in extreme cases, the extermination of people who have resisted the total socialization of individuality or have remained aware of its failure. This repressive, inquisitorial, normalizing, and conformist quality is something that socialist morality has had in common with the social moralities of religious communities, Catholic fundamentalism, and military or fascist societies. This has been so because only morality, which takes the universal and the good as a given, deducing from it what individuals must do and be, is bound to be oppressive and dogmatic. The result is an amoralism, a passion for order in which, as Hegel remarked, the absolute purpose is that moral action do not take place at all. For no morality is possible unless the subject, individual conscience, is taken as the point of departure. If conscience is not the determining instance of what I can or must do or be, then morality becomes a function of the requirements of the social order, and everyone is required to be and do what society needs. So I know he's a Sartrean. Yeah, I think he's basically a Sartrean, and that this all makes sense within that. Also makes Emmanuel Levinas a lot more important. It ties in really well with Hannah Arendt. I really like how he is doing this, and he's still calling what he wants communism. He calls post-industrial socialism communism. I find that really fascinating. I don't know what to think of it because he's been around for a long time. This did not work in rebranding communism for anybody. There's nobody I've ever met who's a communist who's like Grozpilled or Gorspilled. I mean, and so it's just like he is. Thank you so much. My God, thank you. Oh my God, man brought me food.
It's literally just olive oil and nutritional yeast.
Thank you. Is there salt? Hell yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Now you have to pay her.
Yeah. And I owe you money now. Thank you. She said I don't owe her money. Oh, I guess that means that she and I get to keep living in the realm of symbolic exchange.
Oh. I think
on that.
So I think Gorz using the word communism is because like he's not trying to do marketing. Like he is just straight up explaining he's just explaining all this shit.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, and like I say I'm a communist, but like I'm not a communist according to other communists. You know, like I'm a communist because I know what I mean when I say it. And and it's because I'm not trying to do marketing. Like if I am going to publicly talk,
and you're not going to get killed for it. Like,
exactly.
Is like,
yeah. Like publicly, if I'm talking to a libertarian, I'm obviously not going to refer to myself as a communist. I'm going to refer to myself probably as a fucking libertarian because guess what? That works for me too. Like,
yeah.
But yeah, I don't know if it like, I'm sure if he were more concerned with marketing, he would come up with a better word for it. But I actually like that he uses communism that way because it's like, yeah, me too, dude.
It's like he's post-left in every way, shape, and form, except for the idea that he thinks he can say, hey, everyone, I understand the spirit of everything you're trying to do, and this is the real deal, and you're all wrong.
Yeah.
Which was also how Marx did it. So it's just like, okay.
Yeah.
I guess my biggest gripe with communism is that I've not found a representative of it who is Gorspilled.
Right.
As a system of material relations, society has laws of functioning the material constraints that are not guaranteed by some pre-established harmony to be in conformity or even compatible with moral exigency. As a system of material relations, society has laws of functioning and material constraints that are not guaranteed by some pre-established harmony to be in conformity or even compatible with moral exigency, right? Particularly in complex, it's Winston. Particularly in complex industrialized societies where social relations are mediated and structured by large-scale structures, socially necessary activities are necessary not to self-based responsible individuals, but to a material system that still has the character of a huge machine. The functions or work carried out by a traffic warden, road sweeper, tax inspector, computer operator, postal sorter, or court attendant are determined by the requirements of the social system rather than by ethical rules. Each of these heteronymous activities is the result of external necessity, not of a purpose chosen by the individuals themselves. They are all governed by rigid rules and regulations designed to ensure that individuals function like mere machines, so that their actions can be synchronized in such a way as to produce the intended effect. The rules, regulations, and laws of a complex society dominated by large-scale structures are the result of technical imperatives. They serve to define technical, not moral behavior. Their purpose and effect is to objectify the action expected of each person, encoding it as something prior and external to the actor. Individuals are held responsible not for the predetermined action itself, but merely for good or bad observation of the rules and regulations. Personal responsibility is thus effectively abolished, or, in the case of soldiers, civil servants, and all subordinate functionaries, it is prohibited. Rules are not for discussion. Rules are not for discussion. Good executive officers will say, we're just doing our job, or I'm just following orders, which is a way of refusing all personal responsibility for what they do. Every social order, particularly the socialism of scarcity, tends to equate morality with obedience to rules and regulations as if these were ethical injunctions rather than technical means, often provisional and improvised, of ensnaring the operation of a contingent material system. Socialist state morality, like military or technocratic morality, has so far consisted of an injunction that individuals should identify with the heteronymous functions and modes of behavior whose nature is defined by the workings of society as a material system or apparatus. A technical imperative has thus simply replaced all ethical exigencies. Emergency conditions are put forward to bar any criticism or transformation of the structures. The materiality of the technical relations they determine becomes the measure of how impersonal and social relations must be. In the last analysis, the foundations of morality are the technical requirements of the social machine, with the state as its chief engineer and the political police as its clergy.
One can research this system in vain for an area in which moral agency can be found. It is not present at the level of individual relations, nor at the level of a state order which, though supposed to embody the supreme good, actually is but the workings of mechanisms and apparatuses operating entirely beyond any political, social, or individual will and control. In this totalitarian context, individual consciousness reveals itself sub rosa as the sole possible foundation of morality. Moral consciousness always arises through an act of rebellion. The very moment when an individual refuses to obey by stating, I can't, not that. This refusal is the cornerstone of moral exigency. It's cogito. It is a revolt against the realism of objective morality, in the name of a realism of an entirely different order, which asserts as impossible the idea that an individual cannot be the sovereign judge of what should and should not be done. The moment of ethical awareness may be surmised in the question, can I want that? Meaning, can I, in my own name, want that action in both its form and its consequences? Could I, in doing it, say that's what I wanted to do? I answer for it. The specific characteristic of objective morality is that it exempts individuals from asking this type of question. Theirs is not to seek or to doubt. To be assured of the good, all they need to do is obey. The authorities, or history, or the party, or the church will take responsibility. In other words, objective morality does not expect subjectivity from individuals. And with the disappearance of subjectivity, morality itself is bound to disappear, since the meaning and value of human ends is no longer posed. The question is no longer whether I can want to do what I am doing, merely whether it's necessary. People always become anti-human in the name of some inescapable necessity. I term alienation the impossibility of willing what one does, or of producing acts that can be taken as ends both in their results and in the forms of their accomplishment. An alienated individual's reply to the moral question, can I want to do that, will always be, it isn't me, it had to be, there was no other choice, etc., etc. There can be neither morality nor relations informed by morality unless two conditions are fulfilled. First, there must exist a sphere of autonomous activity in which the individual is the sovereign author of actions carried out without recourse to necessity, alibis or excuses. Secondly, this sphere must be prevalent rather than subordinate in the process whereby individuals freely produce themselves and the web of their relations with others. Nevertheless, as we shall see, the sphere of autonomy cannot embrace everything. It could only do so if its constituent community, founded upon self-regulating, reciprocal relations, were to cover the whole world, or if the world were of the same size as that community and devoid of scarcity, forces hostile to human life, and constraints of any kind. Both are impossible. In Marx, The reappropriation of the entire world as an entity made transparent by and for everyone was predicated not only upon abundance, but also, as Pierre Rosanvallon has shown, upon the idea of a simple, unmediated family-like community coextensive with humanity as a whole. Inversely, neo-utopian visions of retribalization, like the ideal micro-societies dreamt in the late Middle Ages or the Renaissance, presuppose the creation of self-sufficient communities outside the world and history, protected from external corruption by their physical isolation. Either perspective leads to a form of pseudo-moralism which, by seeking to eliminate everything that cannot be produced, planned, and controlled by sovereign individuals themselves, forces them into one of two equally untenable positions. In the one instance, individuals pretend to work by their own free will, realities which in fact are beyond their control and possible self-determination. This is the peculiar characteristic of the communist passion. Alternatively, by willfully ignoring the outside world, individuals abandon all control over the way their ideal community is inserted into and utilized by the dominant social order.
This has to be brought into dialogue with Todd McGowan's piece in Underground Theory. But he's talking about this being a unique sort of pathology in a lot of communist spaces, or just in the general tendency of communism. It's also of German idealism itself, right? Oh, freedom is being able to self-restrict, but then there's a bait and switch, self-restrict to this universal law, as opposed to freely create, or cooperate. Practical autonomy and heteronomy, the two spheres. Making morality prevail does not necessarily require the suppression of the sphere of heteronomy. It merely requires its subordination to the sphere of autonomy. This in turn will be guaranteed to the extent that all-round individual development through autonomous activities and relations becomes the effective goal which social institutions in their irreducible core of heteronomous activities are made to serve. Marx already envisaged that at the end of Volume 3 of Capital, when he described how the sphere of freedom or autonomy would only begin beyond the sphere of necessity or heteronomy, that could be reduced but never entirely eliminated. By recognizing its inevitability, but not by denying its existence, will it be possible to reduce its importance as much as possible, and as a result ensure that its logic does not dominate every type of individual activity, right? In fact, the realm of freedom, okay, and so this is a quote probably from the end of Volume 3 of Capital. In fact, the realm of freedom actually begins only where labor, which is determined by necessity and mundane considerations, ceases. Thus, in the nature of things, it lies beyond the sphere of actual material production. Just as the savage must wrestle with nature to satisfy his wants, to maintain and reproduce life, so must civilized man, and he must do so in all social formations and under all possible modes of production. With his development, this realm of physical necessity expands as a result of his wants, but at the same time, the forces of production which satisfy these needs also develop. Freedom in this field can only consist in socialized man, the associated producers, rationally regulating their interchange with nature, bringing it under their common control, instead of being ruled by it as by the blind forces of nature, and achieving this with the least expenditure of energy and under conditions most favorable to and worthy of their human nature. But it nonetheless remains a realm of necessity. Beyond it begins that development of human energy, which is an end in itself, the true realm of freedom, which, however, can blossom forth only with this realm of necessity as its basis. The shortening of the working day is its basic prerequisite. This is what I get for not reading to the end of Volume 3. Fuck, dude. Like, that's like the most useful for time energy theory when related to Marx that I've ever seen. And that's why it's crazy that when Doug Lane is thinking about time energy, he says, well, that's just labor time. It's like Marx is very clear that freedom is the freedom beyond labor time, beyond the time of preoccupation with necessity. It will be apparent that, contrary to a widespread misconception, Marx does not equate the reign of liberty with self-management of material production by the associated producers. In fact, he asserts that material production is subject to natural necessities, of which the physical laws of large machinery are one, and that at the level of material production, freedom consists merely of being able to work with as much dignity and efficiency as possible for as brief a time as possible. This is the direction in which self-management should point. As for the realm of freedom, it will flourish through the reduction of working time. Excuse me. It will flourish through the reduction of working time and of the effort involved in producing what is necessary. In short, there can only be a twofold solution involving the organization of a discontinuous social space made up of two distinct spheres and a rhythm of life governed by the passage from the one to the other. I think this is I've heard people describe Habermas as basically saying that. I haven't read Habermas saying that, but I've heard that that's basically what he thinks, is that you can have that the real issue with capitalism is how it infiltrates spheres that are not supposed to be market spheres. And there needs to be like a nice boundary between the two. But without all the rest of the stuff Gorz does, I don't trust that talk.
Yeah.
Right?
The same type of institution may be found in the work of Ivan Illich. Far from calling for the abolition of industrial work and production, he sets out the case for a synergic relation between the heteronymous and autonomous modes of production, aiming at the utmost expansion of the sphere of autonomy. This may be facilitated by complex tools and advanced technologies, despite the fact that they imply heteronymous work. It would be wrong to reject such developments if, at the same time, they allow everyone access to convivial tools, which can be easily used by anybody as often or as seldom as desired for the accomplishment of a purpose chosen by the user. The use of such tools by one person does not restrain another from using them equally. In principle, Illich continues, the distinction between convivial and manipulatory tools is independent of the level of technology of the tool. What has been said of the telephone could be repeated point by point for the males or for a typical Mexican market. Each is an institutional arrangement that maximizes liberty, even though, in a broader context, it can be used for purposes of manipulation and control. It is possible that not every means of desirable production in a post-industrial society would fit the criteria of conviviality. It is almost certain that in a period of transition from the present to the future mode of production in certain countries, electricity would not commonly be produced in the backyard. What is fundamental to a convivial society is not the total absence of manipulative institutions and addictive goods and services, but the balance between those tools which create the specific demands they are specialized to satisfy and those complementary, enabling tools which foster self-realization. The first set of tools produces according to abstract plans for men in general. The other set enhances the ability of people to pursue their own goals in their unique way. I've attempted elsewhere to illustrate a dual organization of social space into a heteronymous sphere subordinate to the objectives of the sphere of autonomy. The former assures the programmed and planned production of everything necessary to individual and social life, with the maximum efficiency and the least expenditure of effort and resources. In the latter sphere, individuals autonomously produce non-necessary material and non-material goods and services outside of the market, by themselves or in free association with others, and in conformity with their own desires, tastes, or fantasies. With primary needs satisfied, the wealth of society is measured by the variety and abundance of convivial tools permanently available in workshops for everyone's use, in local communities, districts, neighborhood centers, or blocks of flats. It is thus made possible for individuals to move continually between heteronymous, wage-based social labor in the general interest, requiring little time or intense personal involvement, and autonomous activities which carry their end in themselves. This naturally encourages people to become extremely critical and demanding of the nature and finality of socially necessary labor. But it also frees them from the compulsion to seek a social identity or personal fulfillment in this type of heteronymous activity. In other words, the realm of moral exigency is virtually disconnected from that of objective necessities of a material or technical sort. Individuals are free to sell their socially necessary labor as a clearly demarcated external necessity, taking but a marginal portion of their lives. They also, however, are free to seek personal fulfillment in and through socialized labor, and nothing prevents them from attaching equal importance to their socially determined and their autonomous activities, from striking a balance that is all the happier to the extent that the qualitative difference between the two is more marked. One could envisage such alternation over daily, weekly, seasonal, or annual cycles, or according to the needs of different kinds of periods of life. This dual conception of society is now the only realistic and practicable solution, for although necessary production time may be very considerably reduced for each individual, it is not possible to make every type of socially necessary labor enjoyable or enriching for those called upon to carry it out. It is possible to enlarge the non-market field of autonomous, self-managed, and self-motivated activity, encouraging auto-centered production and training, and replacing some of the services currently supplied by commercial organizations or bureaucratic administrations with mutual aid, cooperation, and sharing. Yet it is not possible to self-manage the entire social process of production, nor even the large-scale technical units which make it up. There are a number of reasons for this latter fact. Most crucially, the socialization of production and of the productive forces has inevitably led to a decline of the old individual trades and the appearance of more narrowly specialized social skills. This process is irreversible. It has been accelerated rather than slowed down by automation. It is true that technical self-management of the labor process at the level of workshops, assembly units, offices, or building sites make it possible to improve the conditions, forms, and relations of work. It may ensure that work is no longer crippling, exhausting, and brutalizing. It can give workers the power to regulate their own work rhythm and to choose between such variables as the duration, intensity, complexity, and relative interest of work. The most exhausting tasks are not necessarily the most complex or the most time-consuming. But technical self-management will never allow individuals to find complete involvement and satisfaction in every type of socially determined activity. It is unable to halt the trend toward the abolition of old skills in the sphere of social production. The old trades were often much more than an art than a transmissible social skill. The know-how of master crafts workers was a personal capacity developed during a lifetime in a trade. The craft was something that each crafts worker kept improving. Learning and progress never come to an end. New skills were acquired and tools perfected. Since a lifetime was needed to learn a trade, each individual had to reinvent it on the basis of existing technology, so that the skills in question were never entirely codified or transmissible.
Social skills, on the other hand, involve the acquisition of given amounts of socialized and standardized knowledge. Such knowledge, which almost anyone can acquire in a certain period of time, is in principle common to all workers in a particular occupation. Apart from a few imponderables, their performances are therefore equivalent and interchangeable. Being in principle wholly communicated through instruction, such knowledge can never be the same as the specific autonomous self-improving know-how of the traditional crafts worker. Social skills do not therefore really belong to particular individuals. They are predetermined and limited both in their scope and their nature. Instead of belonging to individual members of a trade, they are the means by which people accede to membership of an economic and social system whose technological development and division of labor remain outside their control. In other words, a trade no longer has any use value for the individuals practicing it. Largely external to them, it is fundamentally nothing more than their mode of insertion into the heteronymous system of giant scientific, technological, or administrative structures whose complexity surpasses any one person's understanding. These can only function through the synchronization of a mass of fragmented and complementary capacities programmed for a result that transcends everyone. Social skills, therefore, leave very little scope for development by the individual. Unless one is employed in high-level research or in sectors that still have a craft base, the inability to improve one's tools or to invent new ways of doing things virtually rules out any individual advance in the trade. Instead of growing cumulatively richer, as in the old trades, social skills generally remain determined by the overall development of stocks of socialized knowledge throughout one's professional life. Development of this kind, usually termed innovation, is only rarely the work of individual subjects or of a creative insight produced by someone in the trade seeking to improve existing tools. Instead, it usually emanates from research departments in which almost everyone is engaged in fragmented work. This is the material basis for what Catherine Liu is getting at in Virtue Hoarders when she talks about the deprofessionalization of the professions, where it's like they've lowered the standards. Like they were like there was a time where the PMC was like actually made up of like people who did work their way up through things and stuff like that. Like if you read someone like Frederick Winslow Taylor, he's like a working class dude who worked his way up into that position. It's very different than this kind of fragmented work that is the product of Taylorization. The division of labor is thus and I think, you know what, because she never gives this kind of treatment, she engages in polemics. She does not do a theoretical treatise. I think it's really easy for people who read her to therefore dismiss what she's doing as cultural in this sort of vague sense, like Ben Burgess uses it. It's like, no, it's not. That's the level she's engaging with it at. But it keeps getting everybody all twisted because that's not, she has done the reading, at least when it comes to some of these other people who do this research. So she just kind of presupposes it and doesn't have to unpack it for anybody. But it's like, if she doesn't unpack it for somebody and then somebody reads her or hears other people who read her, then they just take away from it this, oh, it's this cultural thing, right? The division of labor is thus inevitably depersonalizing. It turns work into a heteronymous activity, confirming self-management to control over the effects of changes and decisions taken at a higher point of the production chain. Workers further down the chain can never make any decisive alteration. There can never be effective self-management of a big factory, and in an industrial combine or a bureaucratic department. It will always be defeated by the rigidity of technical constraints and by the number of mediations between the wishes of those at the bottom and the results of the job, study, and methods departments. It is thus impossible to abolish the depersonalization, standardization, and trivialization of socially determined labor without abolishing the division of labor through a return to craft production and the village economy. This is out of the question, and contrary to an opinion widely held among those who have never read him, Illich himself has never suggested it. The division of labor and knowledge into fragmented but complementary technical skills is the only means by which it is possible to accumulate and put to work the huge stocks of knowledge embodied in machines, industrial systems, and processes of every scale and dimension. Nothing can support the belief that convivial tools able to assure the autonomous production of use values can or should be supplied by the autonomous sphere of production itself. Indeed, the more such tools embody concentrated masses of complex socialized knowledge in a form to be easily handled by everyone, the more extensive will be the sphere of autonomy. It is impossible to imagine that telephones, video machines, microprocessors, bicycles, or photoelectric cells, all potentially convivial tools that can be put to autonomous purposes, could be produced at the level of a family, a group, or a local community. So Illich is accused of saying that they could be, but he doesn't say that. And so if you like the idea of convivial tools, there are a lot that of technical tools that can be used convivially, but still have to be produced by the realm of heteronymous labor. The point then is not to abolish heteronymous work, but only to use the goods it supplies and the way in which they are produced in order to enlarge the sphere of autonomy. It will serve that purpose all the better if it supplies the autonomous sphere with the greatest possible number of efficient convivial tools, and if the amount of heteronymous work required of each individual is reduced to a minimum. The existence of a sector of socialized production is thus indispensable for three basic reasons.
First, only the socialization of knowledge and of its storage and transmission allows a plentiful supply of technologically advanced tools. Second, a highly productive machinery capable of turning out such tools at low cost, whether they be cathode tubes or ball bearings, is beyond the means of local communities or towns. Third, if the time spent on heteronymous labor is to be reduced to a minimum, then everyone will have to do some work. But everyone can only work efficiently in the sector of heteronymous production if the complex knowledge required for the efficient execution of their tasks is embodied in industrial processes and stored in sophisticated machinery, so that the social skills needed for each activity can be acquired in a short period of time. Only standardized simplification allows the mass of socially necessary labor to be distributed among the population as a whole in such a way that the average working day is reduced to a few hours. The extension of the sphere of autonomy is thus predicated upon a sphere of heteronymous production which, though industrialized, is restricted to socially necessary goods and services that cannot be supplied in an autonomous manner with the same efficacy. Most of the objects in current use will therefore be best produced in long industrial runs, while most non-utilitarian objects will be best produced in the autonomous sphere. Heteronymous production may, for example, supply a limited range of sturdy, functional shoes and clothing with an optimal use value, while an unlimited range of similar goods corresponding to individual tastes will be produced outside the market in communal workshops. Inversely, only high technology treatment will be provided in the industrialized hospital centers. The ordinary complaints which account for the immense majority of illness will be treated at home with, if necessary, the help of relatives, friends, or neighbors, or horse tranquilizers. This dual organization of social space into a heteronymous sphere made up of socially predetermined and relatively impersonal tasks, and an autonomous sphere in which anything goes, must not be thought of as a separation of the one from the other. Each sphere will, in fact, have repercussions on the other. The personal fulfillment, creativity, and shared activity of the autonomous sector will stiffen people against the hierarchical division of labor and the production of goods of doubtful utility. Inversely, the socially determined nature of the heteronymous sphere will protect individuals from the pressures and tensions of highly integrated communities, whether formed by the family or by any other type of commune or cooperative association. We shall discuss this point at greater length in the next chapter. What matters here is that the existence of a socialized sector of standard, simplified work will raise individuals above the narrow space of the local community and ensure that it does not drift towards autarky and self-sufficiency. For communal autarky always has an impoverishing effect. The more self-sufficient and numerically limited a community is, the smaller the range of activities and choices it can offer to its members. If it has no opening to an area of exogenous activity, knowledge, and production, the community becomes a prison. Exploitation by the family amounts to exploitation of the family. Only constantly renewed possibilities for discovery, insight, experiment, and communication can prevent communal life from becoming impoverished and eventually suffocating. Precisely because of its heteronymous nature, socially determined labor provides the space for circulation on which communal life can feed. There is an obvious analogy here to the position of housewives who see work outside the home as a liberation, even if most of the jobs on offer are particularly oppressive and one-sided. All activities are impoverishing when they cannot be alternated with activities drawing upon other mental and physical energies. Heteronymous activity is impoverishing when it is done full-time to the exclusion of all others, and the same is true of autonomous activity. As Guy Esnar has said, No one can be creative for 12 hours a day, 365 days a year. Regular to and froing between activities requiring intense personal involvement and work divested of mental and emotional effort is a source of balance and fulfillment. The impossibility of abolishing heteronymous work is not then a bad thing in itself, provided that no one is forced to spend a lifetime engaged in some unrewarding and monotonous work. Nor should anything prevent socially necessary labor from being an opportunity for festivity, pleasure, and communication. Culture is, after all, no more than the overdetermination of the necessary by the optional and the superfluous, a process which invests the material imperative with a transcendent aesthetic sense. Work that is oppressive when carried out all day, every day, like sorting the mail, collecting the rubbish, cleaning and repairing, could be no more than a brief interval among so many others if it was distributed among the whole population, and therefore took only 15 minutes a day. It could even become a welcome distraction and opportunity for pleasure if, as is already the case with some types of agricultural or forestry work, it were to occupy only a few days a year or a few months in a lifetime.
100%, man. I want to make tracks. I want to make tracks about this stuff and leave them all over Amazon when I'm working there, because this is the kind of work that can be fun. It really can be. I'm really like inspired by Amazon. It could not be a mere change of ownership and a redistribution of wages or wealth. It would have to be a reconfiguration of society and its relationship to heteronymous labor and the division of labor vis-a-vis automation. Because, yeah, I would happily work 4 hours per week or 10 hours per week even at Amazon if I could have the rest of the week and a dignified life with a functioning computer and functioning internet and air conditioning and the ability to buy a few books and a few meals. Come on. Freedom cannot be based. Freedom cannot be based upon abolition of socially determined labor, nor, as will be argued more fully in the next chapter, upon elimination of external compulsion so as to have each individual perform what is objectively necessary as an internalized moral duty. Freedom consists in recognizing that the sphere of necessity imposes certain heteronymous tasks whose technical imperatives have nothing whatsoever to do with morality, and in confining such tasks to a specific social area by means of precise rules. The disjuncture between the sphere of necessity and the sphere of autonomy is an essential condition of the greatest possible expansion of the latter. I don't know why Byung-Chul Han doesn't talk about that. Well, don't. It's like he gets so much that Gorz gets in psychopolitics, but Gorz has plausible ways forward that aren't just being, right? It's like Byung-Chul Han is really good at diagnosing the situation, but with no eye towards the future outside of like being. Like he doesn't really engage in it. Like it is like sort of like this late stage poetic being Heidegger, you know. Chapter 9, the sphere of necessity, the state. The sphere of necessity encompasses two types of heteronymous activity, that required for the social production of necessities and that required for the functioning of society as a material system. The capitalist model of development is characterized by a simultaneous expansion of both types of activity. As commodity production has become concentrated into larger and larger units, and the geographical as well as the social and technical division of labor has grown, so the functioning of the economic apparatus has required a very rapid development of the network of state services, transport, telecommunications, the collection and centralization of information, the training, schooling, and maintenance, healthcare of the labor force, taxation, police, to name the most obvious. In other words, work linked to the administration and reproduction of social relations has grown more rapidly than work directly linked to material production and has become a precondition of its heightened efficacy. The mechanisms of the productive apparatus require a substantial substructure of administration and public service, the state apparatus, and through its mediation, tend to transform society into a system of externalized relations in which individuals are not the acting subjects, but the acted upon objects. Society is thus corroded to the benefit of the state, as are the range of political options, freedoms, and powers to the benefit of technocratic imperatives. Thus, the reduction of the sphere of necessity cannot merely involve reducing the amount of work required for material production of the necessities of life. It also necessitates a reduction in all the external diseconomies and state-regulated activities needed by direct production. This can only be achieved if the productive apparatus itself and the division of labor to which it gives rise are in turn modified. It has been well established that the technical concentration of production into large-scale units results in diseconomies and social costs which may far outweigh the apparent economies of scale. These latter consist of a higher rate of return or fixed capital. The same amount, say, £1 million, invested in one large unit is supposed to yield a higher volume of production and a larger mass of profits than if it had been invested in a number of small units. But this type of calculation abstracts from the social investment and social costs entailed by the concentration of capital, the construction of transportation systems to supply the factories with raw materials and carry away their output, the need to house the labor force and hence to urbanize new areas, a rise in municipal service and administration costs disproportionate to the expansion of the urban area, higher travel costs for the labor force, etc. In addition to these indirect social costs borne by the collectivity as a whole, there are also a number of invisible costs, a disproportionate increase in environmental pollution and degradation, an increase in ill health among the population, the more rigid management and functioning of a large-scale unit of production, which, because of its very high capital cost, calls for the most tightly controlled load factor and amortization schedule. A large unit of production is likely to have to work day and night, thus increasing the physical and nervous strain for its workforce. It will have greater difficulty in adjusting production to qualitative or quantitative variations in consumer requirements, and will therefore seek to produce and maintain a constant or growing level of demand for its output. Hence, demand is likely to be subordinated to supply, and the needs of the population to the technical and financial imperatives of capital. The result is a commercial strategy designed to produce consumers who match the product on offer and to satisfy every conceivable need through the maximum sale of commodities. This, in turn, tends to set the consumption of energy, raw materials, state-run services, and public amenities at the maximum level. In short, the quest for the lowest direct cost per unit of production and the highest return on capital leads to the highest level of indirect social costs. The total, direct and indirect, cost of centralized production is often higher than that involved in smaller and apparently less efficient units. For all the, you want to take it?
For all these reasons, a trend reversal has begun to manifest itself around the theme, small is beautiful. Only small or medium-sized units of production can be subordinated to the needs of the population, controlled by it, and brought into line with local goals and resources. They alone make it possible to aim for the lowest level of total cost and the most favorable working conditions and environmental effects. They alone lend themselves to workers' management and contribute to the autonomy of regional and local communities. Self-management and the withering away of the state are only possible in a social space in which small units are able to reestablish a direct relation, if not a unity, between producers and consumers, town and country, and the spheres of work and non-work. In short, reduction of the sphere of heteronomy requires decentralization and a certain level of local self-sufficiency. How far is it possible to reduce the sphere of heteronomy or the sphere of the state? Is there not a threshold beyond which the transfer of the state's functions to the local community no longer yields increased autonomy? Is there an advantage, and if so, how much of an advantage, In abolishing the sphere of necessity as a distinct sphere which imposes external rules and obligations in such a way that necessities are assumed and internalized by each community and each individual. Every type of communal experiment has encountered these questions, and most of them have failed because they have been unable to answer them. Thus, libertarian, communal, or self-management theories always start from the implicit assumption that heteronomy, or external constraints and obligations, is the product not of physical laws governing the material field of individual actions, but only of the way in which such actions are articulated in different types of social organization and cooperation. They always assume that it must be possible to subsume and dissolve the sphere of heteronomy in its autonomous counterpart. They always imagine that the appearance of communities that are manageable on a human scale must make it possible to do without functions which can only be carried out by state agencies external to the local community. Hence, it must be possible to eliminate those tools, including public facilities and institutions, which, being too big for communal control and self-management on a human scale, imply a quasi-military hierarchy and division of labor. Large factories and giant amenities such as motorways, dams, rail or telecommunication systems, centralized energy systems, etc. Consequently, it must be possible that production necessities should cease to exist as external constraints and obligations, that necessary labor should be devised and allocated so as to be indistinguishable from free, creative, and fulfilling activity, and that it should be an opportunity for festivity and human communication. In short, necessary labor must be capable of arrangement in such a way that the ideal ethical goal of a freely chosen mode of cooperation and existence is realized in the production of life's necessities. There's only one type of community that actually corresponds to such a unity of material necessity and ethical exigency, namely, the various monastic forms from the Cistercians and ashrams through the neo-Buddhist or neo-Muslim sects to the rural or artisanate communes. The distinctive characteristic of such communities, however, is that necessary labor is not carried out because of its mere necessity or with a view to the realization of its primary end. All activities and relations within a monastic type community are mediated by their religious significance. Work is a particular form of prayer or of communion with a transcendent order. Its primary aim is not to produce what is necessary, but to allow God to be revealed within everyday life. Equally, the members of such communities do not have relations of direct reciprocity or horizontal communication with one another. In their relations of mediated reciprocity, the goal is not to communicate with or give to other individuals, but to cooperate with all in achieving communion with God. It is of no great importance whether the religious sentiment informing such relationships be Christian, pantheist, Maoist, neo-Buddhist, or animist. What counts is the sanctification of daily activities, so that simple primary ends disappear behind the highly elaborate ritual of performance. In communities of this type, the unity of the spheres of necessity and freedom, heteronomy and autonomy, is achieved much more by symbolic insinuation than by the elimination of external necessities and constraints. These appear to be freely chosen only insofar as each individual member regards them as something other than they are. The most banal types of material production are seen as a form of spiritual exercise, and the necessity of their execution is regarded not as a chore undertaken because it's got to be done, but as a work of moral and religious mortification and self-abnegation. In other words, this realm of necessity is not abolished, but sublimated, and in this sublimated form, it continues to govern every moment of communal life: timetables, strict rules and obligations, hierarchy and discipline, division of tasks, the duty of obedience, devotion, and love.
I just want to say that is probably a critique as well of Giorgio Agamben's The Highest Poverty, and we'll have to reread this section once we reread The Highest Poverty, because I want to double check. I think that this is going to be really relevant to Brian Weeks's research. It's going to be really relevant to what he's already doing with Agamben, but also what he's doing with Ivan Illich. So there's a lot here. I want to just like at this point just sit down and read this with Anne, Mikey, Brian, Elton. Like I want to sit down and read this page by page with everybody. It's like I want this to be a good basis for everybody. It's like I want to know that like some of the main people in that volume that are like in my immediate organic network are on this wavelength and then are able to go from there in whatever direction they want. But I want to at least be like this fucking matters. I want everyone on board with this. So we've got 9 more pages, beginning on the next page, 9 more pages. So let's just like take turns, do two, like 2 pages at a time. And we'll be done in a minute. These are inevitable characteristics of a community. Oh, do you want to say anything about these last few sections though so far?
No, I think it just kind of like there are so many people, and like ultimately this is just like a different flavor of workerism. But there are so many people that kind of internalize this logic of like, oh, I'm getting in touch with. I mean, Jesus Christ, when I was cleaning toilets, it became like I ritualized it in a way, and it was like, it's like I am, and there is something to it. First of all, it is partly true when you do these mundane tasks, you do come into a relation with the world and yourself, and whatever version of divinity you have, and all that other stuff. That's true. But then it gets expropriated by the logic of the market, where like all of that spiritual richness that you do experience, that's real, that does exist. But like it just gets totally erased by the fact that you're working 60 hours a week, 70 hours a week. You have no time for anything else. You have no time to actually like benefit from whatever meditative activity you were doing, and it just be like we are turning ourselves into dumb robots, or rather we have been turned into dumb robots by capital, and then we make up all these like post hoc stories after the fact to justify it, because on some level we all do recognize it for the most part. You're muted.
These are inevitable characteristics of a community in which the necessities of communal life have to be assumed and internalized by each individual, since each individual is responsible for the survival and cohesion of the community as a whole. No questioning is allowed of the practical necessities and constraints of communal life. For since these necessities are not regulated by an institution distinct from the community itself, opposition would be directed against the community in question and lead to expulsion of the infractor. Thus, the cohesion of the community is based upon the internalization of practical constraints as ethical duties, and the prohibition of revolt or disobedience on pain of exclusion, dishonor, or the withdrawal of love. Individual goals and collective duties, personal life, and group interests are merged into one, so that the love of each member of the community for all the others and not for each other become the prime duty. It is invoked, that right there, not love of each other, but love of all others. It's like this religious fucking sidestepping of actually engaging with other people.
And everybody's turning poly. And so we don't even have to like mourn the fact that we've lost the capacity for singular love. Because if you're not poly, you're a fascist, apparently.
It is invoked in recognition of the fact that the united community, personified in the mother or father superior, big brother, or beloved leader, has become the source of each individual member's life and identity. Thus, an apparent abolition of external constraints is achieved only by transforming them into internal obligations. The constraints and sanctions of the law are abolished only to give way to the most tyrannical law, the duty to love. In all the aspects In all of its aspects, the community of work and life merely reproduces the primal group and lies at the core of every communal experiment, namely, the family as it existed when the household was fundamentally a productive unit, assuming the subsistence of its members. If the state or the apparatus of the law is understood as a district locus in which the necessities of production and communal life are embodied in external laws and obligations, then any society of micro society that abolishes the state thereby loses all capacity to challenge the material necessities of its own functioning. Oof, oof. Such societies find themselves inexorably bound to the duty to love. Their members will be obliged through love to obey a spiritual father or communal leader whose genius-like omniscience, enlightened will, innate wisdom, and radiant generosity make him or her an indisputable authority. Through figures such as these, the sphere of necessity is personified and sublimated into a subjective will. Material constraints are translated into ethical duties. The objectivity of the law and practical necessity is abolished in favor of personal authority, charismatic power, and tyranny. The specific characteristic of such figures, whether a spiritual father, the head of a productive commune, a charismatic leader, or a benevolent tyrant, is their capacity to demand and obtain submission to necessity as a submission to their own person. The leader enunciates the law, which is also duty. Through the leader's mediation, what has to be done in the interests of group life and survival becomes something expected of each individual, not as the realization of some technical requirement because it's needed, but rather as a recognition of the leader's authority, an act of allegiance, an expression of love for her or his person. Hagiographies of Hitler or Stalin are unequivocal on this point. The leader is someone who, through parental love for the community, takes its operational necessities upon himself or herself and transforms them into personal orders and obligations, and ensures that its members are prepared, as a mark of their love for him or her, to undertake things that they would scarcely contemplate doing for themselves. It is the leader who defines and allocates tasks, praise and blame, rewards and punishments. In the leader's person, the moral law and physical laws, ethical obligations, and material necessities are joined so that it becomes impossible to oppose the one without opposing the other. All criticism becomes subversion, all debate a refusal to obey, or in microsocieties, a refusal to love. A disjunction between the sphere of necessity and the area of autonomy, an objectification of the operational necessities of communal life in the form of laws, prohibitions, and obligations, the existence of a system of law distinct from mere usage and of a state distinct from society. These are the very preconditions of a sphere in which autonomous individuals may freely cooperate for their own ends. Only a disassociation of the spheres of heteronomy and autonomy makes it possible to confine objective necessities and obligations to a clearly circumscribed area, and thus to open up a space for autonomy entirely free of their imperatives. Now, I just want to say, I wonder actually if he's just being descriptive. He's not being prescriptive. He's not actually moralizing about great leaders. So I wonder if, in the same way that the solution cannot come from the working class, but also the solution cannot come from a dictator, but at the same time, to a large degree, people who feel like the non-place, are going to be necessary, or like at least that they are prefiguring a society in which people do not make this identification with work. I wonder if it will require, I wonder if he would agree that it could require a bit of everybody, including great leaders in the realm of heteronomy, to separate the realm of heteronomy from autonomy. Like I don't like I on one side I think he might say no, but he could just as easily say yeah. Like if a past communist great leader had this theory and had actually understood it and tried to operationalize it, could that have actually made a difference if enough people like got the memo? I don't know. I don't know what he thinks
Yeah, I don't know.
it's going to take. He's not against violence,
Right.
you know.
Right.
This is as true of large societies as of micro societies based on communal life and production. The only type of commune that manages to survive is one in which the sphere of necessity, that is, the mass of necessary work and obligations, has been clearly defined, codified, and programmed. This objective definition of what is necessarily required of each individual is the only means of separating the time allocated to necessary labor from that available for freely chosen activities. Only such a distinction allows for everyone to know when their relations with others are objectively determined by material necessity, the need to collect the rubbish, oil machines, keep to the railway timetable, pick the fruit before the frost, etc., and when they derive from an autonomous subjective choice. Only the latter category of relations is the province of moral judgment and ethics, since morality knows no necessity and necessity no morality. The objectification of a set of obligations external to each individual, yet common to them all, is the only means of protecting the members of the community from the personal power of a leader, with all its associated emotional blackmail and arbitrary behavior. The existence of a state separate from civil society, able both to codify objective necessities in the form of law and to assure its implementation, is thus the essential prerequisite to the autonomy of civil society and the emergence of an area outside the sphere of heteronomy in which a variety of modes of production, modes of life, and forms of cooperation can be experimented with according to individual desires. As the site at which the law is formulated and the material imperatives of the social system are translated into universally applicable objective rules known to everyone, the state serves to free civil society and its individual members from tasks which they could only undertake at the price of impairing both individual and social relations. Thus, the existence of money and prices makes it possible to avoid the haggling and mutual suspicion that go along with barter and the lack of any system of equivalences. Similarly, the existence of a police, whose functions need not be carried out as a full-time career, makes it unnecessary for each individual to internalize a whole system of law and order. The existence of a highway code makes it unnecessary to negotiate with other road users at every intersection. The basic function of legal rules is to define forms of conduct which, because they are notoriously predetermined, cannot be imputed personally to those carrying them out. Everyone is well aware of the impersonal, anonymous nature of such conduct and its dependence on externally defined laws, and therefore follows them without claiming personal responsibility or holding others responsible. By observing such predefined patterns, individuals function socially as component parts of a social system which determines their conduct. The act of purchasing and paying for something in a shop is, for example, an anonymous action that in no way involves buyer and seller in personal relations. All codification and regulation of behavior results in the replacement of reciprocal human relations by non-relations, or non-human relations in which individuals function as the component parts of a preset mechanism. Non-relations such as these stem from the inertial requirements of society as a machine, as a trivial system, to use von Forster's words, as a set of factories, administrations, transport and telecommunications networks, etc. Here, relations between individuals are mediated by relations between things, or are subordinated and even reduced to relations between things. They are, in essence, trivial, heteronymous relations. Only trivialization of relations regulating the sphere of necessity can lead to the abolition of the struggle for life, the struggle between individuals and groups to secure life's necessities and/or to hoard essential goods. In this sense, socially planned production of what is needed by everyone is a basic prerequisite for the pacification of social relations and the emergence of autonomous human relations. This was seen by Marx. The existence of a centrally planned sector of production and distribution, able both to provide the necessities of life for everyone and to define the amount of socially necessary labor required from each individual in order to be free of need, makes the sphere of necessity a distinct and clearly circumscribed area in which trivialized technical behavior is the norm. The area of complete autonomy lies outside this area. Only rigorous delimitation of the centrally planned, trivialized sphere makes it possible to establish a sphere of the fullest autonomy, in which individuals are free to associate according to their desires in order to create what is beyond necessity. If social planning is extended to all activities and transactions, the sphere of autonomy is negated and asphyxiated. But if, through the absence of centralized social planning, production, and distribution, are left to follow the interest of those in possession of the means of production and distribution, then inequality and the fear of scarcity ensure that the struggle for both necessities and non-necessities continues to mark social relations. Society continues to be divided into an entirely dependent class, and a class whose control of the means of production and exchange guarantees its domination of the entire society. Failure to trivialize the sphere of necessity through regionally and locally inflected central planning does not therefore imply an increase of autonomy, but an increase of domination and heteronomy. Inversely, failure to limit social trivialization to the sphere of necessity replaces the domination of a class with the general domination of an apparatus. This is why economic liberalism gives rise to demands for state control, and why state control provokes demands for liberalization. The point, however, is not to choose one or the other, but to define the field in which both can be cogently put into effect. The field of liberalism cannot comprise socially necessary activities, nor can the field of social trivialization embrace socially non-necessary activity. The creation of superfluities and the production of necessities cannot be subject to the same social rules. The problem facing a post-industrial socialism is therefore the abolition not of the state but of domination. Law and domination, the state apparatus and the apparatus of domination, need to be dissociated from one another. Until now, however, they have always been confused. The state structures are not, in fact, the source of every type of domination, nor its most fundamental cause. They are called into being by social relations of domination, the domination of one class over society as a whole, which they themselves extend and consolidate by adding their distinctive domination effects. The domination of society by the state is as much a result of as a precondition of its domination by technical and economic concentrations of capital. The large capitalist systems, factories and warehouses, office blocks, and big stores, etc., create a demand for public services, and that in turn gives rise to giant state apparatuses whose own mechanisms reinforce the power of capitalist domination. Society is thus crushed under the weight of administrative machines with their own physical laws and inert imperatives. In that way, the sphere of heteronomy comes to encompass social life as a whole. The reduction of this sphere cannot just be a matter of reducing the state's sphere of influence. The highest priority cannot be accorded to denationalization, the transfer of public services to the private sector, financial cutbacks, and so on. If the sphere of heteronomy is to be reduced together with the state and its agencies, there must be a simultaneous reduction in every other instrument or apparatus which, by virtue of its size, has become a means of domination. The state, however, remains the indispensable tool of this double reduction. It alone is capable of protecting society against the domination of giant tools. It alone is capable of ensuring that the means of producing necessities are not monopolized by a social class for the purposes of domination. Its capacity for coordination and centralized regulation makes it the sole agency able to reduce socially necessary labor time to a minimum. It is, finally, the only agency able to reduce its own power and influence in favor of an enlarged sphere of autonomy.
It goes without saying that the state will do none of that on its own initiative. It is a tool indispensable for coordination and regulation, for the limitation of other tools, and for the trivialization of socially necessary tasks and behavior. But it will only produce these results if it is organized with these results in mind by a society able to use it both to change itself and to serve its own ends. The transformation of the state is one prerequisite for the transformation of society. It is not, however, the priority to which all other changes should be subordinated. The state can only cease to be an apparatus of domination over society and become an instrument enabling society to exercise power over itself with a view to its own restructuring if society is already permeated by social struggles that open up areas of autonomy, keeping both the dominant class and the power of the state apparatus in check. The establishment of new types of social relations, new ways of producing, associating, working, and consuming is a fundamental precondition of any political transformation. The dynamic of social struggles is the lever by which society can act upon itself and establish a range of freedoms, a new state, and a new system of law. Only the movement itself, through its own practice, can create and extend the sphere of autonomy in which new freedoms will be born. The movement cannot, however, just through its own practice, found a new state and legal system. It can tear apart and recast the fabric of the old system of social relations, and it alone is capable of doing so. But it does not have the vocation or the means to reorganize society and to ensure that the system materially functions in such a way that the resultant sphere of heteronomy occupies the least possible space. Unless a number of tasks are fulfilled, the goals of the movement, by the way, this is killing me. Sitting on the floor is hurting. Like, I didn't realize how crazy this would be, but I need a desk and a chair. This is fucking bullshit. 2 more days of hub events like this. We've been
It's gonna
going
be gnarly,
all day.
dude. Yeah, it's gonna be sick.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless a number of tasks are fulfilled, the goals of the movement cannot find practical expression at the level of society as a whole, nor result in the constant restructuring of social organization. These tasks are to limit and codify the sphere of necessity, and hence to define the attributes of the state, to draw up the guidelines and instruments of a central planning system, and to weigh up the various proper priorities and constraints attaching to otherwise equivalent choices. These tasks can be neither entrusted to the state nor undertaken by the movement. They represent the specific domain of politics. Politics is the site of tension and always conflictual mediation between, on the one hand, the enlargement of the sphere of autonomy impelled by the demands of the movement flowing through civil society, and on the other hand, the state-regulated necessities arising from the workings of society as a material system. That's a really interesting take on politics that I like a lot. Politics is the site of tension and always conflictual mediation between the enlargement of the sphere of autonomy, which is really just impelled by the demands of humans living in society together, versus the state-regulated necessities arising from the workings of society as a material system. Politics is the specific site at which society becomes conscious of its own production as a complex process and seeks both to master the results of that process and to bring its constraints under control. This is why the function of the political cannot be exercised unless it is distinct from both the state and the aspirations rising from civil society. It can only function as the site of mediation, reflection, and trade-off between the demands for autonomy and the imperatives of technicity, between subjectivity and objective constraints. If it is successful in avoiding identification with either of the two poles between which it is located. It can only function as the site of mediation if it is successful in avoiding identification with either of the poles between which it is located. So if politics takes the side of the state, then it looks like conservatism, it looks like standard neoliberalism, it looks like like what actually existing communism has looked like in the world. But if it takes the side of autonomy, then it's libertarianism, it's anarchism, whatever. But if politics takes the side of one of these two things, it forecloses the possibility of actually doing what it can do and that only it can do if we care about freedom, if we care about time energy, if we care about anything. If you care about autonomy or if you care about law, then you have to understand that politics is about the mediation between those things, not taking the side of one of those and then just playing fucking horseshoe theory forever. That's interesting. The political should, on the contrary, be the area of maximum tension where the debate over ends their condition and possibility, and the paths that lead to them is always open and explicit. Thus, the essential purpose of politics is not the exercise of power. On the contrary, its function is to delimit, orient, and codify the actions of government, to designate the ends and means they should use, and to ensure that they do not stray from their mission. Any confusion between politics and power, or better, or between political struggle and the struggle for power, that is, for the right to run the state, signifies the death of politics. For instead of being the mediation between the movement actively at work within civil society and the management of society as a system, politics then becomes the site of one-way mediation, merely transmitting the technical requirement management to civil society and channeling any flicker of a movement into the paths already opened by the state. Good. In this case, political parties, whether in opposition or in government, become the transmission belts of the state power they exercise or hope to exercise. Instead of questioning the technical necessities which, with aspirations to autonomy and vice versa, they combat, repress, or absorb and neutralize autonomous movements, complicating or threatening to complicate the exercise of state power. In doing so, however, they dig their own graves, for politics can only exist as a distinct space, and a political party as a distinct force if society is permeated by autonomous movements, aspirations, struggles, desires, and oppositions, which form a barrier to total state management and continually appropriate new areas of autonomy. If parties cut themselves off from autonomous movements, they become no more than electoral machines singing the praises of their respective candidates for technocratic power, that is, for state management of the sphere of necessity, which will also then try to come into the spaces of autonomy. Once abandoned by political parties, the site of the political tends to move elsewhere. Throughout the capitalist West, we can see a process similar to that which has already occurred in the United States. There, fundamental debates over the production and transformation of society have shifted to clubs, churches, universities, associations, and movements whose aim is not to exercise state power over society, but to extricate the latter from the former in order to enlarge the area of autonomy and self-determination, which is also the sphere of ethical relations. Yes. Just as the belief in progress through scientific, technological, and industrial development has died away, so too has the positivist outlook, which equates the state with the supreme good and politics with religion or even morality. We know now that there is no good government, good state, or good form of power, and that society can never be good in its own organization, but only by virtue of the space for self-organization, autonomy, cooperation, and voluntary exchange, which that organization offers to individuals. The beginning of wisdom lies in the recognition that there are contradictions whose permanent tension has to be lived and which one should never try to resolve. That reality is made up of distinct levels which have to be acknowledged in their specificity and never reduced to an average. That necessity knows no morality and morality no necessity. That the physical laws governing the workings of systems can never be translated into ethical rules, nor ethical rules into physical laws. That there is no system able to free us, despite ourselves, to make us happy or moral behind our backs. For happiness, like morality, always consists in being able to realize freely chosen ends and to take as ends the actions that one realizes. I was going to save this until the end, but I want to let his final paragraph hit on its own without me quoting it with this. I just want to say as a quick aside that, like, I don't think Sartre does this, but maybe he does. But if this is actually Sartre, then I like Sartre a lot more than I thought. But I also think that this is just Gorz taking what Sartre was trying to do and then actually finishing it, which is, the explicit theorization of the difference between morality and necessity, between an international communist movement and individual morality. Like this was the contradiction Sartre was trying to think through, and it seems like Gorz found a way of saying it that I haven't found anyone else saying. Politics is not morality, just as morality is not politics. Politics is a site at which moral exigencies confront external necessities. This confrontation will last for as long as, in Hegel's phrase, consciousness does not encounter the world as a garden laid out for its benefit. Only the permanence and openness of this confrontation can ensure that the sphere of necessity is as small and the sphere of autonomy as large as possible. And that's it. Would read the other part right now. It's 7 pages. But I gotta go to bed soon, and we gotta wake up early. We got shit to do with Dale Tut tomorrow. If we have time to read those 7 pages before the Tut thing, then I'll be down. But I also don't want to have to send an alarm that early or whatever. So just text me when you're actually up. And I might do the last 7 before Tut. I might do the last 7 after Tut. But either way, we're going to get it done, get these all sewn together, so there'll be 3 parts from 3 different times a day, from 2 different days. And we will export as a single thing, and be able to release to the handful of people who give a fuck about actually knowing what's up. And to everybody who's been with us this far, thank you for making it this far. Except that I don't think it's like a thank you thing. I think it's like a badass, you're badass. You're doing it. And I hope that you're as excited about this as we are. Anything you want to say in closing, Nance?
No.
All right. Let's do it.
Tres, dos, uno.
Recording in progress.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Assuming that this is all one continuous video. But if you are watching it in sections or you jumped to the postscript, then what we are doing is reading André Gorz's Farewell to the Working Class, which was originally Farewell to the Proletariat. It was mistranslated. That's a really important point that we got from our conversation with Daniel Tut earlier today. Yesterday, we read the entirety of Farewell to the Working Class, including its preface, except for this postscript. And in a second, we'll jump into it, but we do want to say a couple things about this, the fact that we are doing this postscript right after having had our conversation with Daniel Tut. I do want to encourage people to go check out the entirety of that conversation, especially if you are really interested in this text and how it has been received and how Gorz is being associated with the New Left and many of its pitfalls. Yeah, so what do we want to say there about the conversation with Tut and Gorz?
I think, first of all, it was a great conversation. I do really like Daniel Tut every time we get a chance, or I get a chance to interact with him. I love it. He's a great guy. However, the conversation kind of went as we had predicted it would go, where this text and even Gorz wasn't really the subject of the conversation. It was the New Left, and it was the anti-work movement, and it was some of these other tendencies that I think all of us agree on. Like, we agree, we identify them, we agree that they're problems, We agree that they're dead ends. All these things. Like I feel like there was a lot more agreement than maybe it might have appeared at first glance. And I also think that if Tut had the time, and I mean, he doesn't have the time, so I'm not gonna expect him to, but I do think if he had the time to actually go through this text and some of the background we've done, he would probably make a lot more concessions than he might be inclined. And I get that. I appreciate his position. I do understand what he's trying to stick up for, and he is trying to prevent a backslide into some identitarian shit, and like I fully get all of that, but I just like he's not engaging with Gorz himself, and that's fine.
He did pull quote
He did.
at a point.
He
and
did.
I appreciated that. Yeah.
And actually the quote he used, and I don't know the page numbers and sections and all that right now, but that quote he used
From 80 when he did
that quote he used, part of it surfaces later when he is talking about autonomous activity and the moral, or the question of morality. And so when Gorz is kind of reiterating part of that, it emphasizes this Arendtian view of morality, which I love. And maybe that's coloring my opinion, because he also does talk about the necessity, or it does sound like he's positing this revolutionary non-class. Tut's right about that. And I accept his criticism, but also like I feel like the louder part of Gorz's sentiment is this view on Arendtian morality and how we can incorporate that back into agency and interconnectivity and shit like that. I feel like there's a lot more going on. I feel like Gorz is doing much more than just it's not just. It's never just, right?
Right.
But it was a
And
great
there was a lot
conversation. Great conversation.
So there was a lot of justing. Of he's just this, he's just that, he's participating in this, he's participating in that. Like if we reduce Marx's whole project into the dictator we don't like, it's like, oh, well, he's just. And I love this direction Tut is going with his critique of the New Left. I think that he is touching on major tendencies, which is like, the tendency towards, oh, well, there's no point taking power. You'll just be corrupted. Leadership is bad. Horizontalism is good. Workers are reactionary. We just need to organize the lumpenproles. Like those kind of like key ideas. And also this idea that the marginalized are necessarily like the more like, oh, that's a revolutionary subject or whatever. That's a new revolutionary subject. All of that is stuff that is theoretically problematic in a lot of ways. And in a lot of ways, not just dead ends, but actually perfect for co-opting into a sort of, whether it's neoliberal or social democratic, PMC, end of history, nothing will ever change, has no chance of challenging capital. But nothing that we've done in this reading leads me to the conclusion that Gorz is actually symptomatic of any of that. All of that is symptomatic of a real situation that Gorz is looking at, but he's looking beyond it. And we told Tut what we said earlier in this reading, which was that we'd love to actually just take turns reading it and have him respond paragraph at a time. His response was, instead of saying that he doesn't have the time, energy, or that the restrictions on his, that he just can't do it because it would be impossible with his current job and work-life balance. Instead, he just pivoted to saying that we're way into Gorz right now. And it's like, Like, you guys really love Gorz. You guys should get a Gorz bobblehead for the dash of your car. And I'm like, I'm about ready to get a Gorz tattoo on my fucking face. Yeah, dude, I love Gorz, but come on. No, I think that it's because there is something here. I mean, I love Moise Pistone. I don't think Moise Pistone or Gorz is in any way, shape, or form reducible to the things I dislike the most about the New Left. I don't think in any way, shape, or form that they are reducible to any way that they may have ever voted, any actual practical policy that they ever proposed. And I think that that's the problem, is whenever you have someone who's trying to take a sober assessment of the actual existing situation on the ground and why it poses a real problem for the old theories, the old class theories, people take whatever you might do or be associated with as what it was all about in the first place. When I would just say, yeah, like for instance, you have you think that revolutionary activity or action in the classical sense is not a way forward, and so then you're voting for the lesser evil. So then people say, well, then your analysis is reducible to that. It's really an operationalized analysis, all of it directed towards this outcome. And it's like, yeah, but also voting for a lesser evil or being a social democrat doesn't mean that that's the vision of the future that you hold. You just don't have a future. And so it's becoming this sort of like, this is where we're at. This is the only alternative, and it's not even a real alternative, right? And so I think people like Dr. Adolph Reed Jr., because Catron will bring him up as an example of this, or Mark Fisher, because Doug Lane will say that the limit of Mark Fisher's politics is Thatcherism, or no, sorry, Corbynism. Nice slip. What they're doing is a sort of like reductionism of a person's analysis to the way that they vote, or a policy they might have been for, or some people they might have associated with. It's almost like a guilt by association thing. I just think that I don't give a fuck if you vote for Trump or Hillary. What I care about is your analysis of the current situation, and do you see, or are you looking for some way forward outside of the current deadlock?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I guess that's my main thing. But go watch it for yourself, everybody. Let us know if you do.
Yeah. And hopefully it won't be too long before we could reconvene with Tut. Because
he is reading Timenergy, and so I'd like to reconvene with him once he's read Timenergy and once we've had a chance to read the entirety of his Nietzsche book. But all right, let's get into this. So this is the postscript from Farewell to the Working Class, which is, properly speaking, the proletariat. That's an important distinction for us. It's not for a lot of people. A lot of people use the word proletariat in a very expansivist way that was not being used by Marx or Engels. When they said the proletariat, they meant industrial workers. They meant a very specific kind of industrial worker that they were seeing empirically on the ground, that they also, if we are to take Gorz at his word, and I think there's something to it, was loaded with theological assumptions, because it was a form of inverted Christianity, a form of inverted Hegelianism, and a form of inverted, what was the other tendency? Scientism. Yeah. So destructive growth and productive shrinking. All right. So this is, I think this is probably the part that really feeds into the stuff that you've been doing, Nance, that you've been thinking a lot about. Did you ever get to it? Did you listen to this already, or is this all going to be fresh territory?
this is, so I did a super quick listen at like 2.5x. So yeah, it's all going to be pretty new.
Cool. All right. What do we need? What do we desire? What do we lack in order to fulfill ourselves, to communicate with others, to lead more relaxed lives, and establish more loving relations? Economic forecasting and political economy in general have nothing to offer here. Concerned as they are simply to keep the machines turning over, to keep capital circulating, or to maintain a certain level of employment, they manufacture the needs which correspond at any given moment to the requirements of the machinery of production and circulation. Oh my God, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I also promise for that. Deliberately and systematically, they supply us with new wants and new scarcities, new types of luxury and new senses of poverty in conformity with capital's need for profitability and growth. Capital has at its service a number of strategists who are capable of manipulating our most intimate desires in order to impose their products upon us by means of the symbols with which they are charged. 20 years ago, one such strategist spilled the beans with considerable candor. He was Stanley Resor, president of J. Walter Thompson, one of the biggest advertising agencies in the USA. I love this quote. He said, "When income goes up, the most important thing is to create new needs. If you ask people, do you know that your standard of living will go up by 50% in 10 years? They haven't got the faintest idea what that means. They don't realize that they need a second car unless they're carefully reminded. The need has to be created in their minds. They have to be brought to realize all the advantages of having a second car. I see advertising as an educational activating force capable of producing the changes in demand which we need. By educating people into higher living standards, it ensures that consumption will rise to a level justified by our productivity and resources." And I just want to say, like, a good example of this is that every time I've had to go to the bathroom when I am downstairs in this house that we just moved into, I think the bathroom's down there. And then I remember I actually have to run up the stairs because there's only one bathroom in this house. It's 1,000 square feet, upstairs, downstairs. Normally, such buildings nowadays have a bathroom downstairs, right? And so this one, usually it's like a half bath, they call it, because it doesn't have a bath or a shower. And the fact that I am used to that is because of that so-called need being reified by going into other people's houses, more modern houses. I've never lived in a house that had a bathroom upstairs and downstairs until I was in Mexico at an Airbnb. And so it's just like, it is like this luxury that we take for granted. But why do we take it for granted? It's because the real estate industry obviously benefits. It wants to tear down old houses, build new houses, sell them for 10 times what we actually need, right? And then we're in debt for the rest of our lives. And so this is ultimately what Baudrillard is getting at in his critique of needs in the Mirror of Production, or in, I mean, I think it's throughout his work, but that was something that we'd actually brought up with Tut, because this, what we're reading right here, is, in Tut's mind, susceptible of being feeding into degrowth narratives and ideology. And
I think that is a very I mean, it is possible that could lead to that, but that's a very simple read of the situation, and a very convenient path for people who don't want to get outside of current conditions. And we do want to get outside of current conditions. So just because it could lead one down that way doesn't mean we're not going to engage with it, because I think it is one of the most important tendencies and things that's happening right now is that, like, we're just producing waste. So, like, even if we dignify workers and all this shit, like, nobody is going to identify with producing waste. Like, no one's going to take pride in destroying the fucking planet, destroying ourselves, destroying each other. Like, it's just not fucking possible.
That's what Graeber's doing in Bullshit Jobs, is like, there's nothing honorable. In fact, it is soul crushing. When you realize that what you're doing is not just a waste of your own time, outside of the fact that at least it gets you some money, it's actually wasting everyone's time. Like, that was, for me, the biggest problem with a sales job, which I always avoided doing, but I had one when right after COVID, I couldn't get a job. And so I ended up doing this door-to-door gig until it crushed my soul too much to continue, because it really is trying to sell people on stuff they don't need. I hate that. And so I don't know, man. I guess if I step back and really think about it, a lot of the other jobs where I thought I was doing socially necessary labor, in a sense, it was necessary to, say, GDP. In a sense, it was necessary to the status quo, but in no way, shape, or form was it actually necessary, except unless we think about something like construction, or food distribution. But even then, the way that that is structured is wrong, because the everything I was doing in construction wasn't to build people utilitarian, useful homes that they can also furnish and make nice to their own custom needs. No, it was outlandishly fancy places versus fucking Hong Kong-esque fucking little bullshit apartments. And it's like the blueprints we're working with, and the whole sense of like the kinds of regulations we need to follow, and all of it is built, it all presupposes a society built around the production of immense amounts of waste.
Yeah.
That is quite clear. Consumption is subordinated to production. It must supply the outlets required by production and express needs corresponding to the output which technological change makes most profitable at any given moment. All this is indispensable if society is to perpetuate itself, if its hierarchical inequalities are to be reproduced and its mechanisms of domination are to remain intact. The consumer forecasts which guide economic activity are always based on the hypothesis that there will be no major change in society, lifestyles, or the forms of production and consumption. The rich and the poor will always be there, just as there will always be people who command and people who obey, or crowded underground stations and half-empty concords. We will always be in a hurry and never have sufficient time or inclination for autonomous activities. We will never have any desire or capacity to think about our needs, to debate the best means of satisfying them, and to choose corresponding collective options through a sovereign act. The idea that production and consumption can be decided on the basis of needs is, by implication, politically subversive. It suggests that producers and consumers could meet, discuss matters, and make sovereign decisions. It presupposes the abolition of the monopoly exercised by capital and or the state over decisions concerning investment, production, and innovation. It presupposes a consensus about the nature and level of consumption to which everyone should be entitled, and hence about the limits that should not be crossed. Finally, it presupposes I want to read what's the footnote about? It's just some poll, whatever. Finally, it presupposes a form of economic management designed to satisfy a maximum of needs with the greatest possible efficiency. That is to say, with the minimum of labor, capital, and natural resources, the minimum of commodity production. Now, such goals constitute a radical negation of the logic of capitalism. The option of maximum efficiency and minimum waste is so foreign to the rationality of the system that macroeconomic theory does not even possess the tools with which to grasp it. I would say that since then, they've developed a language for talking about externalities, which is still not a way of grasping it. Gains realized through more efficient management appear as losses in the national statistics, a decline in GNP and in the volume of goods and services at the disposal of the population. And then I'll have you take it after this paragraph. This serves to indicate the level of distortion built into official methods of accounting and forecasting. They present any growth in output and purchasing as a rise in national wealth, even if it includes the growing quantity of throwaway packaging, gadgets, and metal thrown on the refuse tips, paper burnt along with rubbish, non-repairable household goods. It even includes artificial limbs and medical care required by victims of industrial or road accidents. Destruction officially appears as a source of wealth since the replacement of everything broken, thrown out, or lost gives rise to new production, sales, monetary flows, and profits. The more quickly things are broken, worn out, made obsolete, or thrown away, the larger the GMP will be, and the wealthier the national statistics will say we are. Even illness and physical injury are presented as sources of wealth, for they swell the consumption of drugs and healthcare facilities.
But what if the opposite were the case? If good health made it possible to reduce medical expenditure, if the things we use were to last half a lifetime without becoming obsolete or worn out, if they could be repaired or even adapted without recourse to specialized paid services, then GNP would of course decline. We would work fewer hours, consume less, and have fewer needs. How does one replace an economic system based on the quest for minimum waste? The question is over a century old. It amounts to asking how an economy in which production is subordinated to capital's need for profits may be replaced by an economy, originally known as socialism, in which production is subordinated to the needs, and in which needs are freely determined by people themselves in the light of the means and cost of their possible satisfaction. Only a mode of production divested of the drive to accumulate and expand can invest today in order to save tomorrow. That is to say, in order to satisfy every type of need with a smaller volume of more durable products upon which profits, as now understood, will also be lower. Whereas the impossible chimera of perpetual growth is experienced as crisis and falling living standards, shrinking local social production will, under post-industrial socialism, result from a conscious discussion to do more and live better with less. This is the essence of its superiority over capitalism. And that, I think, do more, live better with less. I think that's where you could kind of do this turn into just degrowth and minimalism that itself is nothing but like a consumer choice. That kind of reifies the possible options on offer. That's not it. That's not what the fuck we're talking about. Like we're talking about structures. We're talking about the logic of markets versus the logic of human life, undeniable human life, Timenergy. Like these,
Right.
it's not just about like consumer side activism, which we all know is bullshit. If you're here and you think consumer side activism is efficacious, then you're in the wrong fucking spot, or you're here to learn. So
Right.
we
No, this is not what he's talking about, and we know this because he's talking about, like, for instance, maker spaces. Everyone should have access to maker spaces. Right now, maker spaces are privatized. The point is that you should be able to have access to them. Someone like Michał in Poland, growing up, like, it's not uncommon for a community to have a maker space.
convivial
equipped
spaces, convivial tools.
Convivial spaces. You've got saws, you've got drills, you've got paint, you've got this, that, the other, and people are able to use them. He said that people like had access to instruments. Okay, we should be able to go down to the library and use a violin, and it should be a good fucking violin. You shouldn't have to own it, right? And then if you become a master violinist, or if you're traveling or whatever, then there can be a whole political debate over whether you have to buy one somehow, or if you have to achieve something to be able to have ownership over one, or if you just can take a rental out, or however it works. It doesn't matter. The point, let people have those arguments. The basic idea of makerspaces is sound. It's sound. Not everybody needs their own washer and dryer. Not everybody needs their own lawnmower. This is not austerity. This is not some kind of like cold, like, oh, working class people, you need to desire less. No, it's just you need to desire being a musician, being a thinker, being a poet, being a whatever.
Being a human, as opposed to
being a
just a consumer, as opposed to just a statistic, as opposed to just a piece of machinery. Like, freedom is this that's going on here and going on here. It's not the objects that I can consume and the objects that I'm forced to fucking produce. It's none of this shit. It's all here. And by completely throwing this and this away in favor of more more commodities, more products, more objects, you've internalized the fucking logic of capital, and you're wrong.
Why is it wigging out? Like, hold
Because
on.
I scrolled the wheel when I picked up my thing.
All right. It was freaking me out. I thought there's some lemurs in the gears.
Goddamn ghost.
But no, I mean, with the way my computer's been acting.
Yeah. Dude.
Now, I guess we said it all. I don't need to go on further, but I do want to just bring it back to time energy by saying that is the point of time energy theory, is to help us desire better, to make us realize that the things people desire as consumers who spend their entire lives around a job, jobs in a job-centric society, that those desires are based off of a structurally stultified horizon of possibilities. And so you're thinking, oh, well, I could go to the movies, I could scroll on my phone, I could binge this or that, play this game. Okay, these are all the kind of consumer activities that are useful only for garbage time. But if we actually have time energy, large energy infused repeatable blocks of time throughout the week, month, year, when you have that, what it affords is an expansion of the horizon of possibilities into those domains that have always been called liberating. They've always been considered the liberating arts, and that those liberating arts are not just the special domain of geniuses like Galileo, Bacon, Descartes, Da Vinci. No, these are domains that you cannot properly find fulfillment in, even as a consumer, if you don't understand the basics of how to do them yourself. Which is like, you can't appreciate the opera or the theater or any of these like higher, aristocratic kinds of arts unless you've put a lot of disposable time into a basic acquaintance with the field, with an understanding of like why people do things a certain way, if you haven't tried your own hand at musicianship or acting. And so it's like liberal arts require participation at a level that structurally stultified, time energy lacking people are not able to get anything from. I'm not able to get anything from them either. Like classical music does virtually nothing for me. Most poetry does virtually nothing for me. And it's because I just haven't put the effort into actually getting oriented in these domains. There is knowledge lacking that would make it contextualized, that would give me some extra enjoyment that's not there. The point is a time energy oriented society can consume more and better. It's just less consumptive of actual waste producing bullshit.
Yeah.
That's I think our statement on it. It should be clipped and shipped on its own.
Yeah.
That right there is our statement on it, as far as where your theory of what we produce for real is waste and time energy and how they go together. And it's not degrowth. And then the one thing I would say to degrowth people, because I know I've had people in the chat, oh, hey, you got to look into degrowth. I feel the same way about it that I do about anti-work. There's something there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like its point of emphasis. Its point of emphasis comes from an insufficient grasp of the situation and from a hypostational strategy forward. And I just think that you can take the baby and throw out the bathwater. You don't actually have to set up your camp in the degrowth world or in the anti-work world. But I'm more anti-work and I'm more anti-degrowth than I am actually anti either of those things, because there's a baby in those bathwaters.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, take it away.
In fact, the term post-industrial socialism is inappropriate here. Marxist terminology would have us refer straightforwardly to communism, meaning that stage in which the fullest development of the productive forces has been realized, and where the principal task is no longer to maximize production or assure full employment, but to achieve a different organization of the economy so that a full day's work is no longer a precondition for the right to a full income. To put it another way, it is a society in which everyone is entitled to the satisfaction of his or her needs
in return for an amount of socially necessary labor occupying only a small fraction of a lifetime. We have almost reached that stage. The complete satisfaction of every need through a small amount of labor is now impeded not by insufficient development of the means of production, but rather by their overdevelopment. The system has not been able to grow and reproduce itself by accelerating the destruction as well as the production of commodities, by organizing new scarcities as the mass of wealth has increased, by devaluing wealth when it threatens to become available to all, by perpetuating poverty alongside privilege and frustration alongside opulence. The development of the productive forces within the framework of capitalism will never lead to the threshold of communism. For the very nature of its products, technology, and relations of production precludes any lasting and equitable satisfaction of needs, as well as any stabilization of social production at a commonly acceptable level of sufficiency. The very idea that there might one day be enough for all, and that the quest for more and better might give way to extra economic, non-market goals and values is alien to capitalist society. It is, however, essential to communism. And communism can take shape as the positive negation of the existing system only if the ideas of self-limitation, stabilization, equity, and non-monetary exchange are given practical illustration. If, in other words, it is practically demonstrated not only that it is possible to live better by working differently and consuming less, but that voluntary, collective limitation of the sphere of necessity is the way and the only way to guarantee an extension of the sphere of autonomy. Hence the importance of social experiments with new ways of living together, consuming, producing, and cooperating. Hence also the importance of alternative technologies which make it possible to do more, better, and with less, while at the same time increasing the autonomy of individuals and local communities. The fact that these technologies have mainly been developed by militant groups as indispensable tools for a different model of society does not mean, however, that they can achieve their objectives on the margin of politics, or that they prefigure a society in which the state will have been abolished through the transfer of all its functions to self-governing communities. If the time spent by individuals in producing necessities is to be reduced to a minimum, together with their dependence on the vagaries of local circumstance, then the socialization of the production of necessities and centralized regulation of distribution and exchange will remain essential. The sphere of necessity, and with it, the amount of time involved in socially necessary labor, can only be reduced to a minimum by the most efficient coordination and regulation of stocks and flows, or, in other words, by finely geared planning. If each individual is to be guaranteed a lifelong social income in return for 20,000 hours of socially useful work, supplied in any number of fractions, continuously or discontinuously, in one or several sectors of activity, then this can only be achieved by means of a centralized mechanism of regulation and adjustment, in other words, a state. The alternative to the present system is therefore neither a return to household economy and village autarky, nor total planning and socialization of every activity. Instead, it consists in reducing what is necessarily to be done, whether enjoyable or not, to a minimum of each person's lifetime, and in extending as far as possible collective and/or individual autonomous activity, seen as an end in itself. It is essential to reject both the assumption of complete state responsibility for the individual and the internalization by each individual of responsibility for the necessities intrinsic to the operation of society as a material system, identification of the individual with the state, and of the requirements of the state with individual happiness are the two faces of totalitarianism.
Nice. As Marx indicated at the end of volume 3 of Capital, the sphere of necessity cannot be merged with the sphere of autonomy. By the way, Tut tried to say that this was just a Hegelian thing. And I said it's 2,500 years of the conception of freedom. Everyone in the aristocracy has always known that freedom is outside of necessity. And then he was like, yeah, but it is like this sort of Hegelian thing. And it's like, yeah, but it's also this Marxian thing. Like Marx's entire project doesn't make a lick of sense outside of this basic idea. And if you want to know the quote he's referring to at the end of volume 3, it is up above. It's prior. I hope someone timestamps it in the comments. This is why an extension of the latter presuppose, the latter being autonomy, presupposes a clear delimitation and codification of the former. Necessity, right? So a delimitation and codification of necessity means put it over here so you can free up autonomy, because otherwise it will dominate. It will dominate and take away all autonomy that anybody could possibly have. These are, in essence, political tasks. All right. And the other thing is that he doesn't have a problem with leadership in spaces of heteronomy. He thinks that there is a strong case to be made for merit-based, skill-based leadership. It just needs to be in the realm of heteronomy, and that needs to be delimited and codified. That's not the same as being anti-leadership. That's why he's not responsible for this new left tendency that Tutt was talking about. Politics is not about the exercise of power. Its function is to equip the state with the tasks and forms of management best able to reduce the sphere of heteronomy and enlarge the sphere of autonomy. And this is based off his novel conception of politics, what he wants politics to be about, what he's saying it really needs to be about. And that's obviously not the way it plays out. So it could be, maybe. But politics has no purchase or specific reality unless society itself is permeated by movements of social struggle that seek to capture broader spaces of autonomy from capitalist and state domination. By rejecting movements from capitalist and state, by rejecting movements of struggle, or by subordinating them to their present or future exercise of state power, political parties have entered into decline. Out of an anxiety to preserve their own monopoly, they now try to prevent the rebirth of politics in different forms and on different ground. As a result, they are in even greater disrepute. There can be no cause for rejoicing in their suicide. The death of politics heralds the birth of the total state.
Dun, dun, dun.
The appendices in this book are also in other books that he has done. They are the more empirical, like what would it look like, example-based kind of things. And they're definitely worthwhile. We do not have time today. We should come back to them. I would really like to come back to them within the next week or two. And I think that they could be almost standalones. They're definitely things that people should read. Like, this has all been theory. Some people really want to see examples of things. That's what an appendix is for. So anyway, definitely go check out the appendix on your own. Highly recommend. Not saying you should get this book off of Library Genesis or some other place where you can get it for free. Definitely spend money on it or whatever. I'm sure that Gorz isn't the one getting money if you buy it at this point, but whatever. Get it legally. What else do we want to say? Anything else?
Yeah, look, Gorz is definitely not right about everything. And in fact, he's definitely wrong about a lot. But the things that he points out, where, I mean, he is talking about this productivism that is leading us all off a fucking cliff like we're a bunch of suicidal lemmings, and trying to celebrate that is wrong. And you can't deny that. The way he deals with the PMC that has already been de-skilled, like they had this rapid ascension, and now they themselves are facing similar conditions to the precariat. The fear of falling is not just fear of losing prestige, but in a lot of cases, it is a fear of destitution itself, because like all of us are in a similar condition. And there's just there's a lot here that needs to be reckoned with. I wouldn't, Tut was like, "Oh, you guys are Gorz heads." Like, yeah, sure, but also no. I am mainly concerned with the arguments that he's putting forward and the conditions that he is highlighting that seem to not matter to so many people. So I mean, sure, in a sense, Gorz heads, but also no, I don't give a shit about Gorz. I give a shit about these few things that matter. And yeah, get rid of the rest. I don't give a shit. And I'm not here to play with
It's just that we
like the slippery slope. Like, yeah, sure, that's there, but also like, we're not cruising down that slippery slope, so we don't need to engage with those arguments. Like it just like it's very
right.
it's superficial. It's a facsimile of an argument. And it sucks. That's what we're trying to break out of by doing this, by engaging with this work, because the conditions that Gorz is highlighting make it so that it's only possible to engage on this superficial level with these things. Like that's what's happening. We're trying to break out of that. So don't do the very
Right.
thing.
Yeah, he says that we want to do more, better with less.
Because we have less. And we have no choice for more because there is no more for us to have. We have to make it ourselves. And we can't make it ourselves when we're robots making shit emoji stuffed animals to destroy the fucking planet.
Yeah. And look, I'm fine with this. Look, at a certain level, we inherently expropriate and exploit. We are inherently parasites. We are, and like, I get that there's this whole tendency on the left that just thinks, no, man, the natives didn't. All you got to do is sing a special song when you kill an animal. All you got to do is have a special prayer in your heart when you cut a tree down. All you got to do is do a sacred dance. I don't give a fuck. All right? Burn the bitch down. Fucking set the whole planet ablaze. I will eat pizza. You will not take away my air conditioning. I want the internet. I will not have that taken. Oh, you're colonizers. Okay, deal with it. But that's not necessary, right? It's not necessary. This is, I believe that this is a false dichotomy that we're given. What on the one side, it's like, no, we should all live under thatch roofs, and like forage for our berries and go to the farmer's market. And the other side is like, we get to have air conditioning, internet, and then go to space in the future. Okay, well, if the going to space in the future reality means we leave this planet a sack of ruins and radioactive trash, I'm on board. I just don't think it has to come to that, because I do believe technology as we know it is, as he says here, a result of every invention being bent towards the dictates of capital and the profit motive. And that's why it's so wasteful. And that's why we have so many desires for bullshit that will not be fulfilling and that doesn't actually help us become anything interesting or fun, smart, talented, whatever. No kind of sophistication is actually possible outside of what kind of pop cultural knowledge you have in your niche consumer groups. There's a way out of that. Time energy theory is supposed to pave a way beyond that. But the idea that what Gorz is doing here is reducible to degrowth or austerity, it's like, no, man, that's not what the politics of time is about.
Yeah.
He's talking about the politics of time.
Yeah, because capital is offering us austerity. And looking at things in this way is an attempt at structurally theorizing a way to have more, to not fall back into austerity. If we continue things as they are operating, we will fall into austerity. While billions of motherfuckers in the third world simply die away as robots become cheaper for types of labor
to support this world that we're all living in now. Like that is those are the stakes.
That's the stakes. Right. That's the stakes. And the idea that just like it's always about the point of emphasis. It's like, I agree. Anti-work takes the wrong point of emphasis. But anti-degrowth also takes the wrong point of emphasis. Degrowth also takes the wrong point of emphasis. And Anne asked on tour, she was thinking about it. She's like, so would a time energy centric society mean that we stop being so wasteful? And our answer was like a resounding yes, which is why we don't do this whole like really taking degrowth thing seriously. Like yeah, we can honor the basic idea, which we just did. But a time energy society is a society in which people practice multiple languages, instruments, writing styles, forms of communication, dance, theater as a normal part of their week to week. And if you're like, I don't even like any of that. Well, first of all, fuck you. Don't give a shit about you. I hope you die. Second of all, you can still play Tetris, bro, or World of Warcraft or whatever the fuck. Go on. I don't give a shit. Keep doing it. But human beings need to be able to be enmeshed in civic infrastructure that enables them to be able to explore their talents, develop their skills, build relationships, and organize cooperatively outside of the dictates of the profit motive or a total state that thinks that all of everything is production and therefore all of everything should be managed. Gorz is the thinker of that, which is, it's not that we're Gorz heads, it's that we're realizing we've been cheated because we've been on this thing where it's like all of the stuff that we thought was the case isn't the case, and we're still trying to figure out what's going on and what our situation is. And most of the things that we've been saying that we feel like we've more or less come to on our own or by bringing together various disparate threads of all these various thinkers, a lot of it is actually right here in Gorz, in the same way that it is right there in Byung-Chul Han, except that Byung-Chul Han is a lot more conservative in the sense that he doesn't have a real way forward.
Yeah, and he's
have a way forward with Gorz.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, all this stuff really does play well in concert with each other as far as Byung-Chul Han and Gorz and Todd McGowan and like all these things really go well together. We have to develop our palate, I guess, as thinkers and maybe consumers of theory, because what we have been given is bullshit. And for us to take the stance of a resolute, no, I don't accept this. There is a way forward. There is something better. Yeah, I think that's necessary, and I love it. And I love everyone who's involved in it collectively and collaboratively. And yeah.
I do love everybody in it, and I just want to say, like, I know next time I get canceled, someone's gonna clip that shit I said earlier.
Fuck 'em.
My colonizer realism. Look, no amount of saying some sacred thing or getting back in touch with Mother Nature changes that at bottom, we do have to act on nature and also defend ourselves from nature. That nature's not just our friend. It's not just our loving mommy. It's also a cold, uncaring thing. And that, yeah, we don't want to destroy the very grounds of our being, right? And we don't want to throw out the responsibility unique to humans of finding ourselves conscious on this place and realizing we're stewards for this or we're exploiters. And that's why I love The Unsettling of America by Wendell Berry. mainly the first few chapters before he gets into the Christian stuff. Really, for me, it's the main, like the first few chapters. And the very beginning is this division in our hearts and between us. It's not, he says, normally people think of oppressed versus oppressors. And he says that's a problem because there are oppressors in the oppressed groups, and then you give the oppressed groups power, they become oppressors. Look at Israel, come on. And so the point is that through our hearts, every human being has the capacities to do nurture, to be nurturant, and on the other side has the capacities to exploit. Is this a system that cultivates our nurturant or exploitative tendencies? I don't care if you call it productive or growth or degrowth or what. The question is, are the tools we're using manipulative tools or are they convivial tools? Are the tools we're using cultivating us as self-empowered and able to actually have something to offer back and cooperate with other people? Or is it making us instruments of mass scale manipulation, exploitation, expropriation, right? This is the stakes. And nurture is traditionally, cross-culturally monopolized, or at least overrepresented by women or feminine aspects of our nature. We all have it in us. Men too, believe it or not, actually have it. But the current gender discourse wants to make being a woman into being a catty fucking not Cardi B, what's the name I'm looking for? Kim K. It makes you into a Kim K. Like, this is what is being performed for us as what a woman is supposed to be. And what's being forgotten is that there is always this strong tendency in feminism for saying, no, it's about nurture. And what we see people who are performing femininity today, when they perform it, they're performing an aesthetic. They're not performing nurture.
Yeah,
they aren't nurturing
coquettishness.
us. It's coquettishness. And of course, for the Betty Friedan's of the world, there is nothing else but coquettishness beneath the guise, the performance. But women do have a tendency to be a bit more within the balance of the reality principle and nurture. And of course, men, there can be special men who have an attunement to that. But the point is when he said the future is woman, when Gorz says that, he's talking about nurture. He's talking about care. And what neoliberal feminism has done with those ideas is literally throw them out and say that that's some essentialist ideas used to keep women down.
Yeah.
All right. The point is that we should all be becoming more nurturant. And what we are actually seeing on the ground is, and this is what I would actually say to Gorz if I saw him giving this presentation talking about the future as women, is I would say, but the women aren't even women anymore. He kind of gets at that. But the point is like, women are increasingly not girl bosses, man. They're miniature Trumps. Okay, don't call it girl boss, because that's like almost like you could dignify girl bossdom. Like there's a good connotation to the word boss. But no, this girl Trump shit is what we're getting, and it's coquettish, and it's flirty, and it's non-committal, and it's self-empowered, and blah blah blah. It's super individualistic. It's completely cut off from nurture, and everything it does presupposes a world exploited, presupposes your bubble of privileged, relative time energy, and especially consumer choices off the backs of billions of people, And so I want to close this out by reading the quote I have up on the screen here, which is, could you stop screen sharing so I can start screen sharing? I want to show the quote I pulled up. Folks, this is the quote that we alluded to. If you were here for the entirety of the Gorz reading, then you already know it, because it is the quote from the end of Capital Volume 3, which really, I think, drives home the point that there's this aspect of Marx's project that is the most important aspect that Gorz has not lost touch with. And the rest of anybody who thinks that there's anything of value in Marx needs to come to terms with and reintegrate. So here we go. I will read his preamble to the actual quote, where he says, Marx already envisaged that at the end of Volume 3 of Capital, when he described how the sphere of freedom or autonomy would only begin beyond a sphere of necessity or heteronomy that could be reduced but never entirely eliminated by recognizing its inevitability but not by denying its existence, will it be possible to reduce its importance as much as possible and as a result ensure that its logic does not dominate every type of individual activity? So here's the quote. In fact, the realm of freedom actually begins only where labor, which is determined by necessity and mundane considerations, ceases. Thus, in the nature of things, it lies beyond the sphere of actual material production. Just as the savage must wrestle with nature to satisfy his wants, to maintain and reproduce life, so must civilized man, and he must do so in all social formations and under all possible modes of production. With his so all possible modes of production, you have to deal with necessary labor, duh. With his development, this realm of physical necessity expands as a result of his wants. But at the same time, the forces of production which satisfy these needs also develop. Freedom in this field can only consist in socialized man, the associated producers, rationally regulating their interchange with nature, bringing it under their common control, instead of being ruled by it as by the blind forces of nature, and achieving this with the least expenditure of energy and under conditions most favorable to and worthy of their human nature. But it nonetheless remains a realm of necessity. Beyond it begins that development of human energy, which is an end in itself, the true realm of freedom, which, however, can blossom forth only with this realm of necessity as its basis. The shortening of the working day is its basic prerequisite. You want that in plain speech and with a bit more of an existential twist on it, you got to read the Timenergy book. Subtitle is Why You Have No Time or Energy. It's by me, David McKerracher. It was published this year by Theory Underground. It is what this is all ultimately about. And now I'm actually going to turn this into, as Descartes did in his discourse on method, call for patronage, because I understand what he understood, which is what every intellectual has always known, Marx included, which is that research requires freedom from preoccupation with necessity. For the time being, money is the thing necessary for freeing up researchers from the sphere of necessity. And so my computer is broken. My laptop is actually making this terrible, terrible sound. It's here. I'll play it for you all. Can you hear that?
Yeah.
It's kind of.
It sounds demonic.
So yeah, Zoom is canceling that sound out throughout the last couple of days, but that is what's going on. And there are a variety of issues with this computer. And so my guy who does salvaging work and sets me up with things at a huge discount because he salvages trashed computers, is going to help me. But the point is that I just moved into a new place. I've got all kinds of new bills. This is the first month that students in the United States have to start paying back student debt. I did go $60,000 into debt while working and while getting pretty awesome scholarships. I had the President's Scholarship, I had the Dean's Scholarship at one point, I had a variety of other scholarships. I still had to go into debt because you can't work full time and get A's. And I cared about taking my classes seriously and not just getting C's to get degrees or whatever. And ultimately, all of that has built up into what I'm now doing. This is not something that I can do forever unless it can bring in more money. But I also don't want to ever have the need to bring in more money hijack what I'm actually doing, right? So I'm quite happy to work part-time elsewhere as a way of balancing things so that I don't need to bring in so much money at Theory Underground, because if all of my income had to come from there, I think it could really ruin the whole thing going on here. But basically, I've had no more than 3 patrons this year. 3. I've gotten a couple one-off donations. A couple people who felt some gratitude gave me $50 here or there through PayPal or Venmo. But I've had 3 patrons this year. Nance is one of them. The biggest thing Nance has given us is his time, energy, and his genuine dedication. And that matters more than the money. But 3 patrons is not a lot. There are people who are still barking up the wrong trees and reproducing old scripts and selling you that they have the solutions, and they're not doing genuine thinking. And they're definitely not assuming a working class with earbuds who wants to learn how to read for itself, who wants to gain a general education in the liberating arts, much less in philosophy and theory, that would read across the old and new left and outside of those 2 domains. No one else is doing this. But I do want to give Nance a moment to say something. You've given some money. So why do you do it? Try to help sell somebody on the idea of maybe someday actually helping in this situation, because I need a new computer, or at least I need to get this one fixed, and I need to get a whole bunch of other stuff in here. But for now, I'm living out of boxes. So yeah, what would you say?
I think there are people, and they probably spend the majority of their time seeking on the internet, because the internet is just the place where one seeks nowadays. There's no more commons in the real world into which we can go and kind of discover new things and seek out human experience and shit. So there are a lot of people. First of all, there are a lot of people on the internet in general. There are a lot of people on the internet just doing the thing, just masturbating, essentially being assholes, and ultimately celebrating their own slow suicide. But then there's a super small subcategory of people on the internet who genuinely give a fuck, and are over it. And so they seek out theory and philosophy and leftism or socialism or even reactionary shit. They lean into nationalisms because they have nothing else. Whatever the fuck it is, we're all looking for something. And for the people who are fully invested in the search, but who are also fully over everything that's on offer, Theory Underground is a space where we can come together, and there is an element of commiserating, and there is an element of fucking in-group, out-group, and just shooting the shit and hanging out. That's all there, but that's all kind of anywhere. You can create that anywhere. Theory Underground really, truly is a space kind of dedicated to figuring out these human futures that are essential, because we're on a goddamn collision course with catastrophe. We truly are. And we need this space of thought and investigation and tarrying with the negative, tarrying with difficult things, and truly trying to figure this shit out. I would have loved to have gone to university. I mean, long story about that, but like, Theory Underground is a space where you can like tickle your fancy, but also like do the thing that is ostensibly being done in the halls of academia. But that's not actually getting done. It necessarily has to happen in these outside bootstrapped places. So if you have the fucking means, I mean, if you're here in the first place, you're probably inclined. So if you have the means, pitch in or start your own goddamn project. One or the other, but don't sit on the fucking sideline. Like, this is one of the very few times where silence is actually violence, where inactivity is complicity. I do believe that. I do believe we have to fucking jump in and get our hands dirty. And you have created a space where that is being done. So that's why I'm so like, I love it and I'm committed to it. Because it's satisfying that part of me that is just will never be satisfied.
I think something I learned from the tour, people came to the events and there's probably two kinds of people. There's probably more than two kinds, but there's probably at least two kinds of people. They come to the event expecting it to be bigger and then realize, oh, this is cool, man. If it wasn't for me, there'd be no one here. Or like the whole presentation would have been fundamentally different. I am a contributing member of what came out of this space, out of this event, versus the other kind of person who shows up as like, oh, it's garbage because there weren't a lot of people here. There's a third kind, of course, like just a hipster who thinks it's cool because you're in the thing before it catches on. If you want to be able to say, oh yeah, I was into Theory Underground before it was cool. It's too late, dude. Fucking Nance already beat you to it like a year ago. If you want to say, oh, I was there with Theory Plebe and now I've been watching Theory Underground, it's like, yeah, but if you haven't been doing these readings, you haven't been doing these exegeticals, you haven't been doing these B-sides, you haven't been doing these courses, you haven't been, then you can't even say you were a part of it. Like, you got to actually be involved. You can't sit on the sidelines. And that's what being there in person makes you realize, is that when you stop being in the sidelines and you become a contributing member, it actually has a qualitative difference on everything. And that's kind of the idea of underground shit, is that you go to people where they're at, but you go to the people who are into it, you go to the people who get it, and you say, and as long as the people get it, we don't need anybody else, right? And then people say, well, how's that going to foster a mass movement? How's that going to make this go to the, man, if you didn't, go check out the shit we already said to Tut. Like, we are already kind of post-mass society. When Baudrillard says that the mass era or the mass age is the message, what he's saying is we are never going to be able to do the multitude thing that Hart and Negri think we can do. We cannot understand people on the basis of their class standing. We cannot understand people on the basis of their marginalized group identity. We cannot understand people on the basis of anything except for actually having conversations with real people and not people who just see themselves as categories. And this whole like, oh, but how do we make that mass communicable, has been the dead end against which every brain has rotted for the last 150 years of worker struggle. There needs to be spaces for people who want to be leaders, who want to be artists, who want to be activists, but don't want to be cringe, who want to have a basis in the actual situation and not just recycled old slogans and big feels. Okay. So, you know, this we're moving into a new era with Theory Underground. 2024 is what we are vamping up towards. We've alluded to it earlier already that there's going to be something new. There are tiers of involvement that you can sign up for at the Theory Underground app, which is buggy and shit, but you can still get on it. It still works enough to get on it and get those tiers of involvement. There's also ways of supporting, like getting into the courses, purchasing the books. And ultimately, my model assumes the niche of the niche of the niche. My model assumes not the masses, but the niche of the niche of the niche from the masses who want to do this as a lifestyle, who want not just to be the smartest person in the room, but so as to defend regular working people who are structurally stultified and to defend them from virtue hoarding PMCs and people who are worldview salesmen telling you they have all of the solutions when they don't. To defend working people from them, to dignify those sentiments in all kinds of these various strains, because there are little grains of truth in everything, but then to direct it and take it forward and go do something better. And that's not going to be possible for any leaders if the leaders do not allow themselves to go deeper, because they're holding themselves back to a standard of the rank and file. You have to go above and beyond if you want to be a part of an intellectual vanguard. And that intellectual vanguard, if it's going to have anything genuine to it, cannot be reducible to any platform, to any party, to any movement. It has to be its own thing. And that would be an intellectual milieu that comes out of the actual situation we are in. And the actual situation we are in is not something anybody's really figured out except at the level of the scene. And most of the people who are big figures or considered intellectuals on this scene are really good at telling you who this person is or who that person is, because they'll tell you what that person's culpable in or responsible for or participated. It's never engagement with concepts. It's never engagement with the actual analyses. And that's because they've already got niche consumer demographics on lock. They've already got their thing figured out. We don't have it figured out. We're here for a small band of people who know that we don't have it figured out. That doesn't sell well. It doesn't sell well. All I need is something like, I'm like looking down at my note here. I wrote 50 people. If I had 50 people making between $10 and $300 per month donations, or paying for the subscriber tiers between $30 and $300, if I had 50 people doing it, I would be able to do this full time. I wouldn't even have to worry about anything else. And I would do this full time, 5 days a week, hub events. And by participating, your circumspective, as Heidegger would say, your circumspective awareness is going to become this referential totality of different languages, different theorists, and different concepts and texts. And the expectancy is that you're not just reading these things once, or you're not just hearing us read them. You're actually reading and rereading them. And you're doing it all with this ultimate goal of revolutionizing the concepts people operate with and the vision of society that people have in mind. Because without that, there's no hope from below or above, right? It has to come from there. And any and all political agendas, movements, organizations are destined to failure if they're not theoretically literate on the current situation. And we're not. We're working on it. We're trying to be. And in a way, I think we are more advanced than anything else on the scene right now, because we recognize that it is a scene, but we're trying to go above and beyond a scene into an actual working class intellectual milieu. One that's even quite fine with saying maybe we aren't the solution. Maybe the solution doesn't come from us. Maybe workers really don't have what it takes. Maybe working class identity politics really is just this dead end. Maybe we actually need other people from all walks of life to get in on board with this. And we don't know. We're trying to figure it out. And we think that we're reading a lot of people together that only get read in isolation or not at all. And André Gorz is a perfect example of one of these people that's not read at all, not by any of the existing theory orgs. Tut will say something like he's important to engage with him, but where are people engaging with him? Nowhere. It doesn't exist yet, right? And so, I don't know, it's a special little space that we have opened up, but it's only through 3 patrons and my own savings from Amazon last year that are officially spent. Also from my tiny house that I sold off that are officially spent. I have $150 in my checking account, and that's it right now. And I go to work at Amazon next week. That's the situation. My computers are broken. I'm officially back to paycheck, but my Amazon schedule is 2 days a week, and 4 days a week, 4 hours per day, starting early morning, 4 a.m. to 8 a.m., and then I'll be doing hubs each of those days. And so my point is that I think I can make Theory Underground work doing part-time at Amazon and putting 100 times more of my energy and effort into Theory Underground than anyone else is going to be able to be capable to do for a long time. And that if I can continue to do that for even just a year, I think the things that are going to come from it are going to be so much more than anybody's imagining. But why am I still talking about this at the end of this giant video? It's because if you got to the end of this giant video, then you probably get some kind of value from what we're doing that is not being done by anyone else. And one thing that I hate is when people who don't really watch me just lump me up with all of these other people and think that I'm some smaller version of these people who are ultimately either old or new left influencers. All right. We're trying to do something that's not been done. Like, it's an educational space, man. And it's not one that is explicitly leftist. It's one that is explicitly hell-bent on doing a dialectical reading of the situation. And that means not just reading for the babies in the bathwater across the left, but also other spaces where other people like McLuhan or Heidegger or even Burnham are critical of the left. All right. The whole thing has to be understood. We have to work through it ourselves. Marx doesn't have the solution for our current situation, but we kind of have to do as he did, which is we all have to move to England and go to the British Museum and sit down for 10 hours a day. And no, I'm just kidding. But you get the idea. Keep working at your job and listening to us. Keep playing video games and listening to us. Even when you don't have the ability to focus on everything we're saying, have it play in the background the way that the boomers do the news, the AM radio, or the cable television networks. Do that the same way they did. Just have it on in the background, because if you want to change your situation, you cannot just change the actual focus of your intentionality, of your objects of concern. You actually have to re-territorialize your circumspective awareness itself, the equipmental signifying referential totalities outside of you and around you that gives context and background and meaning to whatever it is that you're foregrounding. And if you're having so much trouble focusing, this is why. It's because you haven't re-territorialized that. And you can't do it with video essays. You can't do it with podcasts. You can't do it with smart people who read books. You have to get into the books yourself. But there's a way to bootstrap the process, and we're pioneering it.
Yeah.
So thank you so much, everybody, for coming.
Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah. All right. Everybody, take care. It's been awesome. Bye-bye.